Hey, Crypto, how you doing? Same to you. Happy Halloween. Can you hear me okay, I hope? I guess I deleted the other broadcasts. I forgot that I deleted on YouTube and I didn't realize. I wonder where there were two. That's because I did one on YouTube earlier. And then did another one on StreamYard. I thought, why is there two there? And I deleted them both because I knew I was going on at 9:30. And when I went to click on, it said chat's been deleted. Oh, good. Thank you. How's your day going? 54 degrees here. I came out a little earlier. I like winging it. I don't like planning and, stuff like that. You just be kicking it, you know what I'm saying? Are you using a laptop, a phone, or a desktop? Hey, Everton. How you doing? You kicking it? No, working. That sucks. I think they're killing everybody everywhere now. I had a couple of Hershey Kisses. I bought a bag of them at Walmart. One with the almond in the middle. Good, really good. I'll try not to eat the whole bag. We just talk about a variety of things. You want to talk about something? Last week, I'd say our most popular chat was about how big dicks are. If a big one matters, and then the women came on and talked about whether or not they were aware of a G-spot. But tonight, we weren't even going to do one tonight. Just kind of thought, well, why not? Did you just happen to catch it live? You were already on YouTube and you just saw it, or what? Hey, man, how you doing? Congratulations on your contract getting settled. Looks like a big raise in the cost of living. Why did the news articles, or the few that I read online, say GM settled it? Like, was that GM and everybody followed suit, or what? Does that mean it was settled for Ford too? It's UAW, right? Oh, GM was second. Oh, so the contract wasn't settled for everybody. But you guys are both UAW, right? Oh, gotcha. Was yours better or worse? Oh, okay. Now does that? I'm assuming you got less. Because if you didn't, why wouldn't have GM settled then too? Oh, okay, tentative. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, so 25% increase, right? Okay. Were you satisfied with that? Or are you satisfied with it? Oh, good. So when do you head back to work, or are you already back? And will that mean lots of overtime because you're behind? Damn it. I just sent in this fucking thing. I just hit this goddamn banners. God damn it, I just hit this fucking thing and I can't see any of these things. God damn it, I can't see any of the comments. Oh, there I go. Now I can't see any comments. Oh, now I can. Oh, good. Oh, okay. Oh, you never stopped working. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. My dad worked at Rouge for 37 years. He was back there during the whole old Harry Bennett days. Are you familiar with those? Oh, I know what I was going to do. Wow. Why would he work so long when you could get full retirement? Or did he just turn 67? Oh, he's 72? Yeah, why would somebody keep doing that? I mean, he probably applied at 65. He's been getting Social Security too. Hey, Jable, how you doing? He's probably made more money than he ever did. Or he's got a cake job. And other than going in there, life really hasn't changed other than a lot more money. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, but it doesn't keep going up and up and up every year, does it? 53 years. My God. Oh, okay. Now, are there still jobs around there where nobody does shit? Just sit around all day not doing anything? Or is that pretty much a sign of the times and it doesn't go on any longer? There he is. New Jersey transplant.
I see you remembered that New Jersey transplant.
How's it going?
Can you hear me? Good.
Yeah. Yep.
How you doing tonight, Tom?
So you feeling good about this?
Me personally, no,
Why is that?
because I
Well,
haven't seen a raise since 2007.
but you got one now, don't you?
Yeah, but when you look at the scale, I can send you a text. I'd have
Oh,
to
so
look
you
at my
you think
phone.
you should have been making what your raise includes
Oh,
now
well,
years ago?
yes. There's a
Yeah, I'd be
scale
mad
of
too.
what cost of living should be paying,
No. Yeah. Right.
and as
Yep.
you go through the scale,
Yeah. Hey,
you know,
Cloud Dancer.
I should be making at least I'd say 30 to 40% more money.
Yeah. Okay. I got it.
You know,
No, that makes sense. So it benefits the manufacturer.
yeah, and it benefits anybody right now that is just getting hired
Right.
because they want to give me the increase, but they also want to put me on a 3-year pay scale for the increase. Well, if I haven't seen
Yeah.
a raise since
No, I agree. Right.
2007,
Right.
why can't you just give me my money?
Yeah.
Why am I
What?
going to go on a pay scale for 3 years?
Yeah.
I
Hey,
did a pay scale back when I was hired.
right. Hey, before I
So,
forget,
yes.
are you familiar with Harry Bennett?
No.
Oh, you got to look that up. The Harry Bennett Union Buster. My dad was there then.
Okay.
But ironically enough, Harry Bennett's house, who Ford built it for him in Grosse Ile, just went up for sale. I've had a tour of it before because I had a neighbor guy that parked an old Chris Craft there back in the late '60s.
Okay.
But it's if you Google it, Harry Bennett's Grosse Ile house.
Yes.
But boy, I can't believe.
That's the island. It's down here
Yeah,
by me,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
You know what I'll do? I have a friend that I work with that actually lives on the island.
Well, he'll know all about it.
I'll tell him I want to make content to ask him if
Yeah.
he'll take me
Oh,
out to
that's
the house.
excellent one. But I'm just surprised with you and your dad. Your dad worked at Ford, right?
So my dad started at Ford in 1968 in July, and he was there all through the 80s with the one shift, with the layoffs and everything.
Yeah.
And he wound up working for Ford Motor Company for over 53 years. He
Yeah.
retired out of Louisville. When he had 37 years, they closed the Edison assembly plant. And when they closed the Edison assembly plant, I had 8.5 years. I wound up in Norfolk. And then from Norfolk, I wound up here at the Rouge.
I'm just shocked. Two guys with as tied as you are to the union, that
Yep.
this you don't know about this.
No, something I just don't know.
No, it's super interesting story. Harry Bennett.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
look into it.
No, and that would be
And
excellent.
I'll even be asking you, like, hey, I might even send you a text. What was his name again? You know,
Yeah, Harry Bennett. And if you
Yeah.
had any balls, you go over there and jack off the real estate person and look through it. Say your video for your wife.
Tell him I want to go look at the house, huh?
Yeah.
That's an option. Yeah, that's an idea.
Now don't be telling them you're working at
Right, a
Rouge.
YouTuber.
Yeah, no, or Rouge.
Oh my goodness, I went to Dixieland Flea Market the other day and just setting up my camera. We came into Dixieland. I made some content on Saturday.
Yeah.
And I was trying to do a toy show, and that was a bust. So we were already out in Roseville. So we went to the old record store that's there. If you know what I'm talking about, I
No.
pull the title here. Let me grab it. I'll tell you exactly what it's called. It's the name of the place is called.
I never went to the East Side a lot, even when I was young.
I just happened to, it worked out great.
Yeah.
Let me see my channel.
No, Cloud Dancer.
It's called. As I'm pulling it up.
You should too. Honestly, I'm not bullshitting. I think you could. You could replace that guy on The Sopranos.
I need a shave. Let me see.
No, but I think you could.
Which one? Tony.
Yeah,
So I went to Graceland Party Store. If you've ever heard of that place,
I
for the
haven't.
famous Euros.
No.
Yeah, it was made a big deal during the pandemic. They found
Were
the
they, are they worth a shit?
Oh, dude, I had a 1 pound gyro. I live streamed it. It was great. It was all over my face. It
Well,
was a
one
mess.
pound.
A 1 pound
Yeah,
gyro.
I bet you they don't make them themselves.
Oh no, he's got. You got to watch the content. He's got the spits running. Blast from the Past. It's called. The name of the place is called Blast from the Past. Record.
No, I don't doubt that he's got the spits running, but I'm talking about it's 1,000 times easier to buy them.
Oh
and ship
no,
'em.
they had video of them making them.
Really?
Yes, stacking it onto the. Yes,
How was the pita bread?
it was great.
Did you have any fries?
No, I just
Any-
ordered the Euro and took it outside and
Now,
sat
let me
down
tell you
on the
this.
bench.
I'm an expert on euros.
Okay.
If that was homemade and it weighed a pound, it should have been about $23.
It was $20.
Okay, now we're getting
So
somewhere.
and like I said, they his
Was
is
it
mostly
crispy?
beef. No, it was actually really good. I
Oh.
actually have the leftovers in the fridge.
Hey, Mary, did they have any hot sauce? Hey, Stephanie.
No, it was just tzatziki sauce. I don't do hot sauce with a lot of that. I mean,
No?
I do hot stuff. I just not on that.
Was it busy?
Yes, very busy.
Yeah,
I
well,
mean,
I'll tell you, I'm gonna
food
be
and-
getting back there. I got to get back there pretty soon. I'm gonna go over there and get one
Yeah, definitely.
because the best ones they used to have in Detroit, they sold out. Golden Fleece.
Okay,
The
I've
place
never
in
heard
Ann
of them.
Arbor
See,
sold
you
out.
know so much
Yeah.
because you're here. I mean, even though I've been here since '07, there's so much more that I don't
No,
know
yeah.
about.
I mean, I knew a lot of the things like we're talking about now because of my dad.
Okay,
You're not going to replace that, no matter how much you're driving around when you get there late.
right.
But there's a place here that's got excellent gyros, and I hadn't had a homemade gyro, probably 15 years. So I'm surprised to know that there's anybody still making them in Michigan.
Yep.
You
Yep.
can't even get one at Greektown.
No, I mean I know at Pegasus they have it, but
You'll get it, but that's a Gordon Food Service.
okay,
They're not making those.
gotcha. I know
Yeah.
he's making them because man. There was in my content there was actually a spit and it had like I don't know what was on it, but you could tell he made it. It was handmade.
Yeah.
How they stack it down and everything.
Yeah.
So,
Cool.
oh yeah.
Now, how are they when you now have you experienced any resistance to making content?
Well, that's what I was just going to tell you. When we walked into Dixieland Flea Market the other day, me and my buddy the mayor, we went right to the back. We had to go to the bathroom. So instead of starting our live stream, we came in and I have a new where the heck is it? I think it's here somewhere. I bought a new gimbal. So I
Yeah.
have a selfie stick, but a very fancy one. The one I bought, I found out is the #1 gimbal for 2023.
Okay.
So other than that, we went. I was approached by 4 women, vendors, and they basically asked me what was I doing? Why do I have a camera?
Really?
Yep. And I explained to them that, I come in, I follow him around, and we shop and we watch and we
Mhm.
look but I looked right at these women and I say one thing. I say, I'm not the person that's here to put this camera in your face. So before you get the wrong idea,
Hmm.
I will turn away from you faster than you think. I told the lady, I don't,
Yeah.
there's no intentions of me coming up to you and intentionally putting this camera in your face.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you have
Yeah.
nothing to worry about. So then out of the 4 of them, the 3 walk away and the one lady standing there, she's like, oh, well, you can record my stuff. Just don't record me.
Yeah. Right. Some
And
people are funny about it.
Right. So what we did was we just started our live stream and we did a 180 and walked away from these 4 women and they were confused.
Yeah.
So-
Well, I mean, sometimes it's just not worth it.
And then when we got around to the backside of the flea market, this one gentleman that has multiple rooms, he literally said, hey guys, what are you doing? And when we told him, he said, I got a room back there with a chain across it. Remove the chain and go in there and do your video in there even.
Yeah. No, it helps people mostly.
Yeah, I told them I'm here to promote you in the flea market.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it's my niche. I like it. I need to find a niche though. I know my
Yeah,
niche
it's
was
more.
my.
I think it's. What are you trying to build a channel?
Well, I built it. You helped me build it. You know
Oh,
that.
well, thank
You
you. But
helped
it's
me get
more.
above that hump,
But
and then,
it's more. It's more luck than it is content.
well, I understand that, but I'm just trying to put something out there that somebody might like. Like I'm thinking of going up to the Henry Ford and doing maybe like the locomotives.
Yeah, some of those places are weird about it because they're afraid people won't show up if they see a video.
Well, I mean, I've already live streamed from Henry Ford, so
Oh, okay.
it's all good.
Mm-hmm.
It works for me. I
There's
went up
Stephanie.
there. I went up there with Rosie O'Kelly actually back in 2019,
Oh, cool.
pre-pandemic.
How's the wrestling thing going?
Coach has been doing that by himself right now, and
Mm-hmm.
he's got a few people helping him. I actually took a step back from it
Mm-hmm.
because between him and I and three other YouTubers, we were getting doxxed out by some retarded kid in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So it was really pissing my girlfriend off. So I took a break.
Look at this, cat women.
I
Hey
got some.
guys.
I got some stuff.
Hello.
Hello, ladies.
Cool.
How are you?
Hello. Good. Happy Halloweeny.
Oh,
Good
thank
to
you,
you.
thank you.
Hey, you're just like Mark, yeah, man. How you guys getting out of marrying these damn women?
Mine don't want to be married. She's got a tattoo on her wrist that says "Never again." She's been divorced twice.
Oh well.
Yep.
What do you think of that, Stephanie?
Well, at least he knows that he won't have to get married.
I ain't worried about it.
Yep.
Good for
Me
you.
neither.
I got what I want out of the deal. It runs around. It's about 7 years old. It's losing teeth.
Oh, nice.
Costs me $20 every time one falls out.
Oh, are they still doing that?
Yep. Tooth
Oh, that's
fairies.
good.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that kid got me
Hi,
for
J-Bo.
$100 when she lost one in Florida.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you're how old?
I am 50.
In
I
a
just
7-year-old.
turned 50.
A happy
Happy
birthday.
birthday.
Thank you. October 5th.
And a 7-year-old.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yep. I have reasons for it.
Yeah.
Was not a mistake.
Really?
Really. Yeah.
Is that the only reason?
Well, let's just say I was once, in another relationship, and
Yeah.
I have another child that's grown now,
Oh,
and
okay.
I've raised even an older grown child because of my age, that was a
Yeah.
stepchild.
Yeah.
And basically, a lot of things were taken away from me when it came to raising my own child
Oh,
with
God.
another woman because I moved here and that person did not.
Okay.
So I still wanted to experience, having a child and going through all this beautiful things. Like tonight, I live streamed her and I trick or treating.
Yeah.
She's a big part of my channel.
Oh, good for you.
And those people that go, oh, the guy got a kid on his channel. Those people can leave. It's that simple.
Yeah, you have to be. I know. There's so many weirdos on there. You have to be so careful when you're putting your kids or your kids'
Oh, yeah.
pictures or
See, but the
any
funny
of
part,
that.
the funny part about it is, and Tom will get a kick out of this. Certain YouTuber people that I know
Yeah.
are not afraid to tell that a-hole that they will purchase a plane ticket from another country and come here if they ever were to mention my little girl again.
Yeah. Right.
And
Yeah.
that's and those people are friends of mine.
Yeah.
So
I
for
mean,
someone in New Zealand to say, I will buy a plane
Mhm.
ticket and come
Yeah.
find you, you mentioned that little girl again, they shut
Yeah.
up real quick.
No, I don't blame you.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's guys in prison all over for coming
yeah.
through with that. Yeah.
Yep. So
Oh.
there's a lot of idiots in communities and stuff that,
Oh,
run their
big time.
mouth.
It's not as bad as it used to be, though.
No, it's not. It's not.
Mhm.
And I've removed myself, from those certain
I get rid of them
areas.
too.
Right. You got to what I noticed. You got to surround yourself with good people on YouTube.
What
Mhm.
what
And
I learned, yep. What I learned is to just take what Tom gave me because he did help me get monetized. He
Yeah,
did
but
help me
not
get that
much. Not
threshold.
much, though.
I know, but I I needed a good number of people, and your viewers did help me out, and I'll always thank you for that. You
Oh,
know
you're
that.
welcome.
Yep. And
Easy come, easy go.
yep. And my buddy Reaper Man that had recently passed away, he helped me push the watch time hours.
Oh, he died.
Yeah, he passed away. Yes.
How old was he?
He was, I believe, he was 62 or 63.
What got him?
If I was to really give you my honest opinion, you
Yeah.
know, some people won't like it, but
Fentanyl?
no. Let's say another YouTuber that he was very good friends with kept pushing the issue about moving and coming to live closer to him. And this is all from pandemic to post-pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And Reaper Man was vaccinated. And then this guy comes to live with him. And instead of staying off the streets, this guy kept roaming the streets and kept coming back and having COVID. And Reaper Man caught it a couple of times. And then he finally actually passed away. He was in the hospital. I did a live stream with him 5 days before he passed. And he had a mass in his lung. And they told him it was cancer. But he had been vaccinated a couple of times. And, you know, when I'm hearing the things I've watched and listened to with the people doing the autopsies and the people in the funeral homes and what they're finding inside people's bodies after they've been vaccinated, it's creepy stuff. You know, I won't get too much into it, but he had
I
a
know you
mass.
don't want to. That's very controversial. But
Yes,
I believe
exactly.
you.
And I don't
But
want to, you know,
believe-
jeopardize Tom's.
Yeah, well, I got them all. No,
livelihood.
go ahead. No, hey, just
Well,
because
hey,
you,
you know,
just because you don't agree with somebody, I don't
well,
care.
right. But
Yeah.
I don't want to say the wrong thing in the algorithm, you know, do something.
No, I've done that before.
Oh, I was all
Tom
right.
doesn't care. Tom's
I got
giving
I got all the vaccinations. I'm going to get the new update,
Yep.
and I got a mask. You know where it's at? My pants.
There you go.
and it's a big mask too,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Tom?
that's my girl.
Yeah,
That's why
man.
Michelle has really went up the ranks so quickly. She agrees with it.
Oh God,
That's awesome.
there we go.
Hey, Stephanie,
Oh.
9 inches.
Nine.
Oh God,
Now,
don't even
now
start with that.
someone's gonna have to like slam Tom or
That's
something
funny.
so his head doesn't get too
Yeah,
big.
No, we just
yeah,
all. No,
it's getting old now. The 9 inches is getting old.
no, you're
Yeah.
the one. You said it's brought up everywhere.
What?
Yeah, the other night we were talking. You said, "Why is 9 inches just everywhere? It's always 9
Oh.
inches."
No, that's what all men. That's what men always come up with that number.
Right.
And
That's funny.
I just asked why. Why is it always 9 inches?
That's a good point.
That's all I asked.
Yeah, okay. That's a good question. I can answer that though.
Oh, I don't know.
Can I just answer it?
Does
Well,
anybody want to
okay, answer it.
Because it's considered big, which was the whole idea of the conversation to begin with.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, we'll move on. I hate to bring up 35-year-old news to you, but we'll move forward.
Yeah, man. Don't break the pump.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, there are different things about that, but I went with it. Not perfect. I can tell you a lot of people that didn't get it that are dead.
Oh, I understand that. I've never had a flu shot,
And they don't have a mass either.
and
I
I
mean,
just stay, and I just stay away from people when it comes to the situation. You know.
Yeah.
I've heard both sides of the story with the vaccine, so I mean, I can't sit here
Absolutely.
and say, you really, it's hard to make a definitive
No, it isn't.
conclusion.
It's not. It's simple. The people that got it, and not, there are problems,
Yes.
but if your life was at the same statistical level as what the vaccinations did in general, you'd be the happiest person in the world. I mean,
Oh,
there are
absolutely.
reactions to all sorts of medications, but I will just end it with there's way, way, way more people around because of it.
Right. Well, they're saying now that COVID, the percentage of people dying from COVID now is
Mhm.
the same as the flu, where before it was like 10 times that amount when the pandemic first started. It was literally like the
Okay. So
percentage
is
was
that
one.
because so many people are you know, you just
I
get,
think
there's a misconception that if you get the vaccination, you're not going to get COVID. That's not true. The
Correct.
difference is you're not going to die from it, hopefully.
right.
But we won't talk about it. It's all right.
That does make sense how you put it, though. Hopefully, I agree.
Yeah, it's because people, people have so many different opinions about it. When it's brought up to me, if I'm asked if I've got it or not, I say it's none of your business. It's nobody's
Right.
It
business
isn't.
Right.
if
No,
I've
if you don't
got
want to
it or
share
not.
it, you're right. You
Yeah,
absolutely, it's called the
and
HIPAA law. You don't have to
yeah.
share any of your health information with anybody that you don't want to.
I know
Oh, I
somebody.
know, because what happens is, you'll get the people that have had it, and then you say you had it, and then they'll talk, or you know what I mean. You'll get both people telling you all this shit, and it's like, no, I'll talk to my doctor about it.
Yep.
I don't need to hear other people's opinions about. So
Always talk to your doc. You're right. Always talk to your doctor
yeah.
about vaccines, because I've seen multiple things happen with multiple people. So like everybody's different. So like I can't sit here
Exactly,
and say
Michelle.
that.
It's like 50-50. And
No, it
I
isn't.
always get the pneumonia shot because of my disease. If I get pneumonia, it'll kill me. So I do always get my flu shot and my pneumonia shot too. Yep.
Yeah. But, there's women that have had consequences from birth control.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
no, you're
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tom. No, there's side effects to all medication.
yeah.
Um,
So one person could be fine with it, and then the next person it could
Right.
cause them.
oh,
Everybody
exactly.
gets a
Yeah.
different reaction. That's right.
Yeah, we're all different. That's why they
I
put
have
all
a.
those
Dave's
names.
talking like a Christian now. See, I don't believe that at all.
What? What's
Dave's
that?
talking like a Christian now.
Never had a vax in my life, not one. Really?
Well,
Well,
I
See, I
grew
don't
up.
believe that. I don't believe it. I think it's all predicated on risk analysis, which is why I didn't mind flying an airplane, but I'm not riding a motorcycle.
That's an
Not just,
interesting
I don't think if it was
analogy.
my time, if it worked that way, that's Christian thinking. When God calls you and, I don't believe that. Same reason I wear chaps and protective equipment when I use a chainsaw or a push stick and a table saw.
well, fun finding for two. I'm just wondering if
That what you just said makes sense, Tom, because my dad brought me in the basement once with his table saw, and he ran a piece of wood through it. And he showed me how that wood will rocket towards that wall.
It'll go right through you.
Yeah, and then he showed me how to do it where it don't happen,
Right.
and it blew me away. But yeah,
Yeah.
not that many people do woodwork to know the safety of it.
Okay, now here's one thing. How about the papilloma virus, Dave, that they're giving daughters, girls, boys too, at the age of your daughter? Would you be against that one as well?
my son got
I don't know what that is.
all of his vaccines.
It's the HPV vaccination for,
I heard about
particularly
it.
affects women more, cervical cancer, uterine cancer. It's basically a form of herpes, but not like the genital.
I've never had that.
No, but we're too late for it. But
No,
they
it's
say that
isn't it something new that they're giving to preteens?
it's not new. Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
My son got
Stephanie-
all of his vaccines. I mean, I didn't really if his doctor was like, this is, there's always risk, like Tom said. There is.
Stephanie and I aren't going to get it because we already got it. And
Well,
I'm
now
not talking about the vaccine.
Well, now
They say that 95% of sexually active adults over the age of 30, which is why I know we got it for sure, have it. But not everybody reacts the same to it as others. I mean, most women, most men don't commit, skin tags, cervical cancer, that kind of thing. But now this is interesting because Dave says this is proven.
Where's David? The side chat.
Fun finding for two.
Okay.
So they also came out with the chickenpox vaccine too, which wasn't around when I was a kid, and I made sure my son got that because, you know, when I was a kid, if someone got chickenpox, it was like, oh, chickenpox party, so all the kids got chickenpox, so we all got chickenpox. You know, it was like, because come to find out, if you get chickenpox later in life, it's like really. My friend got it when she was
Oh,
a
yeah.
teenager. It wasn't
Hey,
like
Rita.
when I was a kid and got it. Like it was, yeah, like it was annoying and
My
whatever.
uncle had it in his 30s and almost died from it.
Yeah, it's brutal. So I was
Yep.
like, all right, here you go. I guess this is the new way of, you know, dealing with chicken pox, because that's how my family was. They're like, oh, someone got chicken pox. Come on, let's all go play with this kid. And here we go. You know, like a week later, we all have it.
So yeah, man, you're for these as an example, COVID or not really?
What do you mean?
You approve of the vaccination or you don't?
I grew up with a friend of mine that's a chiropractor who I'm still very close with. And,
Oh God. Yeah.
You're not a doctor, Dave.
I never said,
Okay.
but I'm just
But
saying
go ahead.
he had an opinion, and another doctor he worked with had an opinion of like not vaccinating their children and this and that and stuff like that. And like personally, I don't do flu shots.
Okay.
And like in my opinion with the COVID, I mean, I stay away, and I, you know, I've never had a COVID shot.
it's
That's your
totally.
decision.
I have family members.
Yeah, and I just knew like them trying to tell you that my job was going to force me or I'd be out of a job. I
Yeah,
knew
no.
that was BS too. And I know that there was.
But they can require it.
Well, not necessarily. It all depends. I mean,
Maybe not with the union.
I'm right with the union. Yes, I do know they were trying to tell salary people they had to go get it.
Well, you know what happened, Tom, to my nephew, he works at Boeing, you know, the Boeing company.
Yeah.
And they were requiring everybody to get the COVID shot, okay? Or else they could lose their jobs. So what happened with that was with my nephew, him and his family, they don't believe in it and they're not getting the shot. So they were taken to court, and Boeing was taken to court over this COVID thing, and it was ruled that they could not make employees get that
Right.
shot if they didn't want them. So it was a scary time, I remember, because my nephew was so worried about losing, because he has a good job there. He supports his family of 6. And he was so worried, you know, but he didn't want to get it. See, my nephew had testicle cancer 10 years ago, and he just didn't want to get it. So anyway, long story short is, no, Boeing, they cannot discriminate if you don't have the shot.
I knew as soon as this whole COVID thing happened, and I actually looked it up too. As soon as COVID happened, and they put these restrictions at work, and like you have to tell these questionnaires that you have to tell them at work, I knew there was going to be lawsuits. I knew it. I knew there was going to be lawsuits, and there was, and people won.
Well, I understand a lot of the firemen, EMS workers that were let go because they wouldn't get vaccinated got back pay and their jobs back if they wanted it.
If they fought for it.
If they were wrong. Well, I believe it was done through Congress.
See, it really frustrated me the most with COVID that most people just kind of sat back and just took it and just like followed whatever these guidelines were. But I was thinking in the back of my head, I'm like, there's going to be people.
Oh yeah, me too, Michelle.
Like, we're American, right? We're Americans, so we're fighters.
Yeah.
I already knew that there was going to be people finding laws and finding like loopholes and stuff to fight some of what was happening. And
definitely,
and there was lawsuits for it. And now they're like, with healthcare workers, they're like, oh, you can work in healthcare again. You don't have to get vaccinated after they
That's right.
fired a whole bunch.
Right.
And now all of a sudden there's no nurses and stuff. And now they're realizing, like, oh, okay, well, so now you can be a nurse and work in the hospital and healthcare field and you don't have to be vaccinated anymore. So that's
Right.
the update with that. That just happened like a
Mhm.
couple months ago.
Well,
Oh, I
Me and
know.
Debbie, me and
I
Debbie
just
got
don't
our shot.
understand that they never politicized, I guess word I use, the flu shot like they did COVID.
Me and Debbie got our
And if
shots. and
Tom
we're
got,
fine.
if you got vaccinated and it did what it needed to do for you, and everything worked out and you're healthy, that's a plus.
Had
I
no
work
problem.
I work
I-
with a black guy that decided he wanted to go fly out of the country to go on a vacation, and he wound up with Bell's palsy from the COVID.
I just don't know why people
from
are
Oh, a
so.
lot
the
of people
injection.
did. A lot of people did. I knew a lot of people that I
Not
worked with
statistically, they didn't.
who got, not statistically, but
people are so
I
scared.
personally knew people.
No, but in my
who got
But
opinion,
here's the
it,
deal. How
we-
come all these conversations always turn to all the fucking horror stories? I mean, if you guys go
Well,
on vacation and you come back, do you guys talk about the motorcycle
are-
wreck you saw?
No, we're just having a
people-
conversation.
No, but
people-
why is everybody in these conversations just constantly bringing up the less than 0.5% of disaster?
here's my thing. The reason I would say the answer to that question would be this: when I work in a factory and I work with a group of people, and that someone in that group had to get the vaccination so he could fly overseas, and he got it, and then just wound up with Bell's palsy. That just for someone being that close to my circle,
By the shot,
that-
Rita.
yeah, that just throws up a red flag for
Mine
me.
too.
Yeah, but
people
what
are
about
afraid
You
to
know,
drug
it's
though.
not someone that I don't know that's Joe
Right.
Blow. It's people I'm right face to face with, and it happened to them.
School and nobody questioned it.
People aren't
You know-
afraid
you
to
know-
do drugs, though, but they're afraid about a little shot from the little COVID shot. But people do drugs all day long, 24/7. But they're not afraid of that though. But you know what I mean. But they're afraid of a little shot. You know, I don't get that.
I don't
part.
think heroin addicts and people with serious drug problems are really worried about a COVID shot.
Well, I'm saying.
You know what's
they-
crazy though? You know what's crazy about that though? During that time, they're down there. You know what they do? Wearing masks and worried about getting COVID. Go figure.
No, I know it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But remember one thing: when COVID was going on, they shut down all those businesses. But if you needed a bottle of liquor or if you needed to hit that dispensary up, oh, they were open.
Oh, I know. Isn't that crazy? Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's an argument for that, and the argument is that, believe it or not, you wouldn't. Is there people that need alcohol? I'm not talking about to party and to feel good,
Right.
but they're alcoholics, and you
Yep.
can't go without it. Now that seems like it's a stretch, but I read
No.
it more than one place.
That's why they did it.
Now Mary and J-Bo both have had plenty of friends that died, particularly Mary, people in her inner circle that are not around any longer because of COVID.
Yes.
Same as
And it
our
was COVID. It wasn't anything else.
Right.
30.
So
people-
I mean, how can
people-
is it you just don't believe in the shot, or you just have qualms about what you believe COVID is?
You want
My
my
former
opinion?
manager-
I just never
Former
trusted it.
manager, my former manager where I live, he died of COVID at 37 years old, and he was a big black man. He weighed like 400 pounds, and he was in the
Yeah.
hospital.
He was
didn't
high
believe-
risk.
And he didn't believe in the shot.
High risk.
Tom, my buddy in Flat Rock, his neighbor, I go over his house, post pandemic. I ask him a question about his neighbors, and he's like, "Yeah, the wife died, and he sold the house." I'm like, "Well, what'd she die from? COVID?" And there were kids involved, and these were people that were like in their late 30s.
Yeah.
That's why I don't do it, because I already know what I got going on personally. So I'm not gonna add in some foreign substance.
But
know
you
what
also haven't. But you also haven't had COVID.
Correct.
Really? Congratulations.
COVID.
How'd you
I've never
manage
had
that
COVID.
one?
I've never had COVID, and I
Snowing
haven't
in
had
Michigan. Snowing in Michigan, Tom.
Listen,
I
you want to
know.
know something
But don't
funny?
get the shot then.
It was snowing right before, and I'm in Southeast Michigan. It was snowing right before 5 o'clock, Tom, when we started trick or treating, or 6 o'clock, and then it stopped.
I know, Tom. Don't miss that.
How about like inoculations for polio and stuff like that?
I can understand that. We've all had them. Our parents have given them to us.
But I mean, would you be cool with that now?
I know I've had it. I mean, I
Oh,
see
I
what
think, yeah,
polio does to people.
the kids, the kids should get all the shots that they should, from their doctor. There's parents that believe they don't want to give their kids any of those. It's
My,
really sad.
my daughter's
Um,
been vaccinated, Tom, since she was an infant, and she's got all kinds of autism going on. And I've always, understood
Yeah.
that it does.
No, I've read a ton about that.
And yeah, and in the beginning, I told the other significant other I really wasn't interested in jabbing the hell out of her at that age.
But what about all the kids that got the vaccinations that are fine?
Exactly.
I get that.
the
Listen,
majority.
So how can you
Yeah.
blame them on the vaccination?
you never know.
I
You,
think
you,
it's a,
you can't, but it is what it is. You can't. I agree with that. You can't. But they're claiming that possible causes autism. Possible.
Yeah, but if you look for a linked, legitimate study.
Right.
It's shot in a beer talk,
I
Well,
think,
that's what I agree
not
with that.
scientists.
I agree with exactly what you're saying. Yes.
I think it's a very personal decision with vaccines, and
It
if
is until it comes with kids you're bringing into this world. Then it changes.
Well, when I look at the way I grew up and issues that I had as a adolescent, I wouldn't doubt I possibly have some types of autism. It's just what it needed to be back then, when they were evaluating children in the 80s and in the late 70s. They honestly did not know what they were looking at, and it was easier to label your child and tell them your child's emotionally disturbed and you need to put them on Ritalin
Yeah,
to
see,
actually figure out what's going on. But as an adult, if you really piss me off in the wrong way, I'll shut down to where I don't want to talk to nobody. I won't
That's
talk
all
to
I
you.
am, yeah.
Yeah, but I find that like I will ask someone to stop arguing with me repeatedly, but then I will also shut down and not respond to them. And that to
There's
me
Stephanie.
is like a form of autism.
yeah,
say
but don't you think they got too many? Oh God, they got too many diagnosed. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm just giving my opinion on
Right,
this shit.
right,
But
me too.
nowadays, I mean, they label all these kids ADD, da da da, all these things. And when I think back when I was younger, yeah, if I was, I was a hyper child, but back then they did. And if you gazed out the window, you have attention disorder,
Nope,
and
attention deficit.
some of that shit is just normal kid shit.
Right.
Um, and I think nowadays they're so quick to label your child. I mean, they even are trying to do this with my little nephew who's 7. He's a normal boy. He's he's active, he's hyper. I mean, but they're trying to say, oh well, he's got stuff wrong and he
Right.
should take medication. And I'm just so happy my niece is dead set against giving my nephew drugs. I mean, come on, he's a 7-year-old boy, so he doesn't pay attention sometimes. Who doesn't do that as kids, so I don't know. It's just frustrating to me nowadays how they just have to put something on because your child does something. They've got this wrong with them, and to me it's just crazy. I don't get it.
I get
I don't know. Maybe
So
I'm
are
too
you
old.
are you assuming that they're going around to every kid in every classroom and telling them this?
The ones that may act a little odd. to
I'm
them,
talking about the ones that don't.
Everybody's bipolar.
No.
In other words, they're not just like, I don't know the situation. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but you guys are acting. Stephanie makes it sounds like they're just being kids, and I don't agree with that. They're
My-
kids that are disrupting a classroom.
I
Yeah.
have a son, and he's on the spectrum, and it was something that was found early on, and it was mostly because of his speech. Very, very little to no speech.
My daughter didn't talk for a long time when she was.
Yeah, like his speech
Yeah.
development was horrible.
And my brother, who's 53 now, he didn't walk or talk till he was 5 years old.
Yeah.
But, you know, you guys, this was, and that's unfortunate.
This was in the
but
70s.
this has been around since people been having babies.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. Oh, for sure. But like now they have therapies and everything else.
No, they do,
for
but
'em.
I'm saying for the reasons that it's none of this, I don't think, is being sold to make these kids worse.
No,
It isn't. It
no,
isn't a.
it's to make it
It isn't a
better.
poker game where these are scientists
Right.
No,
recognizing something that if
right.
there's some intervention that
Yeah,
hopefully
they're giving him.
they get better.
It really helped my
Oh, yeah.
son getting early intervention, like going to like these programs that they have
Yes.
now where they didn't have when I
my
was
daughter had to
younger.
do that. Yes, my
Did,
daughter.
I
did any of
struggled.
it involve medication?
No.
No.
I'm on disability for attention deficit disorder, and I'm 49 years old. You know, so hey,
For other things.
and for other things, interrupting one of them.
Yeah. Take an extra one, please. No, but it's just, you know, I'm all for like, hey, get people as good as you can, but people seems to like, I think, how about this? Stephanie, is there a problem that they could be onto something with this child?
I don't know. You know, maybe I just have a mental block over him because, you know, he's my boy. But to me, I don't know. But like I said, Tom, you know, I'm just an old lady. Maybe I just see what I want to see, honey, you know?
Well, I mean, I think that's a part of everybody.
Yeah.
But I just can't think of a motive for this to occur in a classroom when most teachers, all teachers that I knew, were like want the best for the child rather than assault and trying to get him on a prescription just for the hell of it
Whoa.
because he's being a boy.
That part's not true about being a boy because I had outbursts growing up as an adolescent and would be removed from
So did
class.
I did too.
Yeah, and my daughter
So
has the
did
same
I.
issue.
It's
So the question is that a type of, you know, autism, or is that just
No.
like I said back in the day they wanted to label you?
what I
Yeah.
what I can tell you with my journey with my son is the early intervention, we're talking like preschool, they started like, you know, we started having these conversations and I said, I believe there's something wrong with my child. And there was a lot of signs and I was like, there's something, you know, that maybe we can help him with. I'm very concerned. And they were like, don't worry, Michelle. And there's a lot of like you know, and everything else. And it helps. It helped him like tremendously in a lot of different areas. So I'm very thankful for that help.
Was medication ever mentioned?
You know, they brought up like a certain medication. I told them that I really wanted to handle this without any major medication for him, unless if it had to, like if that's what it has to come down to, then, you know, we would have went that route. But I mean, I really just, I wanted to try everything as soon as possible to help him out because it sucks when you see your child struggle so bad with things that you see other kids like they're not struggling with it. It's not a case where like he just had like one outburst or like he just got pissed off. You know, this was a daily struggle. This wasn't like
meltdowns.
Yeah, like daily.
See what they teach us, Tom, as the parents, and my girlfriend's a lot better at it than I am, is how to interact with these children when they're having these issues. And if you don't know how to do it correctly, we can make it worse. and it's handled different than a normal child. So, and my biggest problem working in the factory is my voice will escalate, and that just makes my daughter worse.
Mhm.
So I have to watch my tone and what I'm saying. And then a lot of these autistic children, they take things so literally, it's unbelievable.
No, they are like well, it's
There's
funny.
no joking around with them. They take things seriously. I
It's
gotta grab my power cord.
yeah,
And what do you think of these kids? I mean, here's look at this. This is just in Milwaukee just last week. 2 charged in the Milwaukee death of a 5-year-old make his first court appearance. They found this little 5-year-old boy in a dumpster, and the kid. And how old were those kids?
I think 15.
15.
And one was like 27.
And one was 27. I mean, these kids.
They beat this child, tortured him.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
killed him.
these kids today are just wild. I don't. I mean,
The 15-year-old had stabbed 3 separate people previous to this.
yeah,
And
Well-
for some reason, he's still
yeah.
alive.
And these are young kids we're talking about
Now
here.
he killed this kid because he wanted to kill somebody. So
Yeah.
well,
Where's the
I just wanna-
medication?
I-
Where's the medication for
the
that?
medication won't
I'm-
help him. He needs
I'm
Well, no.
watching-
I'm
Well,
watching
yeah,
the chat right
sure.
now, and I just want to say that I know for sure that like like autism and stuff like that has been around for a while, but now with all of the funding and everything, they're they're they have programs now where like before it was just like just suck it up and like fail, and now there's more support where there wasn't before.
Well, what about this? Okay, let me get your opinion about this. A teacher told my niece that little Faith, she's 5, she started kindergarten, that because Faith always wants 2 of everything instead of 1, she always wants 2, that could be a form of autism.
Mhm.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Yeah, I can't.
I mean, I'm not like this major expert in autism, but like I said, me having a child who has that, it was a daily struggle. You have to keep children with autism
Every
on a
day.
routine.
I
on a
understand that, Michelle.
And,
Yeah, if
like-
it's every day. But I mean, just because she wants 2 of everything,
Yeah,
that's
that's
a
a
form
lot.
of autism?
My,
I don't think it's just that. That's
My-
part of it.
right. My concern mainly
Mhm.
was my son's lack of speech. That's what started the whole conversation.
Right.
I thought I was doing something wrong at home. Like, I'm like, am I not talking to him enough? Or is he not hearing enough words? Or because naturally, and like his friends and everything, I would see his friends, I'd see his peers, and they could have a conversation like you and I were like, you couldn't have a conversation, like you couldn't talk to him. Like, even
Right.
just a regular, like, how was your day? Or, I would see him with his friends and he would just kind of be like very socially awkward, not really talking.
Right.
He had mannerisms too. Like he would
Right.
start with just different mannerisms that like I was just, I was concerned about him. He was my son, I was
Yeah.
like, what's,
There was another case in Milwaukee. A 7-year-old shot his own mother because she refused to buy him a game console. So he went to the basement and pulled the gun out and shot his own mother because she refused to buy him a game console. I mean,
Where are these kids?
That's
getting
just
these
one of these
Yeah.
kids these days
Where are
that
these
the
kids-
parents aren't
where are these kids
doing their
getting?
job.
Hey, he
Yeah.
was paying attention.
Where are these kids? I don't understand.
coming from the violence in the games they play, or what? I
Yeah.
don't know. We didn't have games.
Yeah,
like
yeah, I
that.
had Army, man. I didn't kill anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah. There you go, Tom. No, that's kids killing people. That's that's a different thing going on there.
Well,
Stephanie,
when you were a kid, Tom, they didn't have games like that. Because
Well-
I was a kid back when you were a kid. They didn't have games like
Well, of
that.
course not.
Hopscotch
Yeah.
and
And-
normal.
My son played all of those violent video games and stuff, and he never
Right.
got into a fight.
Yeah,
Like, he
no,
played at school.
yeah.
He never,
Yes.
and he loved he loved those
Yeah.
kind of video games and stuff. And he never, like, it's not like he was this troubled child, like
The things we
rebelling
got,
and,
the things we
fighting
got away
everybody.
with
I don't
over
understand
30
what-
years ago that you cannot do today are just crazy.
You slap a child, it's child
Kids
abuse
can't
today.
get a spanking anymore.
Yeah, it's child
Now
abuse
kids
now.
aren't afraid of their parents. Their parents are afraid of the kids.
Yeah.
Let me
I
tell
thought
you,
I had attention deficit disorder until I watched Debbie Does Dallas 10 times in a row.
Well, I was brought up
hey guy, here comes another 9-inch comment, folks. He's going to be using that bottle for a measurement stick.
Be nice, Tom.
He's
Yeah.
got a one-track mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Thank
funniest
you.
shit would
Amen.
be when
God
you
bless.
Like,
walk up
what's your
and
God
mind,
bless.
Tom?
hammer and he's wearing his boxer shorts.
Are you guys just realizing that now?
Yeah, God bless. Hey, Stephanie, I want to ask you this.
God bless.
Stephanie, aren't there
Yeah.
3 of those kids in that
Yeah.
family? What
Yes.
about the other 2? Are they
My-
suggesting this?
My nephew is 7,
Right. And the other 2? How
and
they do?
Faith is 5, and Autumn is 4.
So the 4 and 5, you don't know yet, or just they're not there
Well,
yet?
no, they're talking about Mason, the 7-year-old.
No, I
And
know,
yeah,
but I mean, are the other 2 showing any signs that the 7-year-old did at their age?
no, just that Faith always wants 2 of everything. And so her teacher said that could be a form of autism. I thought, what the hell? I always wanted two instead of 1 too. I mean,
No, but I'll
yeah.
bet you this. I'll bet you this. I'll bet you money if you crunch the numbers on the definition of what they're getting at,
yeah.
it could be a form of autism with a bunch of other symptoms.
Yep.
Not just wanting 2 of something.
I have 2 children in the house here. Both have
Well, why did
autism.
she say
They
that?
both have different
Why didn't
types
she
of
say why didn't she say any other things then?
Well, we weren't there, and I don't know that she did or didn't.
I know, and
I'm pretty
yeah,
damn
I'm just,
sure that nobody is putting someone in the autism box because they want 2 everything.
right. Well, no, I mean, Sarah's real good. I mean, she'll look into it and she'll do what she has to do as a mother. To me, I just, like maybe I have blinders on, Tom. I could, because I love those kids so much, and
I'll
I think
admit,
they're
I didn't
just
want to believe.
fine.
I didn't want to believe my daughter had autism first.
Well, yeah, and you think back, okay, well, when I was a kid, yeah, I did that. We did that, and I don't know.
I work a crazy swing shift, so I'm able to be home during the week and go get my daughter from school. And one of her autistic peeves is we have to make sure the invisible horse makes it home. And I've guaranteed and promised her that I've took the invisible horse from the back of the truck and it's tied up in the backyard now. And her invisible
Oh,
horse is
yeah,
That
but
sounds
that's
like
but this goes
schizophrenia.
on every day, though.
No, but that sounds like schizophrenia, not autism.
Well, I mean, it's a 7-year-old too, so it's
yeah, that's their imagination. I mean,
Yes.
I
Big time.
love it when the kids use their imagination instead of wanting to be on their iPads all the time. God.
Mine actually has an Amazon tablet, and because of that tablet, one of her forms of autism is actually she taught herself to read.
Wow.
So here she is in kindergarten and in first grade now, and there is no they had to teach her. She's already reading, and it's hyper vocabulary or something they call it with the autism. And just giving her that tablet as she's growing up, alphabets and numbers and comprehension. She doesn't really. She's working on comprehension, but she understands and reads words.
Oh,
And
good.
My nephew has my nephew has autism. My brother's kid does.
Yeah.
But isn't there all kinds of form of autism though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Like I said, I have 2 children in the household, and they both are different, and they both are autistic.
See, now that's to me that's interesting in that
Yeah.
they're both autistic.
Yeah.
Now
Is
we're
it maybe it's a gene thing too?
yeah, there you go. Now we're talking.
Well,
Yeah.
who knows? Who
Hey,
knows?
now was it the same baby daddy?
No,
Now we got
no.
a
But
real.
growing up, Tom, I know I have problems.
I think I got him too.
So, you know.
Yeah, we
But
know
you know,
your problem.
the weird part about it is though.
Statistically, what are the chances of this? That two kids in the house, they're autistic and they're from different gene pools.
Mhm. Same mother, different
Be
father.
the mother.
Yeah, it's recessive.
Yeah, and then
It's
how
interesting.
how old was the mother when she had her babies too?
Yeah. I see that.
Because
Well, the
they
one was how old's your girlfriend, Dave? I mean, yeah, man.
She is 40. Well, let's just say she was almost 40 when my daughter was born. Yeah.
Okay. Now that's getting up there a little bit
Yes.
statistically.
Yes.
Yeah,
Very much.
it is.
Yep. Yep.
Because they've
But
said
how about the other? How about the
overwhelming.
other time? How about the other time with the other kid? How old was she?
Well, he's going to be he's 16. So you
See, so
take
there
that.
goes that. There goes that one.
Yeah. So he was 8, I think, when my daughter was born. So take that back another. So 32,
Hey, Dave.
I'll see you later, Tom.
around 32.
Dave,
What's up?
straighten us all out.
Oh, I'm pretty fired up now, man.
Yeah, come on, bring it on.
Now I'm drawing a blank.
That's okay. Don't make us put you in a cave and back the car up against it. You can't get out.
What's that?
Don't make us put you in a cave and back the car up against it where
Yeah,
you can't get
that's
out.
the first panel I've been on, Tom, in months.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, glad to have you.
Yeah.
What's going on, Dave? What enlighten us?
Yeah, you guys got to start talking now. Now I forgot what you were even talking about.
Well, we were talking
This
about
autism
children
thing
with
where-
autism.
Now, Dave, I think he's described his daughter as autistic, haven't you?
My daughter?
Yeah.
No, she just has bad ADHD.
ADHD, that's what it is. I'm sorry. Yeah, ADHD. Do you think there's a link?
I don't know if that gets passed down through families or what, but it seems pretty similar to me when I was younger.
Yeah, that's right, Rita. Down syndrome. That is correct.
That's an extra copy of chromosome 13.
But what they do now, Rita, is with an amniocentesis at a certain, I think it's 42 weeks, which is very far into a pregnancy.
Not the Catholics.
No, they take umbilical fluid, they test it, and if the child's Down syndrome, they offer you an option.
Not the Catholics.
Oh, I know, not the Catholics. That was what blew me away living
Or
in
you know who else?
Virginia, and they give
You
you
know
that
who else?
option.
Answer me this. Where are the Down syndrome Amish kids?
They don't have any.
No. What do they take them out and get them drop kicked by a mule in the belly or what?
How do you even know?
Well, you know, there's some and there aren't around. That's all I need.
You
to
know, it's funny bringing up the Amish because I grew up hanging around in Lancaster County and all of that growing up, and camping and stuff. And it's very interesting when you look at the issues with all of this stuff when it comes to COVID and all of that. COVID never ran rapid through the Amish community.
Wasn't around yet.
2020, Amish people were around.
2020 it was, but I'll tell you this, man.
Well, you understand my point, though.
I
In
get your point, but
2020
understand mine. You go down to Cleveland Clinic, University of Michigan, any state where there's Amish in driving distance,
yeah.
they'll be in the waiting room with you.
Yeah, they all got it.
Well,
A lot of interbreeding. Hell, I don't know. Maybe we'll never know.
well, they always make it like, when there's things going around and they're like the most kept to themselves community. I mean, I understand the Mennonites are more out there than the Amish.
There are cars, but
Cars,
the Amish have switched to
electric-
quite a bit. Cell phones
Right.
now. And
Right. Well, that's because of the people from the outside. I follow a guy on TikTok who actually, if you want a cell phone and you're Amish, he's got a drop area where you can go drop money and he'll drop you a phone.
I know who you're talking about. He's from
Yeah, he's got like a tooth missing or something.
he's from Elkhart, Indiana.
Yeah, he's got like a round face.
Yep.
Yeah, I watched that guy.
He's hilarious. He still dresses up in his Amish stuff
Yep.
just for the heck of it.
He
And,
talks
yeah.
about how, like, you know, when the Amish people got an emergency, they go to the normal guy's house to use the phone.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
very interesting what I've learned watching that guy's TikToks.
Yeah, they shunned him from his
Yes.
whole family,
Yep.
and it's crazy.
Yeah, they catch them. I mean, I don't think they're in general. I mean, they catch more Amish around where I was living up in Michigan, shooting deer out of season.
Right. We're it's different up here than it is in like Lancaster County, in my opinion, in Pennsylvania. Even the Ohio Amish, it's different.
Yeah.
That's like a predominant, like heavy Lancaster County. In
Yeah, it is.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Beautiful area.
That's where I grew up learning all about it, you know.
I'll tell you another thing too. In general, they're dirty.
They once a month, man.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's what I heard. They
And
should.
everybody talks about
shave
the
once
apple
a
pie.
month.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody
know.
talks about the apple pie and the cinnamon buns like they haven't washed their hands in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and guess what? Oh, you know, all that. Let's say kibasi or
Yeah,
sausage. And
yeah.
it's good stuff. You know, it's funny when we're all on YouTube. I've seen these crazy videos from foreign countries where people are just making food and they're using their hands, and people would say, "Well, what? There's a ladle for that," you know.
Hey, now here's Christine. She's got a 34-year-old daughter on ADHD. Christine, did that ADHD show itself young, and has she been on it the entire time since being diagnosed? This is interesting.
I'll add something. They say that ADHD affects men and women differently, and even girls and boys, obviously. A lot of the studies they initially did were basically on white males, and that was it.
Oh yeah, this makes sense.
So it affects it affects genders differently.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, yeah, man, you're not into golden showers, are you?
Hell no.
Okay, well, we were talking about urine the other night in Skyball.
It's so funny.
No, I
Well,
looked up Skyball. I said that urine was sterile, and I thought that for years.
No,
No, but hold on. Let Michelle bury herself first. What were you going to say?
Was she going to reference golden showers?
no.
I got
Let me let her bury herself first.
What I
Is urine sterile or not?
I always understood that there were benefits to urine.
There are some, but that's not what I'm asking you.
Oh,
Do you
okay.
think it's
I don't
sterile?
know. I don't know if urine's sterile.
I don't think
guess.
so.
I wouldn't think it would be.
Okay,
Urine
well, I
is
thought it
sterile.
would be. For a long time, they said it would be, but Skyball said, no, you're full of shit. So it's true. I looked it up, but here's what the deal is on that. It isn't sterile because there is bacteria, but the bacteria in a healthy person isn't going to do anything to you harmful.
Yeah,
Didn't the
I didn't argue
colonials
against
use
No, you
that.
didn't argue, but I think that's how I was just wrong from the beginning. But I remember reading urine being sterile because I remember being like young, trying to figure out these golden showers, and it's like, isn't that doing something to your insides and stuff? And that's how I read about it.
Well, I
Lance,
mean, your kidneys are filtering things out of your body, and just like your colon and you poop, I mean, it's the same thing, and that's fecal matter is considered toxic, isn't it? It's it's
No,
your body.
actually, the United States is one, and they're just starting it now. It was just approved. It's one of the few countries that doesn't fertilize with human feces.
Lance Armstrong, the road bike racer, would drink his urine every morning.
Oh my god!
I
Well, he
heard
also took a whole bunch of different.
Now, here's my scientific finding. He also only had one nut.
That's right. Him and what's his name? Tom Reed or Tom
Oh,
Tom Green.
I got three nuts.
I remember Tom Green. He made a big joke about testicular cancer and shit, and then wound up losing a nut to it. That's the truth.
That's what my nephew had. He lost his. He only has one, and they were so worried that he wouldn't be, because they wanted to have. They have 4 children now. That they froze his sperm in case they couldn't have another baby.
A
But
friend of
he-
mine, same thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
but
you only need-
he works just fine. They had another baby.
Yep. They had two. Yep. Same thing with the couple that I know. The
No,
same
but I
Yeah.
mean, one nut can produce all the sperm you need. You only need one.
Yep,
That's true.
yep. And it saved his life. So he was like, hell, take them both if you have to. You know, Jesus.
I think I brought that up to you before, Tom, that I only have one.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah.
Was yours testicular cancer?
No, I was doing a bar spin on my BMX bike and landed with the handlebars sideways, and it went right through it.
Oh my God.
That wasn't even the part that got it removed. It's that I'm such a clean person and kid that
Yeah.
it got infected, and that's when it got removed.
Wow.
Oh,
I can't
wow.
imagine the pain that must have been. I can't even.
I know
like,
exactly what he's talking
fathom.
You're
about
not
too.
kidding.
Bars-
I cracked my nuts on the handlebar on the.
I was literally walking around school at the time with my hand down in my pocket, holding my sack, trying, because if they moved the slightest bit, it was just terrible. But yeah.
Wow.
So when I had two kids, I got a paternity test because I was told I could never have kids, and it was a little strange. But come to find
That's
out,
what they tried to tell my nephew, and that's why they got scared and they got some of his sperm, but no, he's just fine. So
I don't. I mean, is this really how it is? I mean, a medical place would tell you.
yeah,
When you have,
Absolutely. Even with women
What?
too.
why? Because it isn't just one testes creating
Right.
the sperm. It's both.
one does
I
all the
know.
work.
Oh, it does.
Supposedly,
Well,
it
he
don't make any
also-
sense to me, but that's what I heard.
Yeah,
Hey, were
well,
your loads-
also
hey, were your loads-
he
Go
had
ahead.
all that chemo too.
Yeah. Were you going through a lot less toilet paper after the surgery?
What's that?
Were you going through a lot less toilet paper after the surgery? Should have been a 50% savings.
So,
Oh,
so
That's a
I-
good one.
I was like 12, 13 at the time.
Oh, yeah, right. Probably hard to tell. It was all going all the time.
Right.
so
But I just wonder. I wonder how that's working. I never thought of this. I thought they were just working in unison and giving a double dose.
That's what I would have figured.
She said one does all the work. Which one? The missing one? No, it's just something to think about. I guess not. I mean, you think when when you had to, I can understand one doing all the work. But how about all this adaptation and when you go deaf, your smell's better and all this bullshit? You think at least the creator could have done would make that one nut double up. and get
I
going.
bet you they're both working 100. When they're
Not according to what these
normal.
guys say. Look what Stephanie's and Michelle's got some info there.
I was pretty young when I got told about it all, but yeah, that's from what my understanding was.
Who told you? A doctor or was this
The-
shot in the beer
The
toe?
doctor.
Huh, it's interesting. I'm going to have to read more. Skyball,
Oh, I was gonna say,
that's your new research project.
oh,
There-
thanks.
The funny part about it all was when I was in school, my last name being Walzak.
Yeah.
So
Oh God.
everyone knew what happened, so they just called me One Nut Walzak or One Nut
Great.
Ballsack.
Oh, nice.
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
Pretty funny.
Nice.
Well, as it turned out, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
I don't know. Part of me thinks of like women, they have ovaries. You got
Mhm.
two ovaries. Usually it's one egg is released
Hmm.
No.
through one side of the ovary, maybe because we're all kind of the same right when we're in utero until that splits apart and you become male or female or whatever.
Hmm.
So I wonder if it's something like that. I don't
That's
know.
interesting. Very
So-
interesting.
the
But you don't, that's not what you, I don't know if you think this or not, that's not what you would assume the biological basis for homosexuality is when that occurs. It's way before then, isn't it?
Are you talking about in utero?
Well, I'm
Or-
talking about like a biological basis for homosexuality. You just said where it splits and whether it's going to be male or female. I think if that's true, it happens way before then. It's not just the sex, it's the gender, it's the mind.
I could agree with that.
Okay,
I
all right.
I
I'll
think
agree.
there is probably some biological basis for it. We just don't quite know it yet, personally.
Right. But you know, I wouldn't think, and I don't know that it would be based on the split there. It's already happened by then. In other
I
words,
really don't know.
you got a 9-incher. Hey, Stephanie, love you, girl.
Yeah,
But you got the voice of a girl, and you don't like women.
Hey, you just described my buddy Wagon.
You gay?
No, he's 23 years old. He's a YouTube buddy of mine. But when he talks, you think you just walked into a Mickey Mouse cartoon.
No, that's interesting to me that because I thought for years that gay voice and gay men was practiced, and it's not.
I think a lot of it starts when you're really young too. A lot of times people already know really young right away.
Yeah, but I understand liking dick and being gay and all this. The voice thing is where I can't. This is where it leaves me.
I don't quite get
They
it.
choose to talk that way.
No,
Because
exactly.
let me
no.
well actually let me rephrase that. I went to high school and elementary school, middle school. Like I grew up in a town where I went through everything with the same people. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So many of the students, just wasn't like people come and go, people
Mhm.
come and go. Same people, my friends, all my life. One guy, flaming. We would tell him, dude, we know you're gay. You're gay. We know you're gay. And another buddy of mine that he was always into drama, always into like arts and stuff. And no bullshit, older brother was a sports person, basketball, football. And when they would ask him to play sports, he would just tell them no. But the two of them together did not decide to come out as gay until they were adults.
Yeah.
You know,
No, but I could give you like countless examples.
yeah, my one buddy actually, as a gay man, had a job working for Rutgers College in New Jersey.
Yeah,
And
man.
his job, he was responsible for the well-being of the students. So
And
it was what he did for a long time. Did it for over 20 years, and then he moved on.
Right.
But he was very good at what he did. Very good at what he did.
Depends who you're asking.
Well, I mean, to open up his home in the middle of a power outage to tell Rutgers students, if you don't have power, I got power, you come to my house. And him
Probably
and his
had a glory
boy,
hole.
yeah, well,
But he had a
That's
camera or
why I
something.
just said that. No, that's a perfect example.
he was
You
just
know,
a very good person, is what I'm saying.
exactly. Yeah, exactly. And to stereotype, oh well,
I
he
know
was
Tom's
one of
just
the
being a
kids
smart
over
ass.
because he was gay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Tom
that's
Yeah,
probably
well, if
has
we
the
were in
glory
Las
hole.
Vegas, I'll tell you one thing. If we were in Las Vegas, I'd bet against it. You guys can live in your own fantasy worlds.
Yeah.
I bet he had a keyhole saw.
A keyhole saw. Jesus. I just gotta laugh.
No,
It's
I think the same thing. I always thought it was terrible that just because you were gay, they assumed you were a child molester.
oh, I
Oh,
know.
no, I totally
Until I
understand that.
started reading the
Yeah.
paper.
That's terrible.
That's awful. I know. Yep,
Same with lesbians, the whole bit.
exactly.
Multiple people that I went to school with because I was raised in the South, still in the South, but their fathers, a couple of them I know, and they were actually best friends. The kids I knew, fathers weren't best friends. Both of their fathers came out as gay, but it was after their kids were adults, and it was a little
No.
more
I know 2
acceptable.
women that got divorced after having kids and being married. That husband was on the down low.
I got a great story similar to that. I know a couple older than I am growing up, and the wife was very butch. He was very
Feminine.
but the weird part about him being feminine was he was a Marine. He was a correction
That doesn't
officer.
mean shit.
I know, but he was a correction officer, then he became police officer. And then basically, married 2 kids, Wife caught him in a hotel room sleeping with a guy.
Oh yeah, Rock Hudson gave the best head in Hollywood for 30 years.
Hey, there you go.
Yep.
Hey,
What
I
about
like Rock Hudson.
Stephanie, I want to ask you this. You know, you talk about this, and you seem like I would describe it as being like good answers, but it doesn't seem to bother you, and you seem to go along with what we say with how people get there, and it's no big deal and this kind of thing. But if you'd ever had like your husband,
Uh-huh.
and it had come out later on after you were married that he sucked a couple dicks,
Right.
would this have changed the way you felt towards him?
As a person now, no, not at all.
Okay.
If I felt like if it happened, when we got divorced at 30, and at 31 I found out, then back then it might have, but not now, no.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah.
How about you? Yeah, man, if you had a buddy of yours and you were drinking one night and he divulged that, does it change your feelings towards him?
Probably not.
Okay.
I had a best friend, and him and I go out drinking and stuff like that, and go crash in his basement at his parents' house. I woke up one time, he's freaking stark naked. I just got up, put my clothes on, and left. I wasn't naked, but the whole point of it was he was naked, and he was drunk though.
Yeah.
Then I had another friend of mine, no bullshit. He basically lived in the same apartments as I did. We worked together, but he had a problem with being late all the time coming to work. So I had a key to his apartment, Tom. And he'd say, listen, if you come out to go to work, my car's still here. Get the key and come wake me up. So he's living in a bungalow. No, it's not a bungalow. He's living in a townhouse where the second story is the bedroom. The first story is the kitchen and the living room. So I come in through the door. I go right up the stairs, and I go right up to him. And he's in bed sleeping. And I go, Vic, get up. Got to go to work. Because he knew. He was at the bar. It was late. He was still kind of drunk. He jumps out of his bed underneath his covers. He's stark naked. He chases me out of the house. Stark naked. And I just laughed. And then I got to work, and he was like, don't tell anybody about that. And I just laughed at him. It's more funny of the situation, waking up and going, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Nothing happens, but it's just funny. Go out drinking with your buddy and you wake up next morning. It's his house. And he's just stark naked.
Rita says she's known gay men with regular voices now. Yeah, me too. I'm talking about the ones that are not and how obvious it is. And that's just what was in the cards.
I mean, there's some that are flaming, and then there's some
Yeah,
that just don't put
right.
it out there.
Right. Yeah.
I know in the 80s, I remember growing up, and my mom was on the rescue squad, and she knew, certain men that were single for so long. Well, she knew why.
Mm-hmm.
She knew that the guy was gay,
I
things like that.
there's a good article that just came out in Fortune. It says humanity is on a rapid path to oblivion. Billionaire investor Bill Ackman urges Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk to stop amplifying hate for dollars. And it's well, what they're talking about is they're wondering if social media mongos Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are at fault for dialing up the world's collective temperature just to earn a quick buck. They said
I
that,
think Zuckerberg does for sure.
yeah, it says fellow
He's getting caught
billionaire
doing it.
and Wall Street investor Bill Ackman blames the duo, along with TikTok CEO, for stoking divisions along racial, ethnic, religion, and generational divides in ways that serve to dehumanize the suffering and deaths of innocents.
I'd like to see some proof of that. I mean, they can't be doing it any worse than the media.
The algorithm on TikTok that's promoted in the United States is totally different than the algorithm in
TikTok's Chinese.
in China?
Yeah, and they're promoting and they're pushing this feminist agenda towards men on TikTok in the United States.
Well, it says right here, it says TikTok should probably be banned. A foreign government should.
Yeah.
not be in
They were
control
thinking
of
about it,
minds.
Well,
but it was for spying.
Trump,
not
yeah,
influence.
Trump was trying to get an American company to purchase it for the effect of the stealing of our information.
I don't know
of
if
Americans.
Trust the Bill Ackman guy. He runs a hedge fund, so he's also, he's up.
Manipulating.
Yes, he's manipulating. Now,
Well,
some of what he says is probably not wrong,
I know
but
for a fact, prior to the acquire of Twitter, Elon, the certain group don't really like him now because it's been kind of pushed that he's not necessarily liberal.
yeah.
Right.
So, however you want to look at that,
I like Elon Musk personally.
I do too, very much. I actually keep messaging him to let me know which AI stock trade to use, so I'm not using the wrong one and getting ripped off.
Thanks,
you know
Conan.
what I'm talking about. He's promoting that stock AI stock trading thing,
Yeah.
and guarantees, But when you scroll through TikTok or you scroll through Instagram, there's multiple different variations, and they're all trying to sell it to you. And I don't want to decide, oh, let me pick this one, and they're using his picture, and it's not the correct one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a name for that now.
Yeah, he's got one out there. He claims that you put so
Yeah.
much in, you're going to get so much out of it. So
Don't go on Reddit and follow Wall Street Bets or anything like that.
well, that's what I noticed. A lot of these links are taking you to groups.
Oh yeah,
And when you read it,
Telegram or Discord groups. are
Yeah,
big.
and it's telling you that they're actually taking your information through Instagram or whatever, and they're auto-filling things, whatever the hell they were calling it. I could pull it up and find out for sure. But yeah, it's showing how if you're signing up for this, they're using your information,
Yep.
and I don't go for that.
Look at this, Tom. I'm snowed in.
Wow. I'm jealous. How
Where's
many
he
inches?
at?
How many? Indiana.
It's
Oh,
9 inches.
Wow.
Of course. Hear
9
that?
inches, that's right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like a good snowstorm, but that looks like more of like bothersome than anything you're going to do in it, isn't it?
I'm hanging out in my van.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
I'm testing the heaters and the voltage on the.
Are you down by the river?
Is it electric heat?
No, it's a diesel heater that exhausts out the bottom, has its own, exhaust, but then it pumps the heat.
Are you in a tractor trailer?
Sprinter van.
Hey, Dave,
okay.
how is that exhaust going out there pretty good?
Yeah, see, I got all the. I don't know if you can see, but I got all the panels there, and then underneath the seat, it's oh dang it!
The link is on the screen, by the way, Rita. So all you got to do
Rita?
is
I
type
didn't
in
see
the
her.
link.
Oh, okay.
It's on the bottom of the screen.
The batteries are underneath there.
Would
then
you
the-
try to join the chat? Join the
The heater's right there,
Oh, that's cool.
but
there. It
That's
is.
cool.
I'll put it out there.
trying to make sure everything works before I take it out, that I have enough voltage on the solar panels and batteries.
Oh, solar panels. You're not going to have it up there all the time.
I ran it Saturday night when it was like, I don't know, 45, and I had the windows down and ran it nonstop, and it barely dropped any of the voltage, but I have 400 amp hours of power, so it's
Interesting.
quite a
So you-
bit.
So you do the van life stuff, like I always see people on
Oh, cool,
YouTube
cool.
doing that.
No, not really, but
Oh.
it's just in the winter after caving, and we get pretty dirty and covered in ticks, and it'd be nice to have a place to shower and
Oh, yeah.
stay warm. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey,
It's kind of
Are the ticks on the way to the cave or in the cave?
no, nothing really lives in those caves besides spiders, salamanders, but no, it's always we'll get covered hundreds of those little baby ticks on the walk there.
Huh.
Huh.
Don't you put bug spray on?
It doesn't help them any.
Yeah,
Wow.
I was gonna say a lot of bug spray doesn't even always help me. I think it's dependent on well, a lot of the spray sucks, but it's also maybe dependent on your skin tone.
You got to watch that bug spray. That'll fuck up like plastic on your watch and your glasses and shit.
Yep.
Well, that and we're usually gone for a week at a time where we're in the middle of nowhere with nowhere to shower and stuff. So, if there is ticks on you, they're gonna bite you because you're not washing them off. So that got kind of old. That's why I built the van so we can at least shower and stuff while we're on the road.
That's
Now, when does that cave exploring trail off for you?
I guess when am I going to be done with it, you think?
No, I mean, do you do it all year long?
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's, a lot of them are closed, right now until April because they're considered binoculums for the white nose disease and the bats.
Yeah.
So, that's where they hibernate and whatnot. So you're not
Right.
supposed to be in there, but, there's still quite a few of them that are just anyone can go in.
Jabo wanted to know if you were worried about Lyme disease.
That's what
Uh,
I was gonna ask.
Yeah, yeah. That's
we
a good
check
question.
ourselves pretty good at night because they say the chances of getting that in the first 24 hours is pretty slim. They have to be swallowed in you pretty good for a while. But yeah, no, I have quite a few buddies that have gotten it, so I mean it's possible.
I watch
Huh.
some people. Yeah, that'll mess you up.
Every time that I do have one that's in me pretty good, that seems like it's been there a while, we always save them. Whether there's one in like Hannah's hair on her that we pull out, we save them in case we start feeling sick. You can bring that in and they can test it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. That wouldn't do it. You could offer me $1 million at the end of a cave and I wouldn't go in it.
I watched some of them cave. That guy who goes out with his son. Oh my goodness, there's some crazy caving I've watched.
I've only done the ones like that, the famous ones like Carlsbad
Yeah, me
Caverns.
too, me
Technically,
too.
it's a cave.
Yeah, me too. Did they turn off the lights for a few seconds and you're in there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pitch
Cool.
black.
I like the giant. They had like the elevator thing that went down really fast. I'll always remember that because I love. It's like almost like an amusement ride.
Tom, have you ever seen the guy that bought the Cerro Gordo mine?
No.
Brent,
I guess that's his name.
yeah, we're supposed to go out there.
Now I've been following that guy on YouTube since he started the channel when he first bought that when he had basically no subscribers.
Mhm.
And I've watched that guy grow. It's just amazing.
Ghost Town Living.
Yeah, yeah. You sit there and go, "Oh, could have been me."
But what are they hoping? What's this guy doing with this mine?
It ain't about it. It's unbelievable content came out of it. Is what it
He
is.
wants to restore it, the town.
Yeah, but the town's burned. He's had problems,
Yeah.
big time problems. But just the content of him going down in that cave,
900 feet.
yeah, different levels, and there's people that actually have to come in from the city, or the city itself from outside of where he
Yeah,
is the way I mean it, to help him go down and lower him in that basket, and to be there for the 8 hours to bring him back up, and it's just amazing the
Fuck
content.
that.
Yeah, you ain't getting me to go in no cave in the dark, and oh my god, the light goes out, you can't see.
Tom, did you post the link? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I
it's
did.
still
I did.
up. Oh,
When
Yeah,
you
okay.
I
posted it, Tom, did you pin it to the top by any
Yeah, I
chance?
did. I did.
Okay, it
Oh,
should be
okay.
there then.
I saw it because I have
I'll
the
tell
comments.
you. It's,
Yeah, that
it's
cave
not, I
thing. I
don't,
don't, it's like anything, though. It's hobbies, I mean, it
A
doesn't do
couple
much
months
for me.
ago, we were in one for 34 hours. It was pretty cool.
Well, what do you get out of it, really?
I don't really get much out of the like regular caving where you're just squeezing through holes and stuff. Hannah likes that, but the rappelling down in the pits that are 600 feet deep,
Yeah.
it's cool, and you get halfway up and you just feel like you're gonna die and you can't make it. More of a mental thing, man. Just pushing yourself.
Yeah.
so let me ask you a question. Once you get in there 600 feet, how do you get out?
Climb the rope, man.
Yeah, climb back up.
See, that's the
Climb back.
part that don't make sense to me. Why am I going to go in a cave and slowly put myself into it deeper and deeper and deeper, expel all this energy, and now go, okay, I got to climb out now up this rope. That's the part where I'm going to die.
It's kind of like people that climb mountains or rappel cliffs, except they're out in the open.
And
Not
those people that fall die.
Yeah.
How about the underwater cave guy?
And the guy in the cave that breaks his leg dies.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, the
we've
guy
been
that falls
Everybody
off a
else
mountain dies too.
dies. Yeah, yeah.
we've been in a few where if you got hurt and couldn't move, you're done. There's nobody coming to get you.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I've watched and seen.
Mm-hmm.
Remember
even
those
the-
kids? I think they were Thai kids. They all had to swim.
Yeah, I
under-
watched all of those documentaries,
Fuck that.
Tom. Disney even made a documentary. That was
Yeah.
crazy.
They could have sealed a shotgun in a bag and floated it to me. That'd have been fine.
Was that the one that Elon Musk called the people that were
Faggot.
trying to save it? Oh, pedophiles.
Yeah,
not-
pedophile. Yeah,
Which that was wrong. I don't
Yeah.
understand what was going on there.
he probably didn't like him for some other reason, or he'd been drinking.
You know how
Rob-
they got those
Maybe
kids out of
Amber
that
Heard
cave?
was over that night.
Yeah, I know how they got him out of there.
They doped them up.
He absolutely does drugs. That's for sure. So
Who's that?
Yeah,
Elon.
yeah, doped him up. They did. They
He smokes
tranquilized
weed.
him.
He smoked weed with Joe Rogan. That's the only drugs he's done. He's been tested now through SpaceX because of the government.
I bet he did.
Well, I
mushrooms.
know, but he's done other things absolutely because there's been some other people that were
Well-
connected to him.
Hey, it is what it is.
Well, I don't really care personally.
I'm
I don't-
happy my name
don't
ain't on
care
no
either.
Epstein list.
I bet he sucked a couple dicks along the way.
You
to
never
get where
know.
he is.
Couple 9-inchers.
Thank you,
9
Dave.
inches.
Thank you. Can always count on Dave. Now he just strikes me as not
Well,
like totally.
When they talk
like-
about Hollywood and what goes on and a lot of crazy stuff with young actors and
he just
man.
he just seems like a guy that'd rather like work on an air conditioning unit for a model 20 years from now than like drink and laugh and have fun with women. He's just a little odd that way to me.
Well, most of his kids are all via IVF.
Oh, they are.
Yes.
I think he's I think he's more of like an engineer type personality.
yeah, it's what he is.
Yes, yeah.
Exactly what he is.
Yeah, but it isn't like, you know, there's
He's a
engineers out there that
mechanical
like
engineer.
girls and romance and
But they're
banging out
how
ass.
they come off is just a little bit different and like analytical and stuff.
I think he's at least a little bit autistic. And he'd probably agree with that.
Yeah, I think you're right. But see, that's the thing. We've talked about this like every time we've autism's come up.
There you go. He has Asperger's.
I'm still
Yeah.
not that
Sure.
supposedly they don't use that as a diagnosis. That word is a
No,
diagnosis.
no,
anymore.
they don't anymore. You're either higher functioning. It's just
I still don't know
spectrum.
what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, everybody says a spectrum. You don't know whether this guy's starting his own car company with electric batteries or wearing a diaper every day. I mean, I don't get the spectrum thing still.
Well, like lower spectrum is literally because I dealt with autistic kids growing up. Lower spectrum is they
But what
usually have
is
the
it if-
function of like a 2 or 3 year old.
If
Maybe
you did an
if
MRI or
that.
whatever, however you could test, what's once they're born and once they're out there and you've done every modality possible, and they're still that way. I mean, what's going on in there for this spectrum to be this broad?
Who knows? It may change in the future because psychology is still.
But it's
Wow.
not. But it's like hardwired genes, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
you're not,
there's-
you're not
they've-
thinking,
They've
you
said
know-
autism is usually connected to it's genetic a lot of times.
right? But I'm just wondering, like, I mean, it seems like when you like, but it is genetic. But like when you hear Michelle tell a story, just think where her son would be without these programs.
It was, yeah. I mean, the programs were definitely, I would say, they helped him out. It helped him out tremendously as far as his speech and
hmm
And
everything
here's
else.
something I want to ask you straight out on this. As far as your son having Asperger, I know, I mean, your son being on the spectrum, Michelle, and you love him, and I get all that, right? You want the best for him, the whole
Right.
big deal. But really deep down, when you're laying in bed thinking at night and like, and this concerns you and you're worried about him, I mean, maybe not you so much, but maybe his dad. I mean, what's the big thing that causes the most concern? That they're not pulling a bra off in the 11th grade onto the football bench, that you're not going to have a wedding or grandkids? What's the major big difference that's
My-
occurred to you thinking about this all these years? And are you disappointed or are you just happy with the way it's going to be?
So basically, as a parent and everything, you want your child to be successful and happy in life. And that's what was my main goal with the doctors, scientists, and I always made sure I'm like, I wanted him to be successful, independent, and be able to live his life. That was my goal for him. Not necessarily he has to do what everybody else is doing. Like, oh, if he's not, taking bras off by the time he's 16, or
That's my man. That's my standard.
well, no, but right, but everybody's different, and like, so like, I just want him, if that's what would make him happy, do you see where I'm going?
That's
with
what
this?
I'm getting at.
I
Would
wanted
that make him happy?
I wanted him to have as much of a normal life as possible and to live his life to his full potential. That's what I wanted for him,
Uh-huh.
so.
That
Hey,
sounds,
Elizabeth.
that sounds about right from everyone I've heard that has kids with whatever type of disabilities.
But I just wonder, and then maybe
focus on
not,
that.
it's a bad question to ask the mother, but with the dad and stuff, I'll give you an example. I got a religious kook build my house, and I fuck with him constantly. And I asked him today, I said, no, he's got a good looking kid, blonde hair. He's taking acting lessons. They're homeschooling, blah, blah, blah. I said, hey, I want to ask you something. He said, yeah, right. Oh, what now? I said, when old Junior's out there finger banging a cheerleader 5 years from now on his finger on the way home, is that my boy? Or is he going to get a beating for not listening to the biblical passages that your wife chained him to the dining room table about? He said, that's a good question. So you can't have it both ways, is my
He's
point.
experiencing life.
So there's nothing wrong with
Hey, now.
I mean, those are all personal things that families have to deal with and discuss, and it's not like really because like everybody's different and every kid is different. So I mean, it's one of
I don't have
those
any
things
sons.
where-
Thank God I don't have any sons.
But from a dad to a son, I mean, it's a joke, but it's also like, if you want your kid never leaving the house and going
No.
through a 55-gallon drum of peanut butter.
Well,
Or-
this is what I wanted
Maybe.
for him, was to be able to start his own. This is what my concern was for him as a child, is to basically be able to eventually having his own life, like
Well,
going
what
off.
comes with that, though. I mean, in other words, he's going to be put into the bone to any of these women. Is there any indication of that at all?
Yeah,
I mean,
Do you
caught him
ever
jacking
watch
them up.
American Pie?
Well,
Maybe American Pie.
Playboys under the bed, any of this shit?
That's all normal.
I mean,
Amen.
I mean,
I'm
as long as
That's
he's equipped,
all normal. The
Equip-
movie American Pie completely normalizes
I'm
all
just
of it.
I'm just saying that
Yeah, but that
Um,
movie now is 25 years old.
Absolutely, right. But it normalized everything. That's exactly what guys have always done.
No, but here's the thing for the band. Now, I can talk to man, and we can talk as two guys.
Yep.
We can be having a beer, and I can be talking about finger banging a cheerleader.
I can talk as a guy too, but
Oh, okay. Okay, well, join us. And we kind of laugh, and that's my son. And I just wonder the female version of this. Is this like
girls don't do that. I don't. Not
Let me tell
girls
you,
I
in,
know.
in,
When I
the
was-
in the factory, the vocabulary out of a woman's
Hey,
mouth is dirtier than the vocabulary out of a man's mouth.
My
I
man.
walked up on a group of women,
Hey,
and
Cody.
I was embarrassed when one was asking the other one about sucking dick.
Yeah.
And
oh,
I was
yeah.
embarrassed and totally like about faced and walked away.
Now this is now. That's not 25 years
No,
ago.
this is
When-
5 years ago.
when I would
Right.
when I
In a
would sit down
factory
and
setting.
talk to my son, I would talk to him about how to treat women. It wasn't
How old
necessarily
is your
we didn't really
son?
talk about sex and finger banging and whatever else. I told him he needs to watch it with younger women.
No, but are David,
He needs to get an apple pie.
are man, Dave, and I wrong for smiling when we found out this happened and not being upset about it? Or are we just being typical straight males that fucking A?
Hey, my dad told me when I was 15 years old, make sure you put something on it. He
Well,
didn't tell
yeah.
me. He didn't tell me what my grandmother told me. Because if
But
I
see, these are the.
if I
This
did
is
what
the.
my grandmother told me,
See-
I'd be treating every woman
Oh,
as
wait.
if they were my sister.
all I told him,
And you don't
this
want
is-
to bang your sister.
and this is sound advice.
That's weird.
Well, that's a good thing.
Is watch how you treat young women, because it comes around to cause problems in your life, and that's a fact.
Absolutely.
If you treat young ladies like shit,
Well,
and it
how
doesn't mean
old are
like,
you?
oh,
Though?
Yeah, but
because
you're
you guys were
missing the
making
point
out,
here.
that doesn't
You're
that
missing
doesn't
the point.
There's an
that has
age
nothing to
thing,
do with
though.
that. That's
I
all
totally-
I was on.
I
We're not
totally
saying
agree
that.
with you.
That's a
I
whole
don't-
other chapter. We're
I
not
don't-
talking about mistreating women and not treating them nice. We're talking about being married
Sex.
and finding out our sons.
Right.
Yeah.
Finger banged a girl, and we get that shit-eating grin, and yeah, man and I are slapping high fives.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
you don't have a child, Tom.
How old
No,
is
it
your
isn't.
son?
Put
Hey,
yourself
like in
that
the movie The
situation.
I
Goonies.
haven't met him yet.
The movie The Goonies, at the end of the movie, the cheerleaders kissing the older boy, and the parents are all standing there, and the girlfriend and the mother looks at her husband and says, "Let her mother worry about it."
Amen.
I don't
Absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
don't want to know about my son's sex life. I mean, maybe he talks about it with his dad and they all get
No,
off.
I'm talking
on it.
about normal childhood behavior, and you're talking about French finishing school.
Yeah. How old is your son?
No, my son is going to be 20, but
Oh.
the point of the matter is, we never had I never had family discussions about sex.
Is he
or
is
what
he
I
good
was
on the
doing
up and
behind
up and all
closed
that?
doors. And that was okay. You know, sometimes some parents just don't talk with their
Some
kids
parents
about certain
choose to
things.
leave it for the school system to explain to your child about
No,
the
no,
disease
no, no,
and
no,
how
no,
to read
no,
and how to reproductive organs
no,
work.
no, 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 no.
And the difference is, I'm 50, so when I went to high school, when I went through sex ed, there were men and boys and girls in that.
We didn't
class.
have
Yes,
sex ed.
there
When my mom and
was.
dad went, it
The
was my
priest
dad
taught
with
us.
boys and my mom with girls, and it was separate. I hope the priest didn't teach you anything.
Oh
No.
yeah, no. Yeah, well, I liked his cologne. That was about it. I was in 5th grade in the
Oh,
Catholic school
Okay.
with sex education.
no, we didn't. I never had sex education.
We did in 5th grade at,
That's right.
at our Catholic school,
We didn't.
and
I remember as a young kid asking my dad what a blowjob was, and he told me to ask my mother.
I didn't learn anything from it. We just were
I
mortified.
remember overhearing, just being a kid and teenager, whatever, and not knowing that my mother never knew what a blowjob was.
Oh, bullshit.
I'm sure that my mother did.
No. You got to understand the type of upbringing some people went through.
Yeah,
No,
some
I don't
people-
believe
And
it.
my mother,
No, I
my mother,
I believe it.
Oh, bullshit.
virgin, married my father, and
Right,
Tom,
that
there are people
happened.
who aren't like you out
Because
there.
all the
okay?
different,
Not
Yeah,
everybody-
bullshit. Yeah, fucking 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
My mom is
75
94 years old, and my dad died 7 years ago, and they were still going at it.
I don't believe that either.
Listen,
she's
that's
94
true because
years
my
old.
75-year-old buddy always talks to me about collecting the love insurance.
Yeah.
He's 75 years
Yeah.
old. You got to treat him right and collect that love insurance.
No,
Listen,
it,
love
it
insurance is gonna
happened
be all
big
paid
time.
up. We go hang out. Like you see my videos, Tom. I go out with the old guy. If you watch my content, I go out with the old guy, the mayor.
And you're
Mayor's
50.
always talking about he's
No, but
75-year-old man. He's a father figure.
What I would always tell my son basically was,
It's not like we got some
Be
gambling
honest.
shit going on here.
be honest with the girls, treat them right,
Oh, absolutely.
like, and you should be okay. But like, if you don't go around playing head games with women, young ladies out there to hurt them or anything, like just have good
We're not
intentions.
talking
Well, and
about
I would
that.
say that
That's
your
not
son
what we're
would
talking about, right?
your son, right?
Damn
But
it.
your son should have learned from example from you and your husband. So I hope he did. I mean,
But I mean with
I'm
kids,
fucking talking about younger,
I know.
straight.
It's not talking right.
right? But he asked me like what I would tell my son, like what we would talk about and everything.
Would you feel good deep down that you
Well, a
found
mom's not going to talk with her son about.
So
No,
here's
down
how
and
Tom,
dirty. I
I
mean,
think he's trying to
there's-
put it. You're realizing that your son's 18, 19 years old, and that he's got a girlfriend.
Right, and they're probably
and
going to have
that-
sex
and that,
and
you
everything.
know,
Right,
and I'm
He got
happy
laid.
about it.
He got
Right.
laid.
right.
It would be
So-
too late
so-
now to
so
teach
now-
him anything.
No,
I
it's not
mean,
about teaching him anything, but are you happy for him?
Well,
I'm here.
Michelle, my sister, my
Oh,
sister,
that's Michelle.
found,
Okay.
she found out my nephew had sex because she found the evidence.
There you go.
Awesome.
I'm happy if he's having sex and everything. I'm
Well,
happy
he
for him.
was,
I don't
he
want to
was
know
7.
about his sexual
Oh, I
encounters,
know.
but like
She
it's very
called me.
important. It's very important
She
to let
called you
him.
bragging.
But it's also good for him to know that while he's having sex and whatever else with women and girls, to also put the respect factor and stuff and how he's treating them afterwards and beforehand and everything.
Well, and that's what I'm saying
That's
to
what
you
all
is
it all
that
boils into one
started
big thing.
that started when he was a year old, when either your husband or his dad or whatever treated you with respect. That's where he's going to get that from,
Right.
and
But
hopefully that's what happened.
sometimes they need a reminder, especially when they're teenagers and their
Well, yeah,
hormones are going all over the
smack him
place. And
upside
that's
the head.
like
Right.
you know,
Well,
what,
Michelle,
Right.
what happened was she found, okay, he borrowed her car and he went out on a date with this girl he had been seeing. And the next day, there was a blanket in the back seat and she found the evidence on the blanket. So that's when she had
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
And so that's when she sat him down and talked to him about, being careful because she was divorced from Caleb's dad, and so that's when she
yeah.
had to talk with him about you got to make sure that you don't have a baby
Yeah.
when you're 18 years old.
I don't care if you're divorced
and tell him to clean up
or
after himself.
the dad's gone or whatever. This boy needed a positive
Oh,
figure
yeah.
in his
No,
life.
oh, no.
And
Yeah, and then afterwards she calls me and we're laughing and she's telling me everything she is talking to him about, and I'm going, oh my god.
Jabo, I like what Jabo's typing, that she can't imagine like high-fiving her son about like, see, that's exactly like, I'm not gonna like high five.
Oh
I'm not gonna be like,
no.
yeah, boy, I'm glad that, I mean, I'm
Oh,
happy for him.
I don't think Tom was putting it as,
no, he wasn't. He
the
was getting
child,
some dirtier shit.
the child knows. I think it's more about the adults knowing that the 17, 18-year-old son got laid or something, and he's high-fiving his buddies, meaning his adult buddies.
Thank you.
The
Well,
adult,
that's
the
fine.
45, 50-year-old adults go, yeah, I know my son's got that hot girlfriend. I just realized he's been hitting that off for the past 3 months.
Well, also what I told him to do,
That's
there's
what he's
another,
kind of saying.
here's another sound advice that I told my son is to keep his sex life as private as possible, because that can
From
also
his
come back
buddies.
at you
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Except
Don't-
with
Especially
don't piss
nowadays
and
with
tell.
young girls.
except
My
with the-
daughter my youngest 18-year-old daughter just started dating a boy about 2 months ago. He's 20, she's 18. I wanted to ask because they stay at each other's houses. I mean, we're like 35, 40 minutes away from where he lives, but they stay in their bedrooms. And my 18-year-old, this is her first boyfriend, like first encounter.
And whose house is it?
Mine.
And you're allowing it.
Well, yeah, but my other daughters did this.
Here, I have a question.
I trusted them.
When you were 18, were you?
Oh
allowed
my
to do
God,
that?
hell freaking no. Oh my God,
Exactly.
they were not even allowed toward the third stair up to the upstairs.
I dated a woman
I know, but
at one point.
for
that
some
had a
reason I
daughter that-
trust them.
to
I
your
don't know.
grandmother.
Yeah.
Then the
Michael,
trust is
get
like,
out the
well, I thought I could
condoms.
trust you guys. You didn't know you use condoms?
Well,
I'm
yeah. no.
I'm allowing you to go in that room together, and now this is the circumstances.
And I know
they
I
find
know.
out they can't afford it, they can't pay for it, and you're paying for it.
Well, I can't
Grandma's
afford
paying.
her horse saddle right now per month. And then I'm gonna get a baby. No, I
But
mean
you see the point I'm making.
they're
So
at
I-
his
I-
house tonight,
yeah,
and
but-
that those parents allow it also.
Yeah, they're both of these are allowing it.
I know.
See, I
But
dated,
my
I
other
dated,
daughters,
I dated a woman who had the same predicament. She lived. It's just the funniest situation. I date this woman, and this is going back over 10 years ago. She had her daughter living in the house and her mother, who was 70 some years old.
yeah,
The mother was pissed off
my
that
mother
the
would be
daughter
mortified.
was allowing the granddaughter to take the boyfriend in the
Oh, yeah,
bedroom and close the
absolutely.
door and spend the
Yep.
night and do all of this.
My
And here to
coworker
find
said
out,
that
oh
too.
no, here to find out the only one paying the bills in that house was the mother, and the
Hmm.
grandmother was helping.
Yep,
And
me
I
too.
told the mother, you're not a bad parent if you tell your daughter that this is not happening no more. And on
You
top
know,
of that, you're going to pay me to live in my house from now on if
well,
you even
yeah,
think this is going to go on because you're this age. If not,
yeah,
you can get your own apartment and go. The woman was more afraid she was going to hurt her daughter's feelings than anything.
well, that's what
Meanwhile, the
my
son,
oldest daughter did this. And I
yeah,
reamed out the boyfriend. Now, she's 32 now. I reamed out the boyfriend's parents years ago about this. And I just got laughed at. And then my middle daughter is 26, did some of the same stuff. So now my 18-year-old daughter, okay,
they think you're
am I?
just naive.
I know,
Like you
but
don't know what's going on.
they've all been really good, and none of them even want kids,
Well,
much
that's
less.
good, but it's just the whole point.
I
Just like
know it's respect.
yeah,
Yeah,
I learned that was respect. That you don't bring my girlfriend over
yeah.
to my parents' house and bang her in my bedroom.
But we have a really, really tiny house here, so like they have nowhere else to hang out.
That's not
Like
your
that.
problem.
I
That's why there's
know.
hotel rooms. That's why people got jobs,
I
and why
did.
people, if you really want
I
it
know.
that bad, you can go get a hotel room with your boyfriend or your girlfriend, and then they're two consenting adults that are 18,
I did.
19.
I
and they're
did tell her like a month ago. I said, if you're gonna do this, do not do it 10 feet from my and dad's bedroom.
well, yeah, but that's the whole thing. It's happening.
It's gonna happen, but I just don't even know what. I'm just mortified in myself. Like I can't believe this.
That's how we all got here,
So-
by the way.
Yeah.
yeah. But like the women are saying, Tom, we don't want to talk about it. That's the thing. You go to certain cultures and sex is just thrown all over the place,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But here it's like,
well, we should get back to what Tom wants to hear
But then
about.
as
What
soon as
is
you
I
get,
don't mind
but
talking
as
about
soon
it.
as you get married, Tom, then where's my grandchildren?
No, I'm not getting any. I'm not
Children
getting
out of
any.
wedlock at 18, 19, 20 years old, and then they can't afford them, or they're both going their separate ways, and she's stuck with the kid, or whatever. I have a friend of mine. He got royally screwed over. Woman had 2 kids, acting like she's in love. Next thing you know, she's living in his house with her 2 kids, pregnant with a third. That baby was born. That chick put her 2 kids and that baby in the car and disappeared to Ohio.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Did she have something better there?
No, the point was she was using him. And now she's got a
God.
baby.
Well, I don't know what woman would want an extra baby
It's
to
just
handle.
money.
I don't get that.
Money.
Oh, so he'll pay her, but she could have to take him to court for all that.
It's just the point. It's all going on right now. And
Oh my God.
he ain't falling for it. And he's actually told his father, that's my kid, and the kid will wind up with me. He's going to make sure she don't get that kid.
Oh my
He ain't
God.
gonna
But
be put in
she's
that-
still
luck.
got to go through all that.
Yeah, good luck, right? It's going to
She's
be court
putting
ordered.
him through it. She caused it herself.
Yeah. Right. I'm
know.
saying, why would a woman want to put a new baby on top of everything else?
That's
I
her
agree with
bargaining chip.
Yeah, that's her bargaining chip.
Yeah,
and
but
paycheck.
I mean,
No,
they
no, 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 no.
require a
That's
lot
her
of work.
bargaining chip and paycheck.
They
Because
require
when
a
you
lot
look
of
at it, when
money.
it comes to men,
That's
when
crazy.
it comes to men, and it comes to divorce rates, and it comes to alimony, and it comes to child support, the man is in a loss, big time.
Who could think of that? stuff?
Always.
Depends.
There's women out there. Why do you think you have so many people in state assistance? I
I
don't care
know,
what
but
color they are.
it takes a while to get through the system.
Takes a long time to get through the system. And on top of
Yes,
that, it's a
Still,
lot of fucking money to
still.
raise
it
them.
is, and a
Yeah,
lot
but
of work
some
to
Yeah.
people will
raise.
rather have multiple children, some women, and just take the child support, and there it is.
Usually they don't even get
That's
married a lot of times when that
That's
goes
crazy.
true
on.
too. That is true too.
That's crazy to me.
But
Yeah.
it's just the way it
And I
is.
know my girls
Man,
are not
the
thinking
man
that way.
winds up with the short end of the stick,
Well,
95%
yeah.
of the time.
They've changed. Some of that's changed over the years depending on where you live. If you live in a bigger metropolitan area, it depends on the judge, obviously. Usually, a lot of times, you get 50-50 if the man even just tries to go to court.
I would think a judge could read that.
Yeah. Typically, that's how it goes nowadays. It's much different than it was years prior.
Yeah, where they just granted everything to the
Yeah.
woman, but
Usually,
oh
they've
my
they've
God.
shown sometimes a lot of men, because of shit in the past that's gone on, they feel like, why bother? Because they feel like they're not going to get custody, so they don't even bother. But they've
Right,
shown
but
that if they bother, then and try to go to court, then usually it works out to 50-50 or something similar.
I get that, but I just, as a woman, that would just require too much work of myself to go through
Same
all
here.
of that. My God.
I wouldn't.
Like,
I don't even have
hell no.
kids,
I've
but
witnessed
I
it
wouldn't.
though.
Oh yeah,
You think you'd ever have
it
one?
can happen.
You ever have any?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No,
You have no kids.
no.
Aw,
I have a cat.
I don't want
good for
Don't
you.
either.
I work with a woman that has no children. She's like in her late 40s and she's miserable.
Well, I don't think
She
that'll be
wanted
me.
I know
them.
more that have that are more miserable than she is.
More what?
Miserable.
That
Most
have
people I
kids.
know that had kids, you get them a few beers and it's like then just nothing more unhappiness. than happiness.
Everybody, no matter
Really?
if you have
Yeah.
children or not, everybody has a different opinion on it. Like I work with a guy has no children at all, and he tries to tell you should have X amount of dollars in the bank and this and that. And
Oh,
the people that
God.
have children go, the reason you have that money is because you have no children.
Well, that's true, but
Well, usually when
know.
people have children, they expect once you get older, then your children will help you out.
mm,
Not always, but a lot of parents expect
Not me
their
either, Stephanie.
children to
I mean,
help them out.
that's all because of your
I was gonna
lifestyle that
flip my
causes
camera
that.
for my doggy.
If you hit a certain
Here,
age
Bon
and you
Bon.
can't take care of
Oh.
yourself and you're relying on your children, then you did something wrong in your lifestyle.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd still help my
Yeah, buddy.
parents out. They're
Yeah,
fine.
but what's their circumstances? That's the
Well,
question. I mean,
true.
like Tom understands.
Here, go ahead, Bon.
I come from a
Go, buddy.
family of union workers, UAW. And
Yes.
my father just retired.
Electricians.
53 years. My father was a pipe fitter. And that was to answer your question earlier, Tom. The reason he worked all those years was because he was a pipe fitter.
Oh,
Right.
And
Yep.
he went
oh,
in and wait.
go ahead, Bonnie.
He
Get
would
it.
go in and wait for a call, go fix something, and go back to a Sudoku puzzle.
Mm.
You know. And that's
Is
what
What
it's
is
called.
he? Is your
Is his-
dad still alive?
Oh yeah, my dad's 75. He lives in Kentucky.
What does he think about the strike and the agreement?
Well, he knows that retirees have been screwed. I mean, I know I've been
Right,
screwed.
right.
I mean, if you're involved, like I was going to tell Tom, that's why I was coming up to talk to him about all of that too. But yeah, that's just
Hey,
his
you
whole,
weren't on here last week, and I want to ask you this too.
yeah,
You know anything about a G spot?
of course, of course,
You
I know
believe-
where the G spot is.
Most of you can't find it.
Elon's.
Oh, here we go.
I understand.
You believe it, Elizabeth?
Corvettes also have
Yeah.
pussy magnets.
Well, I'm ought to know, Tom. Do you?
Tom,
No,
you know
I
that?
agree, but there's women on here. There's 2 women on here now
Yeah,
that think it's a bunch of bullshit.
No, it's not.
that's not no bullshit.
I mean, it is.
I have this sheet on my
Sorry.
bed that absorbs water just so the mattress doesn't get ruined for those
My
reasons.
husband would flip out if he knew I was down here talking like this.
Yeah, but it's not like
This isn't
we're
vulgar.
not trying to get
No
pictures.
one's
of it.
saying anything vulgar about it, though. That's the
No,
thing.
I'm not. I'm
When you
not.
start
I'm
getting
not.
explicit,
Hey, so you
I've
do.
saying-
So you
I've
even
been
got
married 35 years, so.
you've even got the rubber sheet.
hell yeah.
You hear that?
If that's what keeps you from
I feel
ruining
like-
a mattress,
I feel like I've been like
what?
I've never I've never heard about this, and I just feel like it enlightened a little bit. Like I feel like I should have probably,
Michelle, you have a husband, right?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And is he the dad of your son?
no.
See, I don't want to
Okay.
get. We don't want to get
No, I just wanted to know. I
descriptive
didn't.
of
You
anything.
didn't want to know who hit it or who didn't, and if she's batting zero.
No, I just wanted to know. No judgment whatsoever. Seriously.
No, but it's interesting that we got a guy on here, and
That's right.
'cause
Dr.
honestly, I
Ruth.
thought there was one lady that was famous in porn that did it, and that
Yes.
was my only knowledge. And I never had a girl. I have one girl said she could show it to me.
I don't think you can show it.
She
Yeah,
was going
you
to show
can't,
me the results of it.
can't see it happen. You
She
see
was going to show me the results of it.
Well, yeah, the results.
I never like. I don't know. I just feel like it. I seriously feel like
Okay,
I'm
so
stupid
here
now.
would be a way to understand it. Okay,
All right, I'm gonna be weird here because I had to look this up. Are you talking about that porn star Cytheria?
I don't know what her name was. I remember.
Well,
this.
No,
what-
Fallon. Fallon. Go look
Well-
that up.
Look up Cytheria. Look up that one.
Hey,
I
but
mean-
how about this? Yeah, man.
yeah,
Is all that urine?
No.
no.
Sorry.
Well, where does it come from?
No, we did that study, so it is.
I mean, I think it has to do with it's similar, but there's no urine
Oh,
involved.
here, Nico. Say hi. Say hi.
But it's coming. It's coming. I don't. It ain't coming from your urethra.
Yeah,
I found
thank you.
Oh, it
the
does.
one you're looking for. She's older. She's 56.
Yeah, she's
The one I was looking up is that I'm aware
No,
of.
but she was famous for the
That
G-spot.
that might be her.
I mean, we'll end
She
up
got beat
talking
up
about
as
this an hour,
42.
and I still don't know any more about it than when we started.
Well,
How about this? Yeah, man. Are there women that have it that never experienced it?
yes,
Mm,
And is that because of poor lovers?
possibly.
no,
Oh,
Possibly.
Michelle. Oh,
I don't
Possibly.
think
No,
Because I'm
I-
going to tell you right now, I've always
No.
been with older women until the woman I'm with right now.
did you find it there? Strict gold.
Yeah, here, the one before, yeah.
Now, did you have to learn like how to do that? Is it something that you had to like
yeah,
learn? Or did
yeah,
it
it's
just
something.
happen?
It's something you have to know how to do to the woman, and then
it's a little intricate.
Okay,
and
I
then,
was
and then
just
it
won-
happens.
Huh.
Okay.
I'm just making my
Well,
coffee for the morning here.
I'm enlightened. Like I,
No. Yeah, but
I
wait.
thought that it was a myth.
It's okay. Well,
And-
I mean, I don't want to be explicit or say the wrong thing, but like he's talking about the finger banging part.
Mhm.
So that's
This
that's
is similar.
how it
Yeah,
gets
that
going.
doing that
Okay.
is pretty much
Is what
you're
has-
going to do
okay.
to cause
So-
a woman to do that.
Okay. So
But
it's
it's
not,
the technique and of how you do it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then there's certain parts of the woman's anatomy that inside that it's there,
So it's not your tongue.
and you massage it.
Not your tongue.
No, not your tongue. This is inside.
Oh, we're getting
It's
so much.
inside the body.
How deep?
I
Well, I
guess
If
think-
you look at my head moving,
they say it's up inside, past the vagina, on the top, behind the pelvic bone.
Oh.
She's shaking her head yes, because I'm correct. You are correct, sir. Yeah,
correct.
that's what it is. So,
Why is it so vague in reading materials?
I think it's very specific to.
I don't think everybody knew about it
To
for the
specific
longest
women.
time.
No,
Well, I
don't-
think there's some women that don't do that. Don't touch me there. Don't do that like that. I don't like that. I don't want that. Like
I think
there's
it's-
certain women
Boy,
that
do
want
they
to
regret it.
orgasm a certain way.
Little
and
do they know.
Yeah, little
Well-
did they know.
Well, yes and no. I think there's also physical anatomy where it might not be so.
Well, you never
There.
know. You might have a woman that don't want to be touched like that.
Right. Oh,
Is
And
this
some
violent?
people
Is this,
might
is
not
this,
find
is
it
this, is
pleasurable,
this
right?
violent?
So maybe
No, I don't
No.
think it's violent.
no.
Could a
It's like
girl do
you're
it with
talking about joking around about finding out that the 18-year-old kid was doing something with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And we're fist bumping. Yeah, my son, I couldn't believe.
Yeah.
The adults, like we were saying.
Yeah.
He could be doing it, not knowing he's doing it, and the girlfriend could be going crazy, loving it, and having multiple orgasms, and 18, 19-year-old, but they don't even know what they're doing to themselves or to each other
Look at Faye
Right.
only found
because
it once.
they're still experimenting.
Faye only found
Right,
it once. And she's
exactly.
like 50 something.
Exactly. Yeah.
This is interesting.
Just any woman that watches porn, all you can do is go
Yeah.
look it up, and you'll find it right
What happens
there.
if I don't want to find it?
Well,
I don't know
look
if I
for it.
want to pee. Like, I don't know if I
Who
want
said
Well,
to.
that?
that's
No,
where
you're not
that's-
peeing. You're not peeing. You're not peeing. So let me ask you a question.
Most of it on
When-
porn
when-
is
when-
pee, though.
Now,
That-
You
you
think?
don't
That's
know
golden
this.
showers.
One
like
person
Tom
study.
was saying earlier.
One person study.
Yeah.
I think didn't
I
we
mean,
do some
You're
research on-
creating. You're making the person very wet. Is what you're doing.
Okay.
Oh, what's
No.
it
That's
like?
really what
Yeah,
it
but I'm
is.
pretty
You're-
sure Skyball, didn't you say it was urine?
Yeah,
Yes,
it was like
it
your
is.
urethra or
The
something.
vast
like
majority of it is, but there's something weird about it too. But
I
It's
know about
liquid,
that.
though. It's
especially
clear.
when it comes to porn, the vast majority of porn stars will tell you right away they're peeing. That's because they
Well,
want
just to make it look good.
Yeah,
on
that's
it.
Yeah,
exactly.
but is that still the G spot?
in
Probably
porn.
not for them.
Okay, all right. Yeah,
No,
good answer.
no,
That's
no.
consistent. So
See,
they're
Rita's
they're
smart at
advertising
this.
it as
And
a
what
G.
I'm
Rita,
doing is not
you
porn.
need to come
so.
up here because you started this whole like
Who,
you have
Rita?
us like
Rita?
Tom and I like we were like
No,
wait a
Rita.
minute.
No, yeah, man is a great guy. We really needed you badly on this.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I mean, I'm just
Tom
happy.
needed you back.
I'm just happy
Rita,
I'm not
come on
getting
up here.
yelled at from another floor of the house. "Hey, goddamn, too loud down there. Shut the fuck up. Who the
Well,
hell are you talking
yeah,
to?
I just this is an awakening. Look at
How old are
Michelle.
you,
She's
John?
about ready to down a fucking bottle of Prozac tonight.
How old are you, Tom?
I placed Tom in his late 50s.
60s.
No, he said he's 67, right?
Are you
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess
He's a
looks
very
like I'm
young
out of the
old-
woods. I'm looking for that motherfucker.
He's a very young old man.
Rita. Is Rita on panel with us or no?
Yeah, great, man. I'm glad I was this ignorant about it all these years.
I told
don't wanna
you-
be, I don't want to be
Tom.
getting I don't want to be getting 9 inches of fluid.
Tom, oh God,
Well,
Tom, I told you I was
No.
funny, didn't
Yeah, thank you.
I?
Hey, I don't want to be getting rubber sheets in this bullshit.
Well, no, you don't have to do that.
Well,
You're
that's
right.
doing is saving you $1,000 on another mattress.
No, I agree.
And
No,
then
it's
when
like-
you're done, you just strip the bed and put on fresh
Oh
sheets.
Jesus!
And you're not
Look-
laying in a wet spot.
Look, this
I
guy
mean, that's
you're
all
a
it really.
professional.
you really got to go. through this?
Apparently, I think it's Johnny Holmes here.
Yeah, God.
No, I don't have AIDS.
Oh,
God.
yeah, but that wasn't how. I mean, that was a sad ending. To
That was sad because I understand like he died from it.
murder.
And
a
then
murder.
like I guess in the late 80s, early 90s,
Really?
there was
Yeah.
like
His
like
life
4 or
went
5
south.
Latino
Mm.
porn stars that all tested positive, like
Yeah.
in a little group or something. Do you know what I'm talking about? You remember
Yeah,
that?
I do.
And then all of
Hugh-
oh my God,
Hugh Hefner didn't die like that, did he? He
he
was all
died of
women.
AIDS. Yeah, Hugh Hefner died of AIDS.
No.
No, he
No, he
was
didn't.
like 90 when he
He,
died.
he
No,
was
he
like
did not.
91.
He didn't die
or
of
something.
AIDS,
Yeah.
did he?
No, I
No.
don't think so.
Oh,
Hold
not
on.
Hugh Hefner, not Hugh Hefner. I'm sorry.
I actually just watched a video. He was
the
in
other
there.
person, Rock Hudson. That's who I thought of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Rock Hudson.
Yeah.
But he was riding dicks most of the time.
Oh yeah.
Yes, he
yeah.
was.
Yeah.
All those guys were back then.
How about this? It almost seems like
My
the-
husband keeps saying that not Clark Gable, what's his face was doing that too. Oh God, the other, not Clark Gable, the the other actor from way back then, the real.
Well, look at what lucid dreaming said. Yeah, you know the way you guys explain it, though, I can kind of understand. Michelle, the way you are, I think even if you could find it 10 minutes from now, you may pass.
I mean, what?
What?
I mean, she's
Exactly.
been getting by without it, and I mean, I can see where it would be like maybe embarrassing under certain circumstances.
Yeah. I mean,
What's embarrassing?
Just shooting, 9 out, half a Coke can full of clear fluid all over a sheet.
Okay. Blech.
That's
But at
right,
least,
ACB. That's right. And that's why I made that comment because
Michelle,
they
maybe
they,
we should
they were
let them go
talking
talk
about
by
him the other
themselves.
day, how Magic
And the other
Johnson,
gal.
has been around and
Yeah,
and
that's
what,
true.
what they used to say about that back in the day is, if you got money, anybody will keep you alive.
That's true.
Unless you're
Yep.
dying of some fucked up cancer or some really fucked up cancer.
Well, he got the virus that causes AIDS. I don't think he got full blown AIDS.
He
right,
got
So
HIV,
it's still
HIV,
around.
yeah, right.
but it's
Right.
dependent from what I've learned due to people on YouTube, because I think I've talked to Tom about this before.
Yeah.
That one woman that
Yeah,
does that.
Jennifer.
Yeah, it's really dependent on there's different versions of it, I guess. It's dependent on your body. Some people just handle it better and they can live
And
way
I think
longer.
that's
Yeah,
how it
no,
is
no,
with COVID too.
no.
I think it's like
Nope.
your immunity.
Yeah.
No, people are
What?
handling it better for one reason: protea inhibitors.
Well, but
Oh.
you look at some of the
Oh.
there's been like they're saying Magic Johnson.
Yeah,
that's-
he was experimental. He was one of the first guys on it.
yeah,
But
but
Really?
if Magic
that wasn't
Johnson
right
was not
away.
taking this, large drug regime, he'd be dead in a month.
Yeah,
So
that's
from
why
what-
I said he had the money to pay for the
Yeah, but
medication.
everybody's got it now. They say that it's
Right. They give it to you
$6,200 a month.
now.
There's all sorts of prostitutes and homeless people on it.
Well, aren't
Well,
there?
'cause there's
Isn't
a
that
federal,
medicine way cheaper now, though?
yeah, there's a federal government program that covers
Yeah,
it.
it probably
for
is
free.
cheaper now, but it's still
Right.
expensive.
It'll cover it for free. It's a
It will.
federal government program.
But like I was saying the last time we talked about this, even if you test negative, I mean, now you can have sex with someone unprotected.
Yeah.
But if you look at people with HIV, you're still way more susceptible to all sorts of diseases, even if you're testing negative because you have it. Mainly
Well,
cancers.
I wouldn't disagree with that at all.
It's
But
a virus that's gonna transfer. Viruses are cancer. Cancers are viruses. So I think it would transfer anyway. Your immune system is gonna
it's kind of
allow
like
it to transfer.
when
I
you look at
just
people
think.
that like smoke and drink their entire lives and they make it to 100 years old.
Like
Everybody's
me.
a little bit different.
You're talking about Rita.
Sorry, I'm not being
You're
mean.
talking about Rita.
That's
No.
an interesting
Me.
statement because I have a buddy of mine that just recently died of stage 3, stage 4 colon cancer.
Ugh.
And the bad part about his lifestyle was he drank Jack Daniels like it was water.
People
there's-
drinking it now that are
Well,
older than him that didn't get
Well,
it.
right.
Right,
So,
right.
so how do you
That's what
explain
blows me
that?
away,
Yeah.
because they claim that it affects a certain percentage of people in a certain way.
No, it's
I
not
just think
that.
it's your
genetic.
immunity. It's your body.
Oh,
genetic.
absolutely.
It's
yeah.
genetics.
Genetics.
Genetic.
Well,
everything.
yes, his father also died in his 50s of cancer.
Yep.
So there you go.
But his lifestyle is my grandfather on my father's side was an alcoholic, and he died of the same thing in his early 60s as colon cancer. So
Hmm.
I just relate colon cancer to people that are heavy drinkers, and most people that wind up in that situation were heavy drinkers. Colon cancer.
I've got a great aunt that
I mean,
she
it
made
just-
it to her 80s, though she did
Each.
die. But she died of liver failure because she drank a lot
You know,
over the years.
I had a friend in high school that got colon cancer in her early 30s, and
Joe,
she is thriving. So
Explain that one. Was I screened?
He's talking about for colon cancer.
Yeah, they've said you should be screened earlier now because
Yeah.
it's causing.
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of it's not
Yeah, yeah.
necessarily like drinking, but like processed foods and all
I
that
But
think
stuff.
you
if
know
I
what
get-
the screening process is? I would rather
Mhm.
die of colon cancer than
Yeah,
No, that's not
I-
true. No, that's
I-
bullshit, Elizabeth.
Oh,
I know
Nah.
exactly.
Yeah,
what the
it is,
process is.
Elizabeth.
I've been through one colonoscopy. I'll never go through it again.
Why? You're fucking knocked out. It's twilight
have-
sedation.
They have that dumb thing they're
Yeah.
advertising nowadays.
No,
Who
the
did?
night
Open the
before
bag and mail
is
it
the
to 'em.
worst night
Well,
ever.
I know
No.
exactly what it is. You either drink a bunch of liquid or you
Yeah.
take a bunch of pills
Right.
and you shit like mad.
Yeah,
Right.
right, right,
Clean
right.
out. Yep.
And that is hell
No,
on
it
earth.
isn't.
I think they
Oh
have a
my God.
It is
Yes,
not.
have you ever had it?
newer
Yeah.
thing. I think nowadays
I've
where
had
you
like
can
5 of them.
literally shit in a box and send
Wow,
it
you're
Well,
off.
you
Yeah.
can, you can, but you can also put a camera down your. You can swallow a
Well,
camera and they will catch all
They
that.
can,
So,
I like the Twilight sedation. To me, honestly, no joking, that's what death is like.
Twilight is good. My husband
I
gets
think that's what
Twilight
death
for
is
his
like.
back injections.
I think
He
that's what
loves
death is
it.
just like that.
You
The
know what?
Twilight?
Yeah.
You know what I find funny is like I hear about people getting, like the Twilight, thing and the
Yeah.
sedative
Yeah.
and this and that. That was never offered to me for any, like, I've been through a lot and
Ugh.
I had to do a freaking sober freaking shaking.
For
They
what?
didn't
Give me
care.
for
They-
what?
For all the procedures that you
Yeah,
guys
like
went through.
you don't.
The
Did you get a
colonoscopy?
Yeah, like
And you? Oh, bullshit!
I was
You didn't get
sedated
a
for my
colonoscopy
first
without
one.
being-
I was sedated for my colonoscopy. I'm telling you, it was
So
the
was
night
she.
before
So
that
you
was
didn't
the
get a
worst.
colonoscopy without being.
No, I got it, but it was the night before that was hell.
What part of it?
Oh my God.
Spitting out everything. Yeah,
Drinking that
gallon.
crap.
Oh,
I was
man.
gagging on that shit.
I believe you. Like I've seen, like it's not.
Oh,
fun.
gagging.
It's
I like that.
horrible.
It's a huge
I like
amount you have to
gagging.
drink. It's like a
It's
giant
a
I had, like, 5
gallon.
of them.
It's
You
a
guys are
gallon.
being babies.
Okay, call me a baby. I was a baby.
Michelle,
I mean-
are you saying you got a colonoscopy without the sedation?
Yeah.
No,
That's
bullshit.
terrible.
No,
No
that's
way.
impossible.
No way.
That's awful. I can
No way.
believe it.
I've gotten
No, bullshit.
I've gotten stitches without
Well, I'm not talking about fucking
Novocaine.
stitches.
They will not give you a colonoscopy without sedation.
Thank you.
About Novocaine, where were you getting the stitches?
on my hand.
Yeah, that ain't shit, man. We're talking about
They didn't
Well,
do
are you
Nobody-
allergic to sedation?
Wait a minute. That's
Nobody
not,
ever got a colonoscopy
No.
without.
Right. Are you allergic to the sedation? Or-
there are.
What do you
there are
think of
some-
anal sex?
No, there
Oh,
are
no
some.
problem.
that I am
Stop.
allergic to.
Oh, that's
Don't
no
like
problem. Anal sex, yeah. Well, fuck.
Well, I mean, if you could take that, you can take the colonoscopy, I guess.
Stop.
Rita, you've had a colonoscopy, haven't you,
Oh,
Rita?
Yes, I have.
Any big fucking deal?
No.
Yeah, thank
Well,
you.
it sucks before.
Elizabeth's
the top
acting like she
sucks.
was a near-death experience.
The night
The worst
before.
part about it is the cleansing beforehand.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
that's what she's bitching about, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I hate that. I hate that part. But
Yeah, but you
You know,
gotta
when you
clean it
got
up.
you
2-year-olds
get you a
running around.
twilight sleep. You don't even know it's happening.
That's what I,
Yeah,
that's what I was telling them. I
The
think that's what-
procedure was fine.
I
It
think
was the
that's what-
night
that's what-
Well,
before.
it's just the cleansing. Yeah, you can't. You got to eat light for a couple days, and then you have to go to liquids. And
Okay.
who wants to be on a toilet for hours and hours?
Well,
It's just
Yeah.
what you got to do.
Working and chasing around 2-year-olds. No, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, Elizabeth, you can't eat
Well,
a
I
T-bone the night
Couldn't do it with. I don't have a 2-year-old, so
before. Me either.
Well, I did when I had this done, and I said, I'm never doing this again.
oh God, you should, honey.
Yeah, you
You're putting
should, you should.
yourself at
At risk.
risk.
No. Well,
Yeah.
my husband needs a new one because he had like 16 polyps removed like 20 years ago.
Can you do that weird thing they always keep advertising to like shit in a box, literally? I keep
They
seeing
do.
those.
Yes,
think
I
that's the
see
route
that
I
all
wanna
the
go.
time.
It's a
I want
Yeah.
smear.
box.
It's
You
not
had a
shit.
proctor
It's a
scope.
smear.
Michelle,
Well,
you didn't have a-
whatever it is. It's
Shit
what
in a
I
box.
know.
You didn't have a Michelle. Michelle. You didn't.
Let's
have a
all shit in a box.
Yeah, I used to follow this guy on YouTube. He used to shit in Walmart bags, and then he had his piss jug that he keep right next to him in his van.
Oh God.
Oh
Michelle, you had a
God.
proctor
Yeah, I
scope.
actually
You didn't
took
have
the
a
guy to the
colonoscopy.
Henry Ford. How about
Michelle,
that?
Michelle,
Oh,
Michelle.
poor thing.
Rita, Faye is a nurse. You didn't have a colonoscopy. You had a proctoscope.
Oh,
It was some scope.
yeah.
You try getting a colonoscopy without sedation.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. You would be
You doing
dying.
anything this weekend?
No, there's no way they do a colonoscopy
No.
without sedation.
No, right.
What's the colonoscopy?
They
What's the
go
difference
all up 36 feet of your colon.
And
The
it hurts?
36
Is
inch.
it something that's like
You
have to
can't
be
bear
sedated
it.
for?
Oh my God, you
Really?
can't bear it without.
Really?
Do you get a prescription prior? Like
Yeah,
the
Colacare, yeah.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
doctor orders the script and orders that lovely gallon of crap the night
or
before.
you can
Yeah,
get
that you
tablets.
use to cleanse yourself out.
Yeah,
And,
you can get
Yeah.
like
but then
32
when you go
copy
in for your,
tablets.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
You're fine.
when you
Rita?
go in for your colonoscopy, they sedate you before
Right.
the procedure, honey.
I think it's with a Twilight too.
Yeah, they call it a
Like that.
twilight sleep, and you
Yeah.
just wake up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
So you are
propofol,
asleep
actually.
during
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I think I remember like I felt like during mine I could see over myself. That's weird though. That's just part of the Twilight. But I
Hey,
never
Rita?
felt any pain or anything.
No.
Rita.
Tom, as long as I go to the dentist and I wake up, my pants aren't unbuttoned, I'm happy.
Yeah.
There you go.
And I hate
Oh no, I thought it would be the other way
Here's a
around.
question. Do you get sedated for dental work?
You can.
Yeah, I
I've
do. If
never
it's
gotten
something that's-
sedated
yeah,
for
if
any
it's-
dental
I
work.
will
I do.
tell
I
you
get them. I
something
get
them.
honestly
I
right
get
now.
Oh,
them. I'm
A
really-
lot of dentists offer that right now. A lot.
Yeah, they
You can
do.
get triazolam is common,
I'm a
or
total
even
pussy with
like
dental things.
Valium or something.
I'm right there
prior.
with you, Tom. I hate dentists.
I get everything.
I don't
they
like it. It's just like say colonoscopies. It's a necessary evil, but
Yeah,
I
you know,
go
Right.
because I want to keep
Right.
my teeth. So, but
Elizabeth,
I've never been sedated. I would if I had a big procedure or something like a
For your
root canal
teeth,
or
yeah.
something. From what I've heard about them, I've never had one.
Yeah.
But I definitely
Novocaine
want
works
to
good enough
be
for me.
I
some
feel like
gas or
I'm
something.
missing out because
Yeah.
I've had tons of dental work done, never been sedated, and now they're offering the sedation. They never offered me
No,
sedation.
but they
My-
don't know that. There's
You
my
can-
mom
I
never
don't.
had
Right.
sedation.
I
There's
don't
money
get
to
this.
be made too.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
My
you can-
sister-in-law gets sedation with every dental work she gets
And
done.
some
It's
people
like-
are just that terrified
Right.
Yes,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
that they can't go through it
Yes.
Well,
without
I
it.
didn't
Right.
like doing it either, but freaking I never knew I had an option
Well,
to get
you can-
sedated, so I didn't have to deal
Well,
with it.
talk
ask
to
Yeah.
your talk to your dentist prior,
Yeah,
and they can
yeah.
usually give you a benzodiazepine. Triazolam's
Yeah,
pretty
some
common.
dentists
No,
don't
it's
know
just
how to
Yes.
cure
Yeah.
pain,
Michelle.
Miller.
Stuff like that, and they
Yeah.
can usually give you like one tablet to take before and then one tablet to take while you're there.
You
And
know,
you gonna
I only
be-
go. I don't.
Woohoo.
I only go to the dentist. Like I went last year because my mouth was like out to here, and I needed a root canal in this one tooth. And I went in, and as soon as they put the Novocaine in, the pain was gone.
No, I think
It was
Sure.
gone.
But see, if
So-
you went to
so
the
he did-
dentist, if you can
right.
afford it, if you'd gone to the dentist regularly, you wouldn't have had to
Well-
go through all that.
I know. I have
But I'm
dental
saying not
insurance,
everybody can afford to go to the dentist. I get
but
that too.
no, I know. I have dental insurance, but they still make me pay like. They keep
Yeah,
telling
it's
me
not worth
you
it.
have great insurance. I'm like,
You
but
pay
you're still
10%,
asking me for
15?
$1,500.
Well, usually
So no.
the max is like $1,500 they pay anyway.
Right.
Yearly.
Well, right. The yearly. Yeah. So
I don't
went
have dental
and
insurance.
they did
Me
it.
either.
So
I
they
just paid
they
$200 today, cleaning and
they-
X-ray.
they put in a temporary, like a rubber or whatever crown
Crown.
while they ordered the one. This
Fake
was a
one.
year
They put
ago.
on a cap,
Yeah.
fake cap.
Right.
They did. That cap has lasted until about a month ago, and it's
Yeah,
still
they
there a
will
little
last
bit.
a while.
I will not go back to get it until I'm in that pain again because
You'll be
I
in it
don't.
again for sure.
I know.
Why?
I'm
Why
not
put
scared.
yourself through that?
I'm not scared of the dentist. I just hate the dentist. I don't
But
know
why put yourself through that
because
pain?
they're gonna ask me for the $1,000 balance.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
owe.
that's
okay,
the something
okay.
about dentists, and I experienced this in the state of Virginia, and I was very pissed off about it. I work for Ford Motor Company. I have 30 years, and I've worked for Ford Motor Company
Oh, God love
a very
you.
long time. And to
Good
go
for you.
to a dentist after working for a company for over 10 years,
Yeah, you'd
and
think.
to have a dentist look at me and go, "Well, I'm going to need a $750 cash
There you
deposit
go. There
I
you go.
because I'm
understand.
not guaranteed
There you
your
go.
insurance is going to pay me."
There you go.
well, you know
And I
what?
said, "Excuse me."
My
I-
husband's.
I
I'm
looked
under
at
my
him.
husband's
I
union too.
left that dentist so fast that I told that man, I says, I have been under my father's and now my own dental coverage, which has been the
Right.
same through 4
That's bullshit.
Right.
That don't
And I
sound
said,
right.
Right.
No, well, that's what he
No.
asked for.
Well, I
Faye,
definitely
Faye,
have
is
gone
that
to
you?
another dentist.
Oh, I did. I saw
Faye,
it.
I
And
went.
was the
I
outcome
went.
different?
Oh yeah, they called. What's your information? Yeah, you have insurance.
Oh yeah, that's
End
what
of
I'm
the
saying.
story.
You can't
And
just
at the end, I paid 10% because that's what I paid. 10%.
thank
Yes.
you. You can't just
What I-
buy that bullshit that they hand out.
But I have union insurance too, and they would not cover the rest of the crown
No,
Well,
they
that
there's
I
don't.
still
certain
need to
things-
go
there
get.
are
I
No,
certain
insurance
things-
ain't shit. Dental
There are
insurance.
certain things that
Yeah, you're right,
our
Tom.
insurance
Dental
does not
insurance.
cover,
No.
and you have to. That's why they always tell
Right.
Yeah, but you go,
Right.
you go look and see what it costs to get a tooth replaced.
So let me know. I will drive to Virginia to go get my crown.
Would you
Wherever
be
that
better?
think
only
dental
costs
and-
10%.
Would you be better?
Dental
off
no, no, no,
getting
insurance
the
should be
next-
covered
You gotta
the
be a
same
resident.
as medical insurance because your teeth are part of your
That's
body.
what
And
I
the same
thought
thing
too.
with eye exams and eye health.
Do you know
That's
why?
exactly what I thought too.
Do you know
But
why
no.
it's set up that way? I do.
Why?
Because back in the day,
Money.
teeth. No,
Yeah,
back in
well,
the day,
money.
teeth. Well, money, of course, but back in the day, teeth were kind of considered like they weren't
Secondary.
secondary, and not like medical insurance.
They are
You're
primary
right.
They were
immune system.
considered like
everything.
like going to a barber and other stuff like that.
Right, right,
Like
right.
basic
Luxury.
maintenance.
Cosmetic.
Yeah,
Right.
it's very cosmetic.
Or
Now
cosmetic.
they
Yes.
now they know
It's
that it
made that way.
causes so many diseases.
People could die from bad teeth.
Yeah, heart attacks.
My
You can
husband
die
needed a knee
from bad
replacement.
teeth.
Yeah.
My husband needed a knee replacement a year and a half ago. He went to the knee doctor or whatever. He needed to get dental clearance. And so he went to the dentist. We've got union insurance, electrical union insurance. He needs 2 teeth removed to the tune, our cost $1,200. I don't have a dime
Just to
For
extract.
extraction.
just to extract. And
You know why?
They knock
so
it
they
them
would
out.
not do that.
They're
So
knocking
he
them out.
never got the knee replacement
That's
last year.
absurd.
You know why, Rita? They're sending them dentists. A lot of dentists don't want to fool around with extractions because there's no money in them,
Nope.
and they don't want to get stuck with a semi-emergency. So they refer you to an oral surgeon. That's who's
Right.
So,
Oh,
He had to
okay.
go to the oral
yeah,
surgeon.
the oral surgeon only wants.
Isn't that covered under major medical though?
No.
if it's
No.
impacted? If
Sometimes.
it's impacted, it has to be.
Yeah.
Well, it
Well,
could be.
It's been bleeding the last few days. So I told him, I said, here we go.
Jeez.
Then you'll get your knee replacement. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh, I thought
like
you were talking
my-
about teeth extraction.
Yes,
She
yes.
was. What she said was her
He is
husband
talking about them.
had to have teeth pulled in order to
Teeth.
get the knee replacement.
Oh
done.
yeah, I believe that because
Yes,
of infection.
yes.
Yeah.
Right,
What-
right.
Listen,
Still talking about
especially if
teeth.
you've ever had a well, he's that's a big deal, a knee replacement. They don't want
Right.
anything, any chance of
Systemic
infections
infection.
I get
because
that.
of
I get
the
that.
bad teeth.
Yeah.
Right.
But I've had 2 hip replacements. Anytime you have knee replacements, hip replacements, shoulder replacements, whatever those are, I have to
Right.
take antibiotics
Yeah, right.
Right.
prior
Right.
to
I didn't know
any
you had-
dental
I didn't
appointments.
know you had 2 hip replacements.
I've had both my hips
Yeah,
replaced.
has Poncho noticed any lack of range of motion?
No, absolutely not. And his name's not Poncho, asshole.
Now let me ask her a question with her hip replacements, right?
Yeah.
Are you getting around a lot better?
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to tell you what.
Oh,
Depends
I
who you ask.
suffered with my first one so long, so bad,
my mom
And I
had
went
both
in
too, and she's awesome. So yeah.
and had it done. They had me up the next day,
Wow.
Oh yeah.
and I felt marvelous fucking-less. Now,
Good, good, good.
granted, I was on drugs, but
That's why.
even even the days after, it was so much better than the pain that I was going through
Yeah.
with that hip.
I bet.
I mean, I was getting where I couldn't walk. It was bone on bone. So then,
Yeah. I
when
know.
the second one started bothering me, I waited longer
knew.
than I probably should have then, but not like I did with the first one.
Right.
And
Fine.
saying
No,
I
fine.
was the first time I was in the hospital for 2 days. This time I was in the hospital for one night
Wow.
simply because I had just 6 months before that, I'd gone through chemo and radiation and all
jeez.
that. And
Jeez.
my doctor just wanted to keep a good eye on me. So I stayed overnight, but then came home the next day. And I've done
Wow.
marvelous. I have
Wow.
no
Yeah.
pain from my hips.
That's
Absolutely
awesome.
not. It was the
Good for you.
best thing. I'm telling
Good
you, if
for
they tell
you.
you to
Good
get
for
it, don't
you.
suffer with it. If you got the insurance, abso-fucking-lutely do it.
Well, yeah, we got the insurance for the knee replacement. It's all covered. They already ordered
Well,
it.
they
But
wanted, they
shit.
don't, he had pending infection in his mouth.
Right.
They're not going to
Systemic.
do
It's
any
systemic.
big surgery like that with
Right.
something
Oh,
that can,
I get that. I know that. I
uh,
don't want them to,
What
but
what I'm
Jesus
wondering
Christ, it's the dental shit
what
that
I'm
I'm pissed
wondering
off about.
is there I don't know exactly where you live, but is there a hospital near you? Like if for some reason
Rush. We're in Illinois. We're at
Okay.
Rush. Yeah. I
Okay.
mean,
So if I know a lot of times if infection gets bad enough,
oh, that's
like
what
with
I'm
the
saying. It
tooth,
started bleeding the last couple
yeah,
days. So
you
he's
can you,
going.
yeah, you can go
Oh,
to the
he's going.
hospital and they'll
Oh,
extract it and it'll get covered under
absolutely.
medical.
That's what I told him 3 days
well,
ago
they
when it
will at
started
least
bleeding.
give
I'm
him
like,
antibiotics to calm
That
it
too.
down.
It depends if they
well,
have a dentist on hand. Some
Right.
well,
Till he
yeah.
can,
About to say you got to make
yeah.
sure that the
No, when
hospital
I
is
got
open.
this big thing a year ago, I went and they put that, they cleaned it out, started the root canal because it was emergent because my face was huge.
Yeah.
So I know if he goes now, they'll do the same thing without inquiring about expense, you know?
Yeah.
So,
So they do have a dentist on hand there? Some hospitals
um,
do. They can have an
well,
emergency.
no, I mean, I went around our area here
Okay.
and because they could see the infection was so bad.
Where
so
do you live? Where do you live near that shithole?
I told you, Tom. I'm the one that needs the 9-level back fusion.
Oh yeah, right.
Remember,
But I mean,
I don't
what
know.
town
Yeah.
are you in around there?
We're in Naperville,
Oh, okay.
and
What state are you in?
Illinois.
Illinois,
Illinois.
Chicago.
Okay.
I'm going
okay.
down to Rush for my back surgery in a few months, but my husband, I'm like, so it started bleeding a few days ago, his mouth. So I'm like, all right, there we go. They got to do it. They got to take it out, and you'll be covered for knee insurance or knee
Yeah. He
surgery.
needs
So,
to do
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Try and
So-
look up and see if that particular hospital has a dentist that's on call, because not all.
I've
hospitals
tried.
do.
Not all
Ru-
hospitals do, but
Yeah.
some
Ru-
do.
Rush does, but or where he's going.
I got an operation there once.
At Rush.
Yeah.
No, I had my back and neck surgeries at Rush, so they're very good. My
Hey, Rita?
surgeon's very good.
Rita,
Pardon?
I think you'll be happy to know that we didn't realize at the time a week ago when we were talking about the old G spot how accurate.
Oh, here we go.
No, it's important. It's important because Yeah Man said the exact same thing you did, and he's a
I
man.
told you, Tom.
You can get it back, Rita.
My apologies. Yeah, as long as we got him
See,
on
you
here.
just-
Yeah, man. Is Michelle still on here?
I'm
Yeah, man is my hero.
Yeah, man.
He's
I know, I
got
saw
a
you make
very
comments.
happy wife.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Michelle, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Would you mind sticking up your fingers and showing the angle?
No.
Oh God.
Oh, we're gonna keep it a secret now.
I mean, they go in and they go, like I said, towards the pelvic bone,
There's no magic,
and then and there's like an area.
but he's correct. That's more where it is.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Let's
So
just
you-
not
you-
talk
Tom,
about
you
it
go- you
anymore,
go up
so Michelle can
and
never hit it.
forward. You go in, up, and forward. That's how I would explain it.
There you
Michelle,
go.
Repeat.
Up,
In,
up.
In,
Up,
up, and
and
forward.
forward.
And it can just be the way, the angle that the penis is going in. That's what I'm
Yes.
saying.
Okay.
Women can have
Yes.
penetration orgasm, but they're
Yes.
rubbing up against the clitoris.
Michelle, you got a pen and paper?
I'm taking some notes over
I mean, this
here,
is
you guys.
important.
And like he said, some guys can be causing people to have an orgasm and don't even know it.
Yep.
Especially when you're younger, you
Yeah,
don't know what you
therefore,
did.
yeah,
You
well,
just
that doesn't
you're
count.
just doing it.
We're trying to get these old ladies off in their 60s.
Hell, I'm in my 60s.
Hey, like I said, my
Well, you
buddy's
knew you had it.
75 and he's talking about cashing in love insurance.
But you knew you had it.
You don't believe me?
You know
At
when you're having
75
it.
years
I'm
old,
saying
he's
the
still
ones that
knocking
aren't
it.
saying it don't know.
Let
Those
me
days
ask
are over.
you guys this.
Michelle, how old
Do
are
you
you?
think that a woman can fake an orgasm with you?
Yeah,
Yes,
fucking A.
Yes.
if they want
And that
to.
you don't know that they're
No,
faking?
No.
They want, if that's what they want you to
Yeah.
believe.
So how the fuck we supposed to know? We're
Because
supposed
they
to look at
don't know. Because they
fucking
don't know.
size monitor down there.
Okay,
Only
Elizabeth.
because they don't know.
No, they shake,
That's
they moan, they grab you a little tight. What the fuck else is there?
no. That's
Or their
okay.
teeth
All
aren't
right.
chipped.
Hey,
Their
listen,
teeth aren't
I
chipped.
had a woman once that got to the point where you had to stop everything and get a towel and dry the goddamn shit down.
Oh
or it
my
was
God.
just- no, I'm just
I've
saying, it got
never had
ridiculous.
all that, but
It's just ridiculous.
good for her, I guess. I mean,
Yeah.
everybody responds differently,
Yeah,
you know.
Right.
yeah, I responded differently. I'm not looking for it ever again.
Yeah.
Go in there in a fucking fireman suit, fucking
Poor
life
Tom.
Put on a
goddamn
scuba
pair of
diving-
goggles. Looks like I'm skin
put a
diving.
mask, put
Wear-
the
wear
scuba
the
diving
helmet.
mask
Make
on.
sure you
and
guys
Tom-
know your snorkel.
Tom the other
Poor
night
thing.
said. Tom the
Poor
other night
thing,
said
that's all I
the
can
liquor.
say.
Tom the other night said the liquor was making the women look better, and I said, "What women?" And
I
he said,
remember
"Good
that.
point." That was on a comment. I was joking.
Yeah, I was too. There weren't any around.
Yeah.
But yes,
Sure,
man, thank you so very much
Oh, I knew you'd be up his ass so fucking bad.
corroborating what I said the other night about a G spot.
I just gave
Oh,
my
yeah.
honest opinion, which was what I knew, and it answered their question, I guess.
Michelle.
Well, I thank you. Tom gave me hell about that.
I gotta go call my daughter, guys. Goodbye.
All right, goodbye, Elizabeth.
All right,
Bye.
Bye, Elizabeth. It was very nice speaking with you.
You too. Bye, guys.
See ya. Michelle's had a massive headache and just doesn't know where to go with this.
Leave Michelle.
That's what the women tell us all the time. They have a headache.
Skyball, she does a lot of research on things, but I'll tell you, I didn't know any of
I've
this.
just read too much over the years.
So you,
That's my
Skyball,
problem.
Skyball, how
I'm
about
sorry,
this?
Skyball. I didn't hear your reply. Do you believe there's a G spot?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
It was
You're
Stephanie and I that were. Well, I didn't say that I didn't believe. I just never
Yeah.
knew about
Yeah.
this.
You got the rubber sheets?
You don't have to have all that. I mean, it's not
Well,
that.
they're just
Speak for
the ones that
yourself.
whisk. You know,
Well, you're taking one example.
well, I'm telling them on my bed I have a.
No, I'm talking to Tom, honey.
moisture.
I'm just saying
Right.
he's taking one example.
Well, I intentionally have the mattress cover
Okay.
that doesn't screw your mattress up no matter what.
Well,
goes on.
everybody needs that.
Well, of course. Not everybody has the Asian man on TikTok explaining to them how to clean the mattress with baking soda and everything. And that gentleman, he's from Michigan. I'm talking about, folks.
Is that the Asian guy that also cleans like carpets and shit? Maybe
Yeah,
I'm just-
he plays golf too, and he talks with like his Korean accent. He's actually Korean, I think.
You watching some of those channels where they clean the dirtiest crap ever?
I watch all that. Crap.
Oh, yeah.
I fast forward through it to the end. I can't sit. And
Yeah,
watch it.
right. I can't watch all of that. I mean, it's just, oh, God.
It's nasty.
Hey, that's like crime scene. Could you do
Oh.
crime scene
Yeah, I could do crime
cleanups?
scene, yeah, they get big bucks for that.
I have.
Well,
a
I know
family
they
member-
Wouldn't
do,
bother me a
but
bit.
I have a
Wouldn't bother
family
me a bit.
member that does some of that
oh,
actually
Yeah, I could give a fuck.
on the side. They mostly do carpet cleaning and stuff, but they also
they do
have
make big
crime
money.
scene. Yeah, it's.
I don't even know why it needs to be big
Ugh.
money. It's no different than a slaughterhouse.
I mean, have you ever seen some of the? Even you can look on YouTube.
Well,
and
it's
see some
not-
of the channels and what they have to clean up. That's more than the slaughterhouse when it's soaked into the carpet and the beds.
No,
And they've been there a while.
And
who's
been there
using
for
the same
weeks.
carpet where people
Oh.
got murdered?
No, when they've been there for weeks and there's just bugs and shit everywhere, it's the most foul
Maggots
disgusting
and
shit.
Yeah,
bugs and
I don't
It is-
understand how people can live like that.
But no, it is.
no,
No, this
we're
is
talking about
murdered
dead people,
goddammit.
crime, or
Yeah,
people that
but-
have,
People murdered.
But that and hoarders.
or just died and wasn't found for a very long
Yeah,
time.
if they're not found for a long time, it's beyond disturbing. Like
The
that,
smell
that
too. I
takes
don't.
Bothered me
a
a bit.
lot
Ugh.
of money.
I
You would
wouldn't
have
give two shits about it.
Well, not if you're dead, certainly.
No, but if I was cleaning it up, I'd clean it up.
Well, that's something you might want to look into, Tom. There's
Yeah.
big money in it.
Yeah,
Big money.
do that for a business idea, but for most people, no, that's horrid.
John Wayne Gacy never complained about it.
Yeah, because the bodies were under his house,
Yeah.
I think.
He said the only thing he ever would plead guilty to
Oh,
is
God.
running an unlicensed funeral home.
Well, they were
Yeah.
fresh when he buried them.
Yeah,
That's
and
a
they were
good
under his
point.
house for the most
That's a
part,
good
I
point.
think. So,
ACB wrote from orgasm to decomposition.
Only on the chosen one
Only
would
on
you
this
find this
channel.
kind of conversations.
Yeah, maybe
Only here.
Well, hey, man, we also talked about ADHD. Makes sense.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying, we the gamut. Anything you can think of, it's going to be said here at some
Open
point.
chat.
Like
Open chat.
originally,
Who's-
I think it's a good chance.
I was
Good
gonna
way
say,
of doing it.
who's your favorite serial killer, Mr. Chosen One?
Yeah,
or
I would
Tom?
say, he got to admit he was charismatic. I have to go with Charles Manson.
Yeah, I guess he was. He lived for a long time too,
Yeah, he did.
and he
yeah.
got a young girl to be his.
Oh, a bunch
sort
of
of
them. They were,
wife,
they were waiting
right
a
at
long
the
time.
end.
and he claims he was locked up and he never killed nobody.
He never killed
He-
anyone.
he
That's the
didn't.
whole thing. He never
Yep.
killed anyone.
He never did none of that.
Yep, he didn't kill anybody.
And
He
that's
just
what
reported it.
his defense was.
He was
I
the mastermind.
never killed anyone.
Right, but he was the mastermind.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, conspiracy.
Yep.
But same thing, man. I'm not like on board with everything they did, but I think David Koresh got a bad deal. So did Ruby Ridge, and Ruby Ridge prevailed in a lawsuit against the FBI.
I
Well,
think Ruby Ridge yeah, I agree with you on Ruby Ridge.
Yeah, Ruby Ridge was kind of messed up. Even
It was more
Look at
government.
Camp Davidian. You got a bunch of women, children, religious, not out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Well, Koresh was the same, but it was a bit different with Ruby
Yeah.
Ridge.
yeah, they
No, it was.
they
But I think,
provoked him.
but I think Koresh. I mean, what was the threat?
What was the what?
They
Yeah,
had
what was the threat?
ammunition. They
For what?
had guns. They
Big deal.
tracked
And
weapons.
At the time, they were saying there was a lot of young girls.
Lies, never
I
substantiated.
know, but that's what they were saying at the time.
Yeah, but
And
I
weapons.
you can go ahead and say it, but don't start like getting the federal government involved. Janet Reno calling, a blitzkrieg on a house out in the middle of a bunch of sand.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we've all seen the video where they
no, I think
fired
it's
in.
like, I'm not saying the guy was an angel, but I mean, come on. I think it's murder.
I think it was shitty that went on there too, even
Yeah,
though
they
I don't
wanted- they
agree
wanted
with
him
the
dead.
background.
They wanted him
His
dead.
It borders on murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just because you don't agree with someone's ideology and they collect guns, maybe too many of them, doesn't mean you go in there and kill them all.
They don't
Right.
like when it's considered a cult.
Well,
That's-
they had not hurt anyone,
no, that's what they hang their
except that
hat
what
on.
they tried to say was going on within the compound with young girls and this and that and the other.
Yeah.
So there's that argument.
Yeah.
I don't approve of it. It's not something I will want to ever been
Exactly.
born into or live in, but
Exactly.
What,
it
Waco?
is- Waco, yeah.
Yeah, what is it
Yeah.
I didn't like about it?
What's there to not like about it?
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to
What
be in a
didn't you like
cult.
about
I wouldn't, yeah. Huh?
Yeah, but you can't understand the people just getting tired of fucking bullshit in dollar store general jobs. and
Yeah, I
going
can.
nowhere.
Yeah, I can.
I can understand that, but a lot of these people were born into some of this stuff. They don't know any different.
No, most weren't. And,
I
and a
know,
lot
but
there
there's
were there were doctors, lawyers, everything.
No, but the children that,
Oh, the children,
Yeah.
they didn't have a choice, just like with some of the Mormon
Yeah.
fanatics.
FLDS.
people.
They're acting like, Waco's doing this, and there aren't these other religions all over the
There
United States
are.
that fucked up
Oh,
kids by the
certainly.
millions.
Man, I'm
Yeah.
waiting for Jim Jones's name to be brought up.
Yeah, there we go. I was
Exactly.
thinking of
There's
that.
another one.
Charismatic.
But terrible.
Hitler
like,
was
what happened?
charismatic too, wasn't
Yeah.
he?
He tricked
Yeah.
all those people.
Oh, yeah. Red tennis shoes and Kool-Aid.
Yep.
Well, not actual Kool-Aid. It was the off-brand, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
He was even too damn cheap for that.
Yeah, He didn't
Yeah,
actually
right,
give them.
amen.
They always
He
said
could have he could have at least give them real Kool-Aid on their way out.
yeah, it's a running joke. It's drink the Kool-Aid, but it wasn't actual real Kool-Aid. It was the off-brand
Yeah, it
that they
makes a
mixed
big difference.
cyanide with it.
That makes a big difference.
It was just so. But to be fair, it's like, come on.
What's Kool-Aid have to say about that?
I don't know. Can't say. I would
Well, they
imagine
We
took-
they
have
don't
to
wanna say
contact
anything
Kool-Aid
bad.
and find out.
No, they
Yeah.
didn't like Buckethead wearing the KFC bucket on his head. All he was
Buckethead
doing
with
is
his bajillion
shredding a
albums.
guitar. Yeah, you know,
I
his,
can understand people getting delusion.
fuck yeah.
Wait a minute. Disillusioned
Yeah.
with the way of the world or things, or they're looking for something
Hey,
Yeah,
different.
they killed that congressman and his
Hey, and you know, they
And
talk about Koresh and like the
people
chill.
come along and they say this is the way. It's just, but I think that's kind of with any excuse me, religion
Yeah, but
to a degree,
Rita,
sir.
David Koresh looked like a fucking Eagle Scout compared to Hitler.
Yes, but what my point, you didn't let me finish. My point, my view is I'm the type of person that asks, I'm not a sheep.
Yeah, you are.
I would ask too many fucking questions. Why? See, I want to know the whys. I want to know the ins and outs. And how does this all work? And just because somebody says that, I have to think. I think for myself. I can't just accept what somebody else tells me without some investigation of my own, or I cannot understand how these people, I know they're charismatic, but how these people, especially with Hitler, because this was so many people that he got to believe this bullshit.
I could understand Hitler, but I'll explain why afterwards.
How about Jesus?
Well, I'll explain Hitler at least a little bit. What was
Okay.
going on was after World War One, everything was fucked up because they had the Treaty of Versailles, and it screwed over Germany completely. Germany just got fucked over completely.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Disillusioned.
Yeah,
with
they got
things.
a lot of people got screwed over, and they just needed hope, kind of.
Right.
And they were hoping.
And so
that,
did Jim Jones. It was
Yeah.
people that were needy and needed something that they weren't finding
yeah,
somewhere else, and people were able to. It's like, but I want to know, like ride or die. Why we gotta? I can ride, but why I gotta die? Yeah, I mean, do we really have to do? I
Well,
mean,
I
there
would
was
agree with that.
also- There were people in California, I think it was, and they all lived in a house. They all had the same color tennis shoes and clothes.
oh yeah,
And the guy
the
told him, "Yeah, the aliens are going to come pick us up." So we all
yeah,
had
who
to-
was that guy?
I don't
What was
remember,
they
but-
called? The
Oh, Heaven's Gate.
Heaven's Gate. Yes. There again, people are looking for something, and they're either so miserable that they just allow. I don't understand it because, like I say, I have too many questions. I just
Ugh.
Yeah, you
I
must be
just-
going crazy in that fucking state with the governor you got,
Who?
DeSantis.
Florida?
listen. I live in Florida.
So does a lot of my family. So
So what's your opinion, Tom, on DeSantis?
Oh, total fucking. This guy should be in a fucking psychiatric unit.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you again. This man is dangerous. Also,
So what's your opinion on Disney?
I like them. I didn't do anything wrong. They should be happy they're there. You'd be down there fucking on 2-track dirt roads.
Disney needs all those people
They
coming
fucked them
down.
over too.
but Disney also provided
Oh, it
so
provides a lot.
much for the
What-
surrounding area,
Oh,
like roads, fire departments, EMS. They didn't have to pay. They provided it without taxing the people.
They're under
Well,
some kind of
what I was-
law that deals with something to do with the the royal family in England.
Huh?
It has something to do with the way that property is distributed to them.
Oh, it
Yes,
is, but it's
royal
work, and
family.
it was
In
agreed upon.
Disney?
Yes.
Yeah. It's
Tom
that.
knows what
whole-
I'm
if you
talking
look it
about.
up,
Oh, I don't
Scott,
know.
yeah, Scott. Yeah, look it up. It's
It has to do
interesting.
with why
Skybo,
that
what-
property is
He's
like
right.
it
He's
is.
exactly right. Skybo, what's that fucking? It's like a big giant HOA.
Trust me, I give him a lot of
Disney.
money.
Well, Disney
Oh, I'd like to know about that.
Yeah, no,
owns
it's interesting, Rita.
Disney owns their like whole own section because I
They
used to
own their
live.
own country. It's
And they
Yeah,
had
basically.
autonomy.
country.
I used to
Autonomy.
live
It was
just
sovereign
right
in a way.
outside of it.
It was sovereign civilly.
Yes.
Yeah,
Really?
and
Yes.
honestly, they actually right when Disney was
I'm gonna
being
look it up right now.
built, when
Because there's
they
a lot of crazy shit going on, and it goes right to that submarine.
I had no idea about that. I would really
Titanic.
like to
Yeah,
learn
I'm
more
gonna
about
send it to
that.
you.
Yeah,
And the
when
one-
Disney was being when they were trying to bring it out to Florida, they bought up a whole bunch of areas,
Right,
other
right.
different LLCs, so they could combine it and then make their own little city, which is basically what it is because they had their own.
It is.
They have everything,
Hey, Colin.
and they bring a whole lot of touristism, which. To be fair, you shouldn't turn away Disney from Florida, let alone like Universal Studios or SeaWorld or Busch Gardens
Right.
or all that crap that exists in Florida, because that's like a big part of what brings people to
Well, it brings
Florida.
money into the state
Yeah.
too.
Right,
Yeah.
so much. Yeah.
Yeah, but Disney's not bringing money into the state because it's private.
Well,
Is
it
it
does
what?
to
People
its.
are coming and spending, but it's all going.
It's
to
hey, Rita. I'm going to send it to you. It's called the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
Okay, send it to me.
Yeah, I'm going to email.
Yeah, please, because I won't remember
It's
that.
interesting as hell.
I had no idea about any of that.
Yeah, and the one gentleman that died in that submersible that went down to the Titanic was actually in charge of the finances of the new king of England. Now that the queen has passed away,
Oh,
Of
come
the,
on.
I'm sorry. What did you
Yeah.
say of the what?
the submersible that imploded down by
Right.
the Titanic. One of the people
Right.
that was on there, the one gentleman was basically in charge of the finances.
Are you sure of this?
Yeah.
Well, this
Yep.
is big.
Finances of.
The one that died with his son.
The
It was
queen.
him and it- Yeah.
Oh no, you're talking about that Indian billionaire.
Yes, the Indian.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
that's
He had
interesting.
ties to the royal family and was something to do with their
Interesting.
finances. Yes. And he, was dumb enough to get in that submersible.
Not, yeah, but really, hey, look,
I understand, but
the
that's who it
motherfuckers
was.
fall off rollers.
Oh,
I'll just-
absolutely, Tom.
I'll just read this because I looked it up.
Please do.
The Reedy Creek Improvement District has the authority of a governmental body, but it was not subject to the constraints of a governmental body. That changed under the 2023 Act, which gave the Florida governor the authority to name its board members, which that I remember,
Right.
replacing the original 5-member board of supervisors controlled by the Walt Disney Company, who's the majority landowner of the district. So they did have their own, they controlled everything until it changed.
It was agreed upon.
Yep.
This DeSantis is a motherfucker, man. He's like I don't want to say he's got similarities to Hitler. He's a real
He
fuck.
does.
I don't
He
like
does.
it, and I don't
And
think he's going to go far.
he is a very racist,
Yeah, gay hater.
Yep.
Doesn't
gay
want
hater,
black.
book banning,
Yeah,
book
book
banning. Teachers can't, what they can, library, what they taking books out of. Anytime they try, you get book banning, album bannings, and all that kind of shit. Free speech. That's not good.
Yeah, you know what's
That's
scary?
not
though?
good.
You know
Yep.
what's scary though is there's enough
But
people out there to vote this cocksucker in.
I pray, and I don't think
They ain't gonna do shit.
that DeSantis will perform well on a national
No way.
level.
He doesn't perform well on a state level.
But you would be shocked at the number of people that
No,
love
that's what I
this
worry
man.
about. That's what I worry about.
But they're the same people as DeSantis, you see.
Yep.
my thing now, get mad if you want to. This is my opinion. Trump and DeSantis are basically cut from the same cloth. They are undercover haters. They are racist. They, you know, all the things that I dislike. And, you know, I think they're two birds of a feather in that respect.
I would agree, and I would argue they both are willing to step on the necks of anybody to get wherever they want.
You're absolutely right.
Still better than Joe Biden and Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter's not that bad. He wasn't great back in the day. He should
Hey, all
probably
I
never
know
been
is if you
president.
ain't black, then you ain't for Joe Biden.
But he was a good man.
Yeah, good man.
Who?
He was a good man.
Who?
Jimmy Carter.
Jimmy Carter.
Well, I give
He
Jimmy
was a
Carter
great
that, yeah.
humanitarian,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
Yeah, he was.
I would agree with that too.
So was Abraham
God, is he
Lincoln.
dead? Is he still alive?
Yeah,
Yep,
barely.
he's 99.
Yeah.
Barely.
Look up
'Cause
Jimmy
all I
Carter.
remember is him out building houses for.
Look up.
No,
Look
that was
up-
Tom Brokaw, that Habitat.
He's
for
under
Humanity.
he was,
No,
but
he
he's
was.
under hospice care now.
Yeah.
He's like 98, 99.
Okay.
He
He's
went to the
99.
Peanut Festival.
Look up
And
Jimmy.
so is Rosalind. They're both under hospice care, but
Yeah.
they're still kicking.
He
Look
went to
up-
the Peanut Festival
So I
last
have
month.
one.
Look
I have
up
a
Jimmy
question.
Carter, recent picture, and see how he looks. He's gonna
Can you
die
name
soon.
some
Let
racist
me
things
look.
Trump
Oh,
has
yeah.
done for me?
Hey, no shit, he's 99.
Well, no, but like if you
I
look at
mean-
how he looked a couple years ago versus just now, or even
Yeah,
a
well,
year
he's
ago,
fucking 99. We'll see
well-
how you
Well,
look.
after he had a brain,
brain tumor, cancer.
yeah. I mean, hell, the man's been through a lot, you know.
I know, but just looking at pictures
really.
versus just a
Oh
few
yeah,
months
he
ago,
doesn't look well. No, he
No.
doesn't look well.
Look, his
I
brother was Billy. That was enough to finish him off right there.
I think he
Long
looks
time no
better than
see.
he
We
looked
all have
before.
a fucking Billy,
Long time no see. I haven't seen
do
you
we
for a
not?
Yeah. I think we
And
do.
Clinton had what? Roger?
Yeah.
Clinton had himself too.
Well,
Yeah.
himself, but I'm talking about his sibling.
I know.
Wasn't it Roger, the
Yeah.
beer drinking? They even had a beer after him
Yeah.
for a time.
Jimmy Carter did.
But that's
Trump-
like the
Trump did, too.
that's like the protagonist in a book. They're necessary.
Well, it goes to show you can't pick your family.
Yeah. that's
No,
right.
President Nixon didn't have slaves, but his wife's family did, and he knew about it.
Well, Nixon apparently beat the shit out of his wife, supposedly.
Yeah.
So
She
Yeah.
probably
He's a great
deserved it.
person.
Them, yeah.
What was that, Tom?
I know that when it
She
comes
didn't
to
deserve it.
I
What?
know when it comes to politics, the Trump family is the only family that has never owned slaves.
Can you hear me?
Oh, but his family, were very involved in the Klan. His
Okay, where?
father.
Yeah, where?
Yes.
They were involved in the mob too.
So where was it
so
all?
they weren't great.
Where? Point it out to me, because I'm trying to figure out. Last time I seen anything, NAACP gave Donald Trump an award along with Rosa Parks from Michigan here and a bunch of other people. He's backed multiple black politicians in the day.
He pardoned Kwame.
Yeah, pardon Kwame, who's a black man who was also
All
a Democrat,
with a
who invested in
motive.
the city of Detroit.
All with a motive.
What's the motive? Tell me one thing he's done racist. I'd really like to know.
Votes for
Trump.
Searching
Trump.
cars in those 3 boroughs in
What-
New York with no
what'd he do?
probable cause.
Joe
What'd he
Biden
do?
is the best president we've ever had.
What?
Can we change the subject?
How much raise did you
I
get?
was just answering a question because you said he was a racist.
He is a
Yeah, but-
racist.
So tell me what he's done that's racist.
Oh my goddamn.
Because the problem is when people make that statement and then they're asked the follow-up question of what did he do that was racist, they don't
I
have
don't
an
want a
answer.
president has 92 felonies.
They don't have it. Yeah, well, guess what? All the blacks are voting for him for that.
Okay, well,
They aren't all though. If you
He's
look
the
at
worst
the
president in America ever.
Oh, he
ever.
is. That's why gas was $4 a gallon under Biden.
I wouldn't call him the worst
That's
president.
why they
we've
shut
had
the
in
Right.
pipeline
recent-
down immediately, and
He
that's
will
why
go down in history as
pushing
a
these EV
shame
vehicles down
and
our
a
throats.
disgrace,
Joe
They're
Biden.
pushing
in my opinion.
your current administration is pushing these EV vehicles down your throat, which is causing nothing
Trump's
but a
not trying
problem
to save
between
Social Security. Joe Biden is trying to save Social Security. Trump wants to cut people Social Security benefits.
Okay.
Joe Biden wants to save that. People on Social Security disability should not be living in poverty. Even people as seniors should not be living in poverty.
No, it's a supplemental income. It wasn't expect to pay all your expenses.
Right,
Yeah,
but people shouldn't be
exactly.
living in poverty, though.
Right.
Seniors,
Yes,
people
so
that
what?
worked all their life should not be living in poverty.
You
So
didn't
people
work
should-
all your life.
Yeah, get it.
Well,
Improve your position. It ain't my problem. People only make $1,200 a month and got to live on it. They put themselves in that position. Go out and work for a living.
I'm talking about seniors that worked their ass off all their life.
Yeah, they should have been in a better position. That's like when a guy comes to me and goes, "Oh, you got 35 years. You can't retire. What'd you do wrong?"
Aren't you ever a-
My friend Rhonda worked at a restaurant for 40 years because she was a waitress and they paid very little money and she's only getting $800 a month. in
That
Social
was her
Security.
choice. That was her choice.
Aren't you a
It was her
union
choice.
member?
That was
Yes, I
because
am.
of the wage that she made.
Right.
That was her choice.
Exactly.
Even though it was 40 years, she worked for low
Yep.
wages.
That was
Yeah,
her
she's
choice.
only
though.
getting $800 a month. That's not right.
That's her choice.
What do you mean it's her choice?
That's
it's
the
dependent
that
on where
they
you live.
govern by
Where-
the
where's her
amount of
money?
money
What'd she
that
do
you
with her money?
made.
What'd she
Right.
do with her money she made all those years? My money's invested.
I'm gonna say something, and I'm not trying to be mean, but you
No,
said
no.
you're on a union.
Yeah.
A lot of conservatives, a lot of them don't like unions. They want to bust them up. They don't give a shit about
Absolutely.
'em.
So
Yep.
what
Absolutely.
difference does that make?
That I hope something doesn't happen to you. They can fuck you up in the
Who?
future.
Yeah.
Who?
The
Union.
government,
Yep.
they can take everything away from you.
Yeah,
and
the only
I'm
thing
and I'm
the
actually
only
being
thing they
nice
can
because I have a
do- the only
family
thing they
that's
can do right
pensions
now
and
is go
shit.
to a digital currency and shut everybody's money off.
Though I believe
Well, they're
in
working towards
unions.
that.
And that's the big worry that they got right now, that they're going to go to digital and they're already pushing it and they're going to shut your money off. That's why they're pushing the EVs, because they want to be able to shut your car off. They want to be able to shut the power grid down and go, "I'm sorry, you can't go anywhere.
Well, they'll
'Cause
already
we're
be
not
able
going to
to.
let you." They
They're
want
already doing that in
They're
Texas and
they're
shit.
pushing the socialist agenda in this country like it's ridiculous.
Well, they're already.
Migrants
And
in
they have
Chicago
your
are living in tents.
And they have your young children brainwashed right now. That's why they're all doing these sit outs at these colleges for Palestine and everything.
Well, I don't.
I grew up being taught that the Jews were our friends. And now all of a sudden, these college kids want to kill them all.
Well, be
You're about to
careful
see the
when you're
worst
on.
Palestine is not a
genocide.
wealthy country.
You're about to see the worst genocide. go
Migrants
on
in
right
Chicago
now
are
in the
living in
country.
tents tonight. Migrants in Chicago in tents.
Yeah, and I
it's cold
sent
and
you a
snowing.
video of the people from Chicago telling their local politicians, "We don't want this here. Get it out of here."
Yep.
Yep.
Just be careful who you vote for when you're pro-union,
Oh,
because
that got nothing to do with it. You ain't ever telling me to go for FIBA. You ain't never telling me who to vote for. I watch
I'm
those
not.
people that are let me finish. I watch those people that are brainwashed, that are being told to vote a certain way, that I work with. And they're not the smartest people.
And they shouldn't be.
Oh.
I mean, told. There were corporations here that were told to work that back certain candidates that were told
Yep.
if you vote this way, you
Yep.
vote this way, you vote this way,
UNICEF.
your job's
UNICEF.
online, you vote this way. Well, hell, how the fuck do they really know? A lot of people can't vote, don't vote. I just say, yeah, boss. How the fuck do they know how you voted?
So you got to realize something. I may be a union worker. That don't mean I agree with the union.
My
They get
dad
my
was
money
my dad
every
worked
month.
44
They get
years.
my
My dad worked for a union for 44 years in Milwaukee, Dale Smith. And then when he retired, it turned to Tower Automotive. Then they left Milwaukee. Now the whole it's gone, completely shut down and gone. Just
The
like
union, the union isn't as prominent as they used to be.
No, not at all. And that's probably kind of a problem. I think
Uh,
more
Master Lock
you
workers,
is
know,
another.
more
Master
workers
Lock
should
in
work
Milwaukee.
together.
Master Lock is a big corporation in Milwaukee, and that's union.
we weren't
And all
just
those
we
people
weren't
lost their
just on
jobs.
strike for 6 weeks for no reason, and that strike should have happened probably 15 years ago.
Well, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
well,
More workers should gang up together and work together.
We
To,
Well,
just
that's
did.
I
We
know,
just did.
but
What had
not
to
ev-
happen was, let me explain. And Tom
it's supposed to be the part
Tom
of
knows
the,
this stuff.
the
We just
union.
got out the most corrupt union president that we've had. The corruption came in back in 07, 05, 06, 07 when Sergio, I talked to Tom about this the other, remember I was telling you about this, Tom?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That Sergio, who ran Fiat Chrysler, paid off top union people. Everybody, oh no, the union's not corrupt. It's all been outed. It's all been put out there. The man was given money, taking on vacations, $1 million house, all this stuff. So the man worked for Chrysler, top union official. That's where the whole two-tier system came from. It came through Chrysler when they negotiated the contract, when they were first to go to the table. And they walked out with this two-tier shit and no more pensions and all this crap happened.
Right.
And then this guy dies.
where do you work? What do you do?
Let him finish.
Then this guy dies. And the wife sits there with this checking account filled with hundreds of thousands of dollars, all these cars, all these houses, and she don't know what to do. So she calls the authorities and says, I don't want to go to jail. My husband was involved in a really bad situation, and he was a union official internationally, and it all got investigated. Meanwhile, all us union people sit back and say, there's something going on. There's some kind of corruption going on. But on the local level, we're all being told, you're full of shit. You guys don't know. Conspiracy, blah, 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 blah. So now this drags out. Now here we are in 2023. I haven't seen a raise in 17 years.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. So you want to talk about a fixed income? Someone making $1,200 a month? Well, let's say I make $2,200 a month. I don't make no more than that, buddy.
You
$2,200
got
a month.
17 years.
17 years I've been making $2,200 a month. A month. So you're going to tell me I'm making some big money? No, I'm not. I haven't seen a raise in 17 years. Meanwhile, I got 30 years with the company. So
Oh, my Lord. I had no
for the
idea.
first 12 years of my career to then never get a raise?
You
You're going to
enlightened
tell
me.
me I should be kissing the union's ass?
You
I'm
enlightened
happy I
me.
got stock options, and then I get a dividend check for thousands of dollars every so many months, not a couple $100. I got a buddy of mine with 5 times the amount in his tax efficient savings plan than I do. And he called me up and he goes, you're getting a nice check. And I go, what do you mean? He goes, I just got $25,000. And I said, from where? He said, from my dividends. I said, really? He says, yeah, watch out. Yours is coming next. And then I got my deposit. And I was happy he told me because I thought something was wrong. So, yeah, the union's been fucking us over for a long, long time. Me and Tom had talked about this. You know, and there's not 2 tiers. There's 4 tiers. And the way it works is we're number 1, 2 tiers number 2 that we work right next to on the line. Then we have a cleaning crew that comes in and cleans that's union. They're the 3rd tier. Then we have parts inspectors. They're the 4th tier. Those are the so-called illegals they claim we got coming in and working in our factories, inspecting parts for $10 an hour. God bless you.
Thank you.
But yeah, and most people think there was only 2 tiers. So now what's going to happen is with the contract, we're going to get a 25% pay increase over 3 years. Well, I haven't had a raise in 17 years. Why do I have to wait 3 years to get to my next top rate, which
That's
I
not
should
right.
have already been at? So not only am I getting screwed that way, I'm getting screwed in other ways.
So in 17 years, you haven't gotten a raise, a bonus,
No, I have not.
anything?
So everybody thinks the United States auto workers are the greatest job to have and the greatest thing to do. I can't even afford to buy a new vehicle.
Hey, I got a question.
They were just on strike, weren't they?
6 weeks, buddy.
Yeah, I got a question.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're an auto worker?
Yeah, I'm an auto worker.
Oh, I didn't know that. Holy
Yeah.
cow. For
Yeah.
who? Which company?
So to talk about the union and talk about Joe Biden and talk about what Trump did for 4 years, oh,
Yeah.
it's a big difference in my eyes.
Yeah.
And I'm from New Jersey. I grew
Oh,
up in New Jersey. I
Yeah.
watched Trump do such good things for the city of New York along with Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah.
Republicans. I didn't say I'm a Democrat. I didn't say I was a Republican. I'm actually a libertarian. And if you know what a real libertarian is, you don't fuck with me, I don't fuck with you.
Right. Oh, yeah.
But now that they want to bring all this sex shit to my kids and in the classroom, that's where they draw the line. That's where I draw the line. And this administration, the way they're working with these children and all these brainwashed fucking teachers, it's gotten ridiculous. And it's all come out in the past 2 years since Biden's been in office.
It was.
You
coming
didn't
out
have this problem when
prior to
Trump
that.
was in there. The gays were gay, the lesbians were lesbians, and your children had nothing to do with it.
It was still there prior to that.
Yeah, but not like it is today and not like it's being put out there. It's
Why
a
not
big
home-
difference.
why not homeschool? There's so many like
Hey,
good
that's an
homeschool
option.
options.
See, I don't
They're
have
all
to deal
Christian
with it.
based.
I don't have to deal
No,
with it
they're
because I
not.
know
Most
that
of
the
'em.
curriculum I'm getting where I live is correct.
Okay.
But this liberal shit, it ain't happening where I live.
I was gonna say that I know my boyfriend's on one of his sister-in-law. They do homeschooling, but it's not like Christian based.
Yeah,
They-
most is though. Hey, but I got a question, yeah, man. Not to start an argument, but
No.
just a fair question. I'm wondering about this. Are you considered unskilled labor?
Yes, we are.
When you look at your rate compared to other unskilled labor, what's the argument?
Somebody had made a point to this. When you get a job, you don't just show up at that job and start doing something. Someone always has to show you how things are done.
That's how it used to be years ago too.
Well,
It
unskilled
didn't.
labor or not unskilled labor, no matter what type of job it is, I just can't get a job at McDonald's and walk in and just take over.
Well, yeah,
I
that's what
have
I'm.
to be shown what to do.
That's what I'm getting at. Is
Yeah.
years ago, prior to everybody needing a 4-year bachelor's degree
Yeah, I've
for
been
no
I've, been,
reason.
I've learned that's a bunch of bullshit they're selling.
It is. Yep, I agree with that.
But if you look at general labor you can argue that a roofer, a plumber, and an electrician is skilled labor.
Oh, I agree.
If you're general labor and you compare general labor rates across the board,
Yeah.
you're killing it.
Oh, we know that. We know we set the standard. But the point is for someone to go, I need $15 an hour to flip burgers. That shows there's a problem here.
What
Especially
do
when
auto
my
makers
job
make right now?
when my
What do
job is setting the basis of that unskilled job for an income. And because we're union, that's why we're at the rate we're at. But it's been proven with cost of living, because that's something that was taken away from us over 17 years ago. You'll never see another increase.
What's the
I
average
do,
start?
I do find it very unfair that, especially with the cost of living going up, that the company couldn't at least give you guys that much, to just equal everything out, like
average
a cost of
worker on-
living raise. I mean, that's a little
Yeah, no.
ridiculous. 17 years and then not even just
We
to
don't
even
get
just
increases.
bump you up
And
to like it's not even really a raise at that point. It's
there is
just
no raise. We get a
being
performance
fair.
bonus every once in a while, which is like $1,500. And then these people that don't understand the union, that are in the union, they're like, but wait a minute, where did our bonus just go? It's going in your check, you idiot. So if I had cost of living and I worked a bunch of hours, the cost of living would pay me a lot more than $800 and some throughout a year. But what we get is they were giving us a performance bonus check for $1,500, which was then taxed. So you got like $800 in change. That's your performance bonus. That was instead of cost of living. So yeah, $800, big deal. When
What's the
over the year, I will make a hell of a lot more than $800 with COLA, with cost of living.
What's the average worker make an hour? Average? Would you say $20 an hour? 30? What?
$30 an hour, $32 an hour. That's the
And
average.
you don't think that $32 an hour is good pay?
Where do you
So
live?
let me ask you a
though?
question. Let me ask
Well,
you a
I'm just
question.
wondering.
So let me ask you a
curious.
question. Family of
curious.
four, family of four can live on $600 a week. What's your mortgage? What's your
Yeah.
gas and electric cost? What's the cell
Yeah.
phone bill cost? Let's start adding this shit up.
Right.
What's the average mortgage today? 1,600, 2,000?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I just
probably.
told you, average worker on the assembly line is bringing home $650 a week.
Wow.
That's not
Wow.
a lot of money.
Wow, I didn't know that.
$2,400 a month.
Wow.
How the hell are you living on that?
If there were more people like
Why do you
Man
think
out
all the-
there,
why
we
do
would
you
probably
think
be
there's-
making more money. It'd be like bring back America again. He has
No.
the right
The thing
idea.
is, these auto companies are in these cities where there's such an abundance of low-income people that are just happy to make that $30 an hour right now.
How much do you feel that an auto worker should make an hour? What do you think is a decent?
Dude, right now, if I would have had cost of living over the last 17 years,
Okay.
I'd be making probably $40 an hour.
So you think
I'm behind, bro. I'm way
Yeah.
behind.
Yeah.
So do you think it kind of reminds me like when I mentioned this the other day to my mother, just like this too. It's kind of like when Tom would talk to the girls on the street and they would get pissed off because the other girl would do it for cheaper and then they were
No.
expected to do it for
Yeah,
cheaper.
you're right. You're seeing the downside of capitalism now.
It is. No,
Yep.
I think Man has a good point. Like
No, it's true.
You know,
more-
the idiot telling you because I make a pencil for you, you're supposed to pay me more. Well, it's the guy that invented the pencil, invented the process to build the pencil, and took the risk. That's what capitalism's all about. And then I got to pay somebody $4 an hour, $5 an hour to sit there and make the pencil. But I created the pencil. I designed the pencil. I spent my time and money creating the pencil. You guys ever heard this story about the pencil?
Yeah.
yeah.
So what do you think an average worker should be making an hour then?
You know, Henry Ford invented the assembly line for in the 70s for them to let Japan and China come in and take pictures and steal how we build cars.
I think I think this is a good point because every time you buy something American made, it's always lasts longer and there's a lot more pride to it, right? You would say you
Not
would
really.
Yeah, not really. It depends.
Flathead 85, the more money you make, the less income you bring home.
Hey, yeah, man. I got to say this, though. Flathead said, and this is true, you said Flathead says if you make $30 an hour, you're taking home more than $600 a week, which would be true.
Well,
Yeah,
it would
but
depend
he's-
on how
he's
much
not
you're putting
taxing. Where's your
Yeah,
taxes,
yeah,
buddy?
I was gonna
taxes,
say
no
taxes
Flathead.
included.
in
No,
401k,
no.
401k, health insurance, all
Yeah,
that
there's
stuff.
a lot of
But still, I mean, if you're talking taxes, just taxes,
yeah.
you can't add 401 fucking K, which is going to benefit you down the road, and not claim it as income along the way.
Wrong.
Flathead has got a point. $30 an hour, 40 hours a week,
Yeah.
and you're talking 50% tax bracket, which is not true.
That's
Then
good
bump
money.
it up 10 more percent, so it's a little bit over 6. All I know is, Tom, when I would claim 0 single and work 40 hours a week when I was on day shift, if there was no union dues, I made about $675, and if there were union dues, I made just under $500. And the union dues are 2 hours of our pay now. That's once a month.
How much of a raise would you like to see happen? How much of a raise would you like to see happen?
Well, right now, I wanted at least 30%, not 25%.
Okay, and how much is that?
Well, it's what they're doing.
$5 raise, $7 raise.
They're offering you 20. They're offering you 25% of your current rate.
Okay.
Aren't they doing that over like a period of time too? Over
Yeah, they're
several
trying
years?
to. Yeah, they want it over 3 years.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is all these 2-tier people just work on a 7 to 8 year scale, and now you're going to tell them that they have to go on
But
another
most of these
3-year
people,
scale.
isn't it true that most of these people that work in these auto places don't even never went to college, never went to high school, and
No,
have
that's
no
not true at all. That's not true at
That's
all.
not true at
And
all.
the reason that's not true at all is because when I worked in New Jersey, I worked with people that had just graduated from Rutgers College,
Uh,
and they said, I got this 4-year degree, and now I can't even use it. I can't even make the money that these
Hi,
people are
Brenda.
making on this assembly line. And back then,
Yeah.
that money was only $12.50 an hour.
yeah,
And
I
with a
thought auto
4-year
work-
degree, they couldn't make $12.50 an hour.
I thought auto workers made good money. I didn't know.
Nope.
I didn't know that. I thought they were
Nope.
making really good money.
Nope.
They used to back in the day. I know that because my dad knew somebody he went to school with, and this was a long time ago.
Yeah, but those people.
He retired back in like in the mid '90s. Like,
I mean,
he only worked 20 years.
if you want to live in that place and spend
Yeah.
7 days a week, depending on what you do, and if that person was a maintenance person, it's
We
negotiated.
love
They
those
make
towns.
more money
We
than
love
we
those
Yeah.
do.
cheese-balls
I
towns.
was just saying back in the day it wasn't
yeah,
that bad.
Yeah.
We love
at
those
all.
cheese balls, Tom.
It's
All I
everybody's
can say is,
getting screwed.
if the people keep knocking the money I make, then you'll never get your $15 to flip burgers. Sorry.
Most people are getting that now,
Rita's got
depending
her
on where
mic
you
off.
live.
Rita,
Well-
your mic is off on your end.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
You know, I'm
Oh, I'm
impressed.
sorry. I'm
We're-
sorry. Thank you for telling me.
I'm in Branson, Missouri, and our minimum wage is $14 an hour. And people,
Yeah, but the
people
auto
still
work.
complain it's 15 an hour. And people here still complain here that that's not a good enough money. Well, it's not a good enough money now because
Tom knew my mic was off.
It's not good enough money because
Yeah,
these days, just even
You
getting
can see
like
me
one-
flailing.
yeah. The only
but in Wisconsin,
a one bedroom
Wisconsin
apartment would be
minimum
awful.
in
yeah.
Wisconsin,
that's
minimum
all
wage
was
is
off.
$7.50 an hour though. How can
7:35.
$7.35 an hour in Wisconsin and it's 14 or 15 here in Missouri?
What's the average cost for like a one bedroom or even a studio in Missouri or Branson?
Probably about 500 or 600.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
It's more
I
than
mean,
that.
when they raise minimum wage, everything else seems to creep right up with that. As soon as
But the
minimum
cost
wage
of living
gets
is high in
raised,
Wisconsin, but minimum wage is only $7.35 an hour. It makes no sense to me. How Missouri could be 14 an hour? It should be the same everywhere. I don't know.
Well, you see, like some of these, this is a big thing that was on the news today about McDonald's in California. They're going to raise the cost of their food, which
What's your minimum
included-
wage, Tom? What's your minimum wage,
I
Tom?
don't know. I don't know what it is.
And what about you?
I couldn't tell you.
Skyball, or well, mine. It depends.
Hey,
I'm,
Tom,
I'm in Texas,
Take a
so
look at the
Okay.
I
scale
see
I'm sending you.
15ish.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But
Come to your
like
phone.
the actual minimum wage in Texas, $7.25.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on.
No, the
Minimum
actual
wage here
minimum
is
wage is.
Hey,
15.
Tom.
Yeah.
So
What's
now
your
listen.
minimum wage?
If we would have kept our cost of living and everything would have stayed and they didn't screw us like they did back in 08, you go right to the bottom and tell these people how much money we should be making.
35,141.51.
Yeah. And yeah. And it goes from $32 an hour in 08 to 2023. And if we were receiving the cost of living like we were supposed to, we'd be at $49.85.
Can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I don't know your name, but
They call me Yeah Man.
yeah, man. Okay. I would say, like, I wish there were more unions, but I also wish at the same time you could vote out. And I realize, like,
So
a
what
lot of the
happens
unions
is, yes,
these days are terrible.
If I
Like,
choose
the
to
bigger
tell
ones are
the union
awful.
I don't need them, then I don't
You're-
get no representation.
Yeah, that's what I
So I
understand.
can simply be fired and they're
That's
gonna
the
Yeah.
point of a
right.
union.
Yeah.
tell you.
I wish there was a way you could vote out some of these people, because from what I've heard, some of these big
See,
unions,
this
especially
is-
like grocery stores and shit like that, they fuck over everybody in the long run.
Wasn't Jimmy Hoffa involved in union?
Teamsters.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, he was
that
a
wouldn't be
teamster.
surprising.
Teamsters.
I'm just saying there are good. My point was, in a roundabout way, I agree totally with you, Miss. I forget your name, Skyball.
Or Melissa, you can call me either
That
way.
there's good and bad.
Mhm.
There's good people in the union. There's bad people in the unions. That you're absolutely right. Be careful
Well,
about
that's another
who.
thing about the whole situation.
I
For-
also wish
for-
you weren't forced to join into them before you.
You
Go
can
into
go
that.
either way in some states.
well,
Not all.
Here's a wild
Not
thing.
all, but because yeah, you can get real
Yeah, but how about
pushy
this?
people, and
How about this?
yeah, the same thing, but not doing it.
But how about this? I know you're in the union, Yemen, but do you think the union had anything to do with the big three, which is now the mediocre two, leaving the states because of high unskilled labor,
Leaving? What do you mean the states?
going to Mexico?
No, that had nothing to do with people. No.
What do you think that is?
Like-
NAFTA?
Like they have, yeah, I would say
Well,
that. Like they have more skill down in Mexico. There, it's going to be the same.
No, they got
difference
lower
here.
rates.
No, actually,
Lower rates.
actually,
Lower
in
rates,
Mexico,
certainly.
where we build Fords, they're union, and a lot of their setup has been projected into the United States with situations like team leaders and the way they run the company now. We've followed the lead of the actual Mexican people, the way they run their business, and Ford's adopted it.
That hasn't really worked that well for American car companies.
Well, the concept of the team leader concept that they created is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, maybe that.
There we go. Yeah, that's it. Team leader.
What do you mean?
Well, never mind.
No,
Never
explain what
mind.
you're saying.
No. I
What they
had a
did was
brain
they
fart.
they took the position out of the process coach's hand of dealing with multiple hundreds of people, and now there's a ratio of like a 10-to-1. For every 10 line workers, we have a line leader that's in charge of them. So that line leader is responsible for knowing every single job on his team
Right.
and handling absenteeism and
Right.
running his own area.
Right. Gotcha.
So basically, if someone needs to go to the bathroom, the supervisor is not allowed to pick up an Eric tool or load parts.
Oh, I get all that. I get.
You know,
Okay.
so
Gotcha.
we
I
used
get
to
it.
they were called utility people, and now they're called team leaders.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
This
true.
term's being used a lot now in corporate America. Team leader.
That's true.
Yeah.
but if you
That's
get a
what I
hold of-
said.
I was a
That's
team leader.
actually what I meant when I said, "Here we go, team leader." I didn't mean it in a bad.
Okay.
I understood,
Okay.
but I didn't quite at the
part's good.
moment know how to express it. I had a
Okay.
brain fart.
That part's good, but if you look at interviews and read interviews about ex executives in the big two and the big three when it was around, Mexico has been a nightmare overall.
Everything that happens in Mexico when it comes to Ford Motor Company comes out of the glass house anyway. They're just considered another assembly plant that makes them a hell of a lot.
What do you
more
think of
money.
Tesla?
I got no problem with Tesla. I got no problem with Elon Musk. I mean, I understand what
Kia.
he's doing, but
Are you
he's not,
surprised that
he's
they're
not
pull-
trying to over project.
Like Kia.
And plus, another thing that was also said was, you don't need electric pickup trucks. You just need the electric car that Elon's offering you. And Ford Motor Company's put themselves in a position
That's the federal government.
financially. Yeah, but not
It's
at first,
subsidizing.
though, Tom, because it's the federal government now when it comes to us with this lightning truck. But we're having such a repercussion with
What is that exactly?
customers.
What is that
Yeah.
exactly?
What is that?
Lightning truck.
It's a fully electric vehicle.
Yeah.
It's
Like
the
an
Ford-
F-150?
It's an F-150 that is a EV. That if you remember the Lightning truck from back in the day, this truck has unbelievable horsepower and everything. But as soon as you hook up your trailer to go camping, you're lucky you make it 50 miles down the road before the
No.
battery's dead.
Yeah, I know.
It's
No shit.
yeah, Ford Motor Company is really getting bit in the ass with this one. Lost over $25 billion. They're giving these vehicles away.
Yeah, but they
Look-
got all grant money and federal subsidies.
Yeah, but
It
Yeah.
wasn't Ford's money; it was the taxpayers. Same with the wind turbines.
there's a yes and a no to that question.
You
Because
like Kia?
huh?
Like Kia?
I could care less about Kia. Kia got nothing to do with Ford Motor Company. Kia don't pay
Kia's
my
a car.
bills.
What's a car though? But
Yeah, is it even in manufacturing anymore?
It's Asian. That's about it.
Yeah.
Do they even
Oh.
build them anymore? I mean,
Yeah, they do.
Good
yeah,
warranty.
it's the number one car people are stealing right now. Kias are hot
Well,
right now.
Yeah,
Well, imagine why.
yeah.
They're hot cars right now. People are
because they
stealing
can't
them.
afford to buy a new
They're
car 'cause
easy to
the
get
prices are
into
so
and
high.
start.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Hey,
problem.
there you go
Like,
then.
back home, they call them the Kia boys. Back home.
Yep. That was popular on
And then what
TikTok.
the fuck they got? Yeah.
There was people on TikTok literally going and stealing those cars. It was the TikTok boys, like that guy said. Just
Yeah. Yeah.
I would
stupid.
take a
But
Kia over a Ford. I would take a Kia over a Ford any day.
I mean,
I
if
was
you're
gonna
just wanting to joyride, still a car, that'd
I,
be
I
the
should
one.
ask. I should ask.
Back
Yeah,
in the
about
day,
it.
Ford were like the worst cars ever. Nobody would ever buy a Ford back 20, 30
I was gonna
years ago.
say-
Nobody would even touch Ford, but now
Does-
So
they're
they don't buy
Does-
one now.
Well, does
Well, no, they're
Grandma-
good now.
Does Grandma
Exactly. So
agree
what's
they had
20,
some
30 years
electric
ago to go do with
issues?
it? I'm going to tell you right now, and it wasn't 20, 30 years ago. It was
Well-
more like 40 to 50 years
Yeah,
ago
it was.
Yeah.
when they were
70s,
dropping the
70s.
beer bottles in the doors and the beer caps, and no one
Rusting
seemed to
out,
care.
6 months
It was
old.
called the 70s.
Right.
Yeah, people are
I've
saying they
heard
were the
some
worst
Ford
cars.
had electric issues, but that's years
Every
back.
car
not right
No,
now.
it's
got
rust.
issues.
Rust.
I don't care for Ford. Never have. I'm sorry.
That's your
I just-
opinion. I mean, it just, hey, it's my livelihood. It pays my bills.
From
Don't
the
matter.
cars my father
Ford, I
had,
like
trucks.
Ford Motor Company more than I like the UAW. That should tell you something.
Okay.
The UAW don't pay my bills. Ford Motor Company
Okay.
pays my bills.
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm sure you love them.
And yeah.
I had a Ford
And I
growing
love
up.
and I love all my stock options that I put myself on. And all my
Okay.
stock
See,
that I've
wait,
got.
stop.
See,
Stop.
There's a lot to it that people say how the company. No, the company. I still make money. I'm
Wait,
in the middle.
I get that, honey. And I don't mean any disrespect,
Oh, no,
anything
no,
I say.
no.
We're just all talking
Oh
here.
yeah. What I'm trying to say is
But what my point was, you're talking about stock options
Yes, the
that you
Pinto.
get through
And Pinto.
I get my
Ford.
own. I buy them. Buy my own stock.
Well, but you have that option.
So do you. Why don't you
Wait
buy
a
'em?
minute, but probably at a lower rate than a
No.
non-employee may
Hell
have.
no. Hell no. I'm not salary. I'm not a plant manager. I buy stock on the stock market just like you do. And I buy stock through my 401k just like everybody else with a 401k does.
No,
I
but
don't get
not
it.
everybody
No,
has
no.
a 401k.
Well, that's
you-
like I tried to say to him down the bottom here below me when he was talking about people not making no money and that woman that was a waitress. I know waitresses here that are millionaires because they invested their money. They didn't just spend it.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
So
You're
somebody
right.
being
You're
on
right.
Social Security because they're 70 years old and bitching that they make $1,000 a month and that's all they get. Well,
Do- I
where's
was
their
gonna ask-
alternate income? that
But
they
you
could-
were
Do you-
also talking, a point I wanted to ask you about was that you said that Ford would hire less. I mean, they'd go into these cities or whatever. People will come in lower class neighborhoods or poorer people, and they will hire them because they will do the job cheaper, and that's what keeps
That's
you
not
from getting
really what it
raises.
is. That's not really what it is.
Why our jobs are
That's
going
not-
Well,
overseas.
I mean, I'm just
Crazy, no.
applying to what I
See,
thought
no
you
matter where
said.
you are in the United States, I mean, the union rate is the union rate. So if I work for Ford Motor Company in Kansas City,
But
if I
you
work-
said that caused you not to get your raises and
no,
stuff.
that's not what caused me not to get my raises. What caused me not to get my raises was a CEO that was corrupt along with the international union.
Okay. Thank you.
And people
Now-
got paid off.
Okay, so
And
that's
things- and-
within
and the-
Ford.
and the
that's not
contract-
within the
That was
cost of living raises and whatnot. And people at McDonald's,
No.
wait a minute, making $15 an hour.
She missed it.
And
all.
that is kind of far fetched, but you have to understand the rest of the world hasn't been getting cost of living raises either. Or wait. I know they do, but if you make a very low wage, a cost of living raise of whatever they are, and they're never that big, don't those people deserve that cost of living
Those
raise?
people have a choice of what type of employment they choose.
You
You know,
think?
the guy going out wanting to flip burgers and then thinking he should get $15, $20 an hour.
Well, maybe he
The last
doesn't want to
time-
flip burgers,
The last
but
time
he's
I checked,
trying to work and make honest money rather than being out here slinging dope on the corner.
oh, I get that.
I agree. I
Yeah,
agree with her.
but on that note, also,
But you say people have choice. Everybody has a choice, but
everybody has
not
a choice.
everybody has the same opportunities.
Yes.
Whether
Yeah.
you want something, I'm all
That's why
for
it's
you.
a capitalist country, and you have to go out and make your own opportunity.
It
Well, not
is a
everybody-
capitalist country. You're
That's why you
absolutely
have to
right.
go out and make your own opportunity. If you
Well,
want to
not
sit
everybody
back
can.
and live on some fixed income
Thank
and
you,
have
Tom.
nothing,
But
then
not
that's how
everybody
they live.
wants that.
Well, then those
They
people got to
can't
get off their asses.
do any better at
They-
the time.
I don't look at it like that.
Sometimes you're
But
limited
I'm just
based on
saying,
where
but
you
I'm not
live.
saying everybody.
I've
I'm
lived all
saying
over the
there are
country, just like Tom
cases.
has. It has nothing to do with it.
It depends on what you have access to at the time. Some of us
Thank
have
you.
opportunities than others. Some of us are
And
That
very
is
like
lucky.
true.
McDonald's.
I do know some people who had more opportunities in life than I'd have, you know, but like that's just, and it wasn't because they were like go-getter, you know, people.
There
It
are
just
so
happened.
many variables.
Yes.
And I don't think people at
Like
McDonald's
Ross
workers
guys.
should be making $15 an hour. McDonald's workers. I mean, most of the
So
people
how
working.
much should you give a kid out of high school that's still in high
Well,
school an hour to work?
Do you
okay,
realize
should
how
he
many
get?
people you
What
see
should he
in
get?
fast food? A lot of
Okay,
times they're
I think
older these days.
I think
Yeah, and that's their
Well-
problem. They chose to work that. When that job is honestly
most of
set
these
up
people, most
for a
of these people
teenager.
working
But
fast
what if
food are-
they didn't
I know.
choose it, but they have to work?
Yeah.
That's
But
their
it's not
choice.
enough to make a living in.
That
It's
was
not
their
enough to
choice.
rent a house. It's not enough
That's what I
to
just
have
pointed
a
out. How much
vehicle.
is
It's not enough to pay
How
your
much
children.
is
That
the
is the
average
working poor.
mortgage? That's
Yep.
the problem with this country right now. And
Okay,
then the minute,
agree
and then
with
your
that.
current, yeah, and then your current administration was trying to make you pay almost $4 a gallon when they shut down the Keystone Pipeline. Gee, what happened with that?
And
Now-
and one
now
other
your-
point,
Now your
just one
inflation
other
is through the
point.
through the roof. Your inflation's through the roof. And if
It
you know,
is.
To be fair, the inflation started
The
going up when
inflation-
Trump was in office.
Thank
And
you.
there wasn't much he could have done at the time because
Right.
nobody really knew what was
Presidents
going on.
inherit problems from other
Exactly.
administrations.
I know.
Exactly.
If it wasn't the prior, it was the before the prior, and
I
so
know.
on and
So
so on.
before Trump, it was Obama for 8 years, and look what he did. Nothing.
Obama
It's
was
a-
great.
Okay, but my other question, my other comment I wanted to make, and I'm going to just go with the flow from now on, but this was pressing.
No.
If shit, now I forgot. Oh, you said you made $30 an hour
Yes. Every
Okay.
auto worker makes it.
and you brought home
contract.
600.
Right.
Yeah, it was figured out. It's around $700. Yes.
Okay.
So what I
My
was pointing out,
husband
the
does
average,
not make quite
Is
what
that
you
a
make.
week or every 2 weeks? Is that every
Okay.
2 weeks or a week you get that?
it's every week.
Every week? Okay.
My,
We got a
my husband,
calculator.
and he does construction work. He's a foreman.
And
Mhm.
construction workers make good money.
And
Florida.
he
At least that's what
does.
they want to tell people. Like they tell people the auto workers make good money, because the auto workers we're supposed to be making like $85 an hour. They tell people,
Well, yeah,
We're
my
paying
husband should
$85 an hour.
too.
huh?
My husband should too.
No, do people say, "Oh, her husband's a construction worker. He's probably making $75 an hour"?
Yeah, some people do,
Well, that's what I
depending.
deal. That's what
My
I deal
husband
with.
does a specialty. It's deep
There you go.
water and sewer.
Then that's
They
paid
have to
money.
lay pipe under fucking water. They lay pipe you could drive goddamn cars through.
and that's
And
something
it's
he has
very
to know how to
dangerous
do.
work. And he doesn't make what you do. And he still brings home more than $600 a week or 700.
I don't know.
Now, granted, out of that, he has insurance taken out. He has dental taken out.
So, yep.
But
See,
now
and
I'm on,
that's the thing about this stuff. They
but
take
we have
all,
no children. I'm an older woman. We
Okay.
don't have, I'm not raising children. So there's that.
they take all that stuff and they add it up, and then they try and tell people.
We used to have he had a 401k before the stock market and all that shit in 08, 9, 10, all that shit happened. We had to liquidate that in order to live because he got laid off work. You know, I'm just saying.
No, I understand it happens to people. Yes.
But I'm just saying
See,
he brings home
what you're
more
saying.
than that.
And when
But
did
how
that
many
happen?
hours of work? Are you mandated to how many hours you can work a week? Or
And
does it
overtime.
depend on production?
40
You
hours
get
a week.
overtime. You get overtime.
Well, but there again, see, my husband works more hours than that. He works 50 and 60 hours a week.
Does he get overtime?
Yes.
I said 50,
Okay.
60 hours a week. Yeah.
But a lot of these companies today, they don't want to pay
See,
overtime.
so that's the difference. See, there's a lot of variables in what I'm saying.
They don't want to pay benefits either. It's like Walmart. You can't work. Even Walmart, none of their employees can work over. You know,
Right. They won't even give them 40 hours a week to not.
And they can't
you
work
know,
overtime.
That's intentional. Yeah, I know.
So people at Walmart that are don't get a cost of living raise, they can't even make 40 fucking hours a week, but they're out there working.
Maybe they should get together and get a union like Meyer did.
And
Well,
Tom knows what I'm talking about. Meyer got a
That's
union.
Walmart
I
what I would agree
understand.
about, but Walmart,
Walmart is
actually
profit all the way around.
purposely
All
stops that.
Yeah, they do.
Right.
You have to be really
They certainly
careful.
do.
That's my point.
Do you know why we got cost of
You're
living
forced
back?
not to be able to.
No, they're afraid. There's a big difference being afraid.
Cost of living?
No.
There's a big difference
What do you think an
because we
average?
saw it happen.
Well, in my case,
Let
I'm
me
in.
explain something. We saw it happen with Volkswagen when they tried to unionize the Volkswagen plant here in the United States. They were threatened.
Right.
It was proven after the vote went through that they were threatened.
Yes.
Then they made it go through again, and it passed. And along
Right.
with it passing, they got cost of living.
Right.
Now, on the local level, we were always told, you'll never see that again on the local level. Well, now
That's
that
64
Sean
grand a year.
Payne is the international president, and even Tom asked me my opinion on the guy, and I told Tom that this guy has to do what the people want now because he's the new elected guy. The guy that we just got rid of was corrupt, getting paid off, and everybody knew it. And so
makes
was
64
Payne.
grand a year.
Payne was actually getting a little something we understand too, but he had to listen to what the people want. So
You make
they
about
were
60
telling
grand
us
a
on a
year.
local level, you'll never see cost of living again. But when you have hundreds and hundreds, meaning, thousands and thousands of people telling their local union that we want COLA back, and we know what COLA is, they can't
You got to be
put a
careful.
blind eye to us. They had to give it to us. They
You got to
had
be
to
careful with
60 grand a
Walmart
year?
because
You make
Walmart
about 60
literally
grand a
teaches
year, right?
Walmart literally teaches people to not do any of that, and they'll fire you right
Oh,
away.
I
and
know they do.
they literally
Yes.
will shut down where you work.
Yeah, most
I believe
successful retailer in the country.
Yep. I
They're
get it.
horrid.
More
They're all profit.
successful,
Walmart's
biggest
profit.
employer in the United States.
That's their profit behind Amazon, of course. It's right behind them.
Yep.
Look what
And
happens.
see, I also live in Florida. We're talking about unions.
You poor thing.
Florida is a right to work state. They
So
are
is
one of the
Michigan now.
biggest non-union
Yeah, that's why your husband isn't making
places,
40,
and
Yeah,
yes.
that's
exactly.
why your husband isn't making $45 an hour like you.
exactly.
Every state
Exactly.
I think is Montana. I think is the only at-will state or whatever it's
No,
called.
not-
Missouri is a right to work place. Missouri is too. Is a right to work too.
Let me look. Hold on.
Rita,
Yes.
Florida is like, you got so many people down there voting that don't need to work anymore. That's why.
That's correct.
Yep.
That's correct.
Yeah,
I read
When I
everybody.
grew up,
It's an old
Rita,
folks
in New
state.
Jersey, all I learned in New Jersey is that the snowbirds, they would come from New Jersey and go down to Florida, and then in the spring they'd come back to New Jersey,
Yeah.
back to Florida, back and forth.
Yeah.
All the
Oh,
time.
yeah. They're the snowbirds.
Yep.
We hate them in a way, but we love them in a way because it brings money to our state.
Oh, absolutely.
Florida is a tourism state.
Yeah.
You know,
Trust me, I know. I get ripped
hotels,
off by
restaurants.
that
You know,
lobster with those big ears rips me off all the time.
Have a good night, Tom.
that
Yeah,
must
take
have been
care.
me. I got huge ears.
You
Can
don't
hear
have a
me?
long pointy tail though.
No.
You hear good?
Oh Lord. But yes, it really is. It sucks. It's because I'm from North Carolina originally, and we had unions. I worked for RJ Reynolds Tobacco Company.
They weren't that great though, were they?
Oh yeah, well
But,
yeah.
Tom, more or less anymore.
But now
you know
I
what the
worked for
union
the
really is?
state here in Florida, the
Safe
state,
working environment, safe
and
working,
we had a union.
health and benefits.
I mean, cost of living is like 15 cents. It's on the dollar. It's nothing.
In
So-
Well,
Florida,
see there
it's
again.
gotten way
Sorry,
That's
worse.
a
somebody that don't get it,
benefit.
don't get it.
Florida
Well,
is not.
that's how the increases happen. We absorb the cost of living, and then your rate goes up. The cost of living goes back to pennies.
Well, Florida is not that cheap now because everybody has
uh-uh.
to deal with the home insurance rates,
Oh, yeah,
which have
crazy.
gone up.
Exactly.
Car too.
Yeah, they've gotten way more
Especially since
expensive.
Hurricane Ian.
Yeah.
There's you can't insurance on
They-
your home,
They've screwed you
especially,
guys big time.
is
I know.
out of this fucking world. And a lot of people can't afford it. And people who have mortgages, because if you have a mortgage, naturally you've got to have insurance.
That's right.
And people are losing their homes because they can't afford the freaking insurance. And people are dropping their insurance that that do have mortgages but don't have mortgages, but the cost of home insurance is so ridiculous and would make such an impact on their lives, especially older people. They just drop it and hope for the damn best.
Yeah, but here's the thing too. It's a high risk state.
Well, it is. It is.
So what are
It
you
depends
saying?
on where you live,
But it
though,
was.
too. Like, I'm just gonna add in. Sorry.
I don't live on the beach. I'm
Yeah.
talking about general. In general,
Yeah,
I
because
don't live on the beach. I did.
most of my
So-
family where I even came from is all in Central Florida. They weren't on the
Right.
beaches. It's still high, but it's not like terrible, like where you expect when a hurricane comes by. It's
Right.
gonna blow you over.
But
It's so
I
bad.
live in Southwest Florida, where Ian came in at pretty much. Now my home is intact. I mean, it didn't, but I got flooded because I live close to a big river, huge river, the Caloosahatchee, and we got 3.5 feet of water in the house. But our home, as such, I mean, we lost some soffit and fascia and a few shingles and things like that.
T-shirts.
Whereas other people that live a little closer to the river than I do, I counted today. I went down. I was just curious. There's about 12 homes. Now, this is right on the river there. A year later are still people living in those little trailer things they give them. There's
FEMA.
about 4.
FEMA. Yeah.
Yeah.
FEMA trailer.
You know, the little trailers.
The white ones.
So there's about 4 of those.
And you get cancer from living in them.
Yeah, better pray there's no lead or whatever.
Other
is in 'em.
people's homes, were 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 that I'm certain of that I can count. They just washed into the river. They're gone. They're just gone. It totally destroyed them. They just went into the river. But in all total of homes still needing repair, there's about 12. But then that's not really that bad. But I'm talking about totally just fucked. Now, this is just on the river. And our insurance rates have gone up tremendously. But we're about 20 miles from the beach.
Yeah, I've heard it's like several thousands of dollars for some, anyway, how bad it is. I should ask my grandfather. He lives in Maitland, which is central Florida, just south of Orlando. He can afford it, but I don't know if I'd.
And
wanna
there's
live
still
in
people
Florida.
with blue roofs, you know, and
When I was growing up in Florida, Hurricane Andrew came through.
yeah.
And even though we were in Orlando and it was centralized, it still busted out our windows and screwed up our roof. But our next door neighbor, he didn't fix his roof forever and he kept having tarps on it. I will always remember that as a kid
Yeah.
growing up. It was
Yeah.
just tarps.
Well, it just
over.
depends on the trajectory of they just happened to come through central,
Yep.
you know. Fort Myers had never had this kind of damage since Donna in the 60s. Now, Charlie went in right above us into Port Charlotte, and it devastated Port Charlotte and above. But see, it was supposed to come in south of us. See, what people don't understand about hurricanes, too, they say, well, you know it's coming. Well, you do know it's coming. But hurricanes wobble and weave, and they go in and they come out. And, you know, it's kind of like a tornado. You really, kinda,
Yep.
but people think you can just, and then you've got all these people exiting they're going out. Well, goddamn, you get on the road and traffic is bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper, and it still could wobble and weave. You don't know if you're going to be sitting on the highway and it comes through.
Exactly. You're better off staying at home and trying to hide
In some
somewhere.
instances, we stayed at home because it wasn't supposed to come through here.
Yeah.
Same thing with Charlie. You think you're safe and you're not.
Yep. One of my earliest memories growing up was one of our windows being blown out. But
and people think it's just that simple. Oh, well, you know, it's coming. Well, yeah.
There's only so many, there's not much where you can go. There's only so much
That's it. Florida's a very narrow state.
Yep. I agree
it's
with you.
It's long, but it's narrow. And so it doesn't take that much, you know.
Because it's so narrow, everybody else is doing everything.
Honestly, to go
to
from like the intercoastal to the ocean, how long does it take to drive?
Where are you talking
about?
Like, you know, Daytona area, Orlando, whatever.
You're right.
Drive where?
Just from east to west, like you just said, the state's not very wide. I'm asking how long does it take? Like if I'm on the
hours.
Just a couple hours?
Maybe 3. Yeah, if it's that bad. Are you talking about going to maybe Tallahassee where it's kind of in range?
No, I'm talking about I could put my foot in the water here on the Gulf and then get in my car, drive to the Atlantic Ocean, and put my foot in the water.
A couple, 3 hours, depending if you're going the wider part of the state.
Well, that's what I'm asking, you know.
Yeah. 3 hours tops, wouldn't you say, from coast to coast?
Yeah. Depends on the traffic. You'd probably get even quicker, depending.
Yeah, depending on how you go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And I live at the even more narrow part, or, you know.
Closer to the ocean.
I live in Fort Myers between Tampa and Naples.
Oh, okay. I have family that lives up in Tampa.
I'm
still surprised their house is
8 miles. Joy, what do you mean 8 miles? They're saying 3 hours.
But now, from where I live, it's 90 miles to Miami.
Yeah, but that's not as a crow. That's as a crow flies.
Well, And then from Miami, wait a minute.
No, you need to figure out you're at to like West Palm Beach and shit.
Well, now see, that would take me longer because I got to go
Right,
so
but
far
Miami's
north.
southeast. You're
Right.
not just going across the state, you're going down and across.
I mean, the best way you'd have to go in Florida is say centralized
See,
somewhere.
this person Joy in the side chat saying it's 8 miles from where they live.
Yeah, but they live down around the goddamn Keys or
I've
something.
been to West.
I'm talking about like in the center of the state. I'm not
Yeah,
talking
3 hours.
up
I've
in
been
Tallahassee.
to West Palm Beach, and it's not that far.
Right.
Okay.
Maybe from here because I'm more south.
Yeah.
About 4 hours, 3.5, depending on traffic and depending how you driving. You know.
Yeah, but if you drew a line from where you live to the east coast of Florida, what city would it be? What road would you take?
It would
See,
be
Tom understands what I'm
Fort
asking.
Lauderdale?
yeah,
How long does it
Lauderdale.
take you to get to Fort Lauderdale?
Oh shit, couple hours.
There you go. 2 hours. There you go.
Okay, 2 hours. Okay.
East to west. Yep.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you rather just stay centralized and just get
No,
away from where?
centralized sucks. Clewiston, Belglade.
Yeah, all the small towns.
Well, I'm just trying. I'm trying to think of.
I mean, if you want to go just to leisurely and get off of Maine, those would be the ways to go. The back roads.
Stay in fucking Ohio.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like.
Not in fucking Ohio.
They got a better zoo than Michigan than Detroit.
But
Well,
it takes me about 8 hours to get out of Florida
Right.
Oh yeah, it takes. That's why I hate fucking driving. to
because
Florida.
I'm so far south.
Central Florida sucks. I mean, if you're down there for the weather and the water and shit, what in the fuck would you live in the middle for? Because you're broke.
Only because I was born there.
Sebring.
Damn you, Tom.
What time did you come from down there?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm. You know how old I am.
No, not how old you are. What town you came from?
Literally Orlando.
Yeah, but that's not Central Florida, really.
Well, Lockhart is the other version.
You got Central Florida is Clewiston, Belglade, all those fucked up Sebring,
Wauchula, Lakeland,
cattle ranches,
Sebring.
rattlesnakes, fucking cockroaches, tenement housing.
My zip code was 32810.
Well, you can be sitting at the most kick-ass beach in the world and fucking 64 miles living in Orlando, Melbourne.
Well, look at the little town I was from.
Yeah, there's a lot of little towns out on the outskirts of these big towns.
It was called Lockhart. Look it up. Look up Lockhart.
Which side of Orlando is it on?
I don't look it up. I don't know. Lockhart, L-O-K, L-O-C-K.
I've never heard of it.
No, me either.
But I've never heard of a lot of things.
But
and I'm not a Florida native, so
you'll find it. It's Orange County, Florida, and there's a famous motorcycle gang that came from that area because my dad hung out with them.
Florida.
Oh yeah, she's northwest of Orlando, so she's towards Lake Apopka, like.
Yep.
Yeah. But you can still, even from there, in 74 miles, you can be in the most beautiful beach in the world, Melbourne, Cocoa Beach.
Yeah, I went there growing up and all that.
Yeah.
Went to Daytona. Went to all that.
Yeah,
went
Daytona.
to
Yeah.
all sorts of crap growing up. Yeah.
Port Canaveral.
Yep, went there,
Yep.
and we used to sit and watch from my house. Watch the what do you call it? The space shuttles going off.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Which I think is good reason to live in that area. I wouldn't live there now.
That'd be fascinating.
But it was cool back then. As a kid, my mom would sit and say,
That
"Hey,
place
it's going
sucks.
off." Where I lived, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah. I built a house here in Buena Vista and never even moved into it and sold it and moved down to West Palm Beach. I just don't. I like the wildlife. I like going down there. Like there's a hotel I go to, the Radisson in south of Melbourne. But fuck the whole rest of all of it.
I wouldn't live in the area I did growing up, and hence why my parents moved. But
there's no money down there either, unless you're some like fucking neurosurgeon or some shit.
That's why my dad moved, and that's why I'm in Texas now. And they're in different.
Yeah,
my parents are in different.
They wouldn't pay me and man fucking $10 an hour to do anything down there.
Well, my dad worked for his father. He worked in a Popka, so.
Popka, yeah. Michelle, was that your name?
Yes.
Melissa.
Melissa.
Melissa's me.
Oh,
Okay. Damn.
Everybody calls me
Got
Michelle
again.
too, so that's weird.
I know.
Oh.
People call me Melissa too. That's what happened my whole life.
What was I
Yep,
going to
same
call
here.
you? I was going to ask you something. I'm old.
It's all right.
How did you like growing up in Florida?
Well, I grew
As
up half-
opposed, okay, what I'm asking really is how do you like Texas in comparison to Florida? That's what I
Better,
want to ask.
better.
Thank you. I got it together.
That'd be a weird one for me because when I was in school in Florida, my parents sent me to a private school because my dad was born in the same area I was, and he knew the public schools in that area were shit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So oddly enough, I went.
Catholic?
No, I went to a Baptist school, and neither of my parent. Well, my dad's not religious. My mom kind of is. So I went to a religious school when I was in Florida.
They just wanted to get you on the right track, probably.
Yeah, that's
Good
exactly what it was.
Good
It
luck.
wasn't so much about the religion. It was just
Yeah.
about
Yeah, a little bit more moral.
well, it was just to be better because like even my dad is
Well, they're
terrible
just
at
better
spelling.
schools in general. The
Yeah.
schools themselves.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say because my dad can't spell worth a damn to this day, and he's smart, but it's funny.
That's not unusual, actually.
But
Oh.
he ended up getting out of Florida because he realized my dad did realize it was just a shithole. That area was not a good place to be living in.
Well, it wasn't going anywhere.
Yep. And so I went to public school in Texas. And when I went to public school in Texas, I realized, damn, I'm more advanced than these kids, which was
Yeah.
kind of disappointing in a way to me. But I didn't mind the public schools in Texas. I kind of wish I'd went to more private schools, and not that I'm gonna have kids, but part of me thinks in the future, if I was ever gonna have kids, I'd rather them go to private schools if I kind of do their teaching and what they were doing. Because I feel like I was so much more advanced when I was going to private schools in Florida versus the
Why do you
schools-
think that is?
because like when I was and this was only in like I moved over in like middle of elementary school, but like I was
Oh,
so much
okay. So
I was
you were
so
young.
much yeah, I was young, but I was so much farther ahead than all
Yes,
the other
yes.
kids were.
More ways than one.
It was
But don't you think that's probably because in private schools you get a little more attention than in public schools because you have so much more of a population in the
Probably.
classrooms?
Probably, but it was still like we had a big amount of students still, but we like, for instance, when I came over to Texas, they were starting to train everybody to do the standardized testing. And when I was over in Florida, they were already doing these like Stanford tests that you were already supposed to do, which were like
Right.
a standardized testing. So I already knew how to do all that, and all like I guess they prepared you better. Is
Okay.
what I could say, because my parents had said if they had never moved, I would have stayed in private schools, and I feel like maybe I would have done a little bit better. I don't know. They like prepared you better, and where there was just more. And I think you're on to something about private schools. Maybe there's less people, or maybe there's teachers taking more of a
Yeah, because I think with private schools, there's a little bit better, pardon, a little bit more, their teachers or a higher standard of teachers,
well, and they're also, I think,
and they have, go ahead.
I was going to say I think they're trying to. I can't forget. I'm forgetting what I'm thinking about too. So sorry.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah, but
It's
I
gonna
think
get worse.
Oh, I know. Unfortunately, but I think what they're basically just I don't know. I will say when I went to the schools in Texas, they always wanted me to be in the gifted and talented and all that crap, and I never did.
No,
'Cause
you
it-
should have done it.
I probably should have, but my mom gave me the opportunity, and as a kid, I guess I was smart enough to understand that would require more work.
You are gifted.
My mom gave
But
me the
looking back
opportunity.
now, don't you wish maybe you did?
Well, I don't know because I don't think it mattered. Like back then, it wouldn't have mattered much for college, like other than taking
Well,
like
good for you. You knew what you knew, and you didn't.
I was lazy.
Yes, but you were also smart. What I'm saying is maybe you didn't need as much teaching
Well,
as others.
okay, yeah, I get what you're getting at because I knew some people that were like really smart, like they would fuck around
Yeah.
in class and get in a
But
lot
they're
of trouble.
fucked up students.
Yeah, I would keep to myself, and I was always annoyed and like was always like, just shut up, leave us alone. Like,
There you go. There you go.
let us just do nothing right now. Let's get the work done. I'll help you. Bye.
Yeah, let me out of here. I got this.
That's how I was growing up, and I never.
I'll
had
be
any
right
issues with-
back, folks.
I was gonna
What's
say I
that?
never had any issues with college. I should have graduated. Maybe I'll go back
No,
and
it's
graduate.
overrated. It's overrated.
But
Hey, like I said,
Jabo. Ask Jabo.
I literally worked with people on the assembly line that were graduates, and some had their masters, and said, "I do this because I make more money for my family than using my degree."
some of the
College is
worst,
bullshit, man.
Well,
It is.
some of the worst graduates are some of the dumbest people you ever meet, and I don't mean to be mean by that.
No, same with pilots, man. These are some private detectives, man. These are some of the dumbest motherfuckers you'll ever meet in your life.
My dad used to regularly hire people to help him out, and he is like me that he should have had a college degree, but he
No, that
has
doesn't
a
mean fucking dick.
bajillion certifications, and he's probably has as much college credits as I have, but he would hire people
such
that
bullshit.
had these great college degrees and this great
Oh,
background, and he would talk to them, or other people would do it, and then they would give it to him, give that person to him, and he would just go, "What the fuck are you thinking?"
Had no issue. I mean, especially for females, man. I mean, fucking college degree. If you've got a high IQ, good sense of humor, big set of tits, can suck the fucking hell out of a cock, you're home free.
And
I don't want to do that for a job,
You're home
unless I'm a
free.
porn star. God, and I hope I'm getting paid
But
$6.
what he's
home
trying
free.
to point out is that's what'll get you up the corporate ladder.
Amen. Thank you.
True.
Not only the corporate man, it'll get you a way better selection of a spouse in general. It will.
Yep.
Just don't get huge. You know, it's the fucking way it works. Everybody wants to argue like I'm some goddamn fucking where did I come up with this stupid shit?
He's telling the truth.
Well, then why are you alone, Tom?
I could have a goddamn girlfriend because I like porn better than grabbing two big hands of cellulite.
And some women don't want to hear the truth, like guys tell it. And
I
they're-
couldn't have had a better fucking sexual life. I swear to God. And really, I could have had it if I wanted to do it. It's just not for me. It's not like if I was like a lonely guy, you would have an argument. But this has worked out just perfect.
One's like, Tom's like, fuck them and what is it? What was it?
Leave.
It wasn't really like that. I mean, I had
Yeah,
a lot of
fuck
good
them and leave them.
I had a lot of good relationships with women.
No. You pay him to leave.
One way or the other.
That's what Charlie Sheen did.
Oh, it was good, but it's like I could probably have a fucking girlfriend. I don't really want one. I really don't. Maybe I couldn't. It's just a figment of my imagination. There's
So
just I don't want the criteria.
You're not a girlfriend kind of guy.
Tom, I have a question now. I've held back.
You're not
for
a
so
wife
long.
kind of guy.
I've got to start asking questions
No,
about
go
the
ahead,
truck
man.
since it's a F-150 and I work for Ford.
Yeah.
And it was probably built in Dearborn, right?
It was.
Awesome. Here's my question, everybody. Does it have roadhead mode?
Yes.
So it has the button you can press and the thing goes,
Yeah.
shifter disappears.
Yeah.
What do you think of that, ladies? He's got roadhead mode.
Yeah. It's awesome.
What do you think about Chevys?
They don't have roadhead mode.
And the 2021's the seats.
Oh,
flat.
so what? Yeah, this is what I wanted to know. So you guys don't even realize it. I've been following Tom for a very long time.
You've hit rock bottom.
Yes,
As have we all.
and my significant other royally hates him,
Oh,
Him and I know
amen.
why.
God bless.
and I laugh about it, and I am not embarrassed to bring his name up at any time in conversation with her.
This is the place to
I
be.
got plenty of enemies, that's for
Yup,
sure.
yup. And do you remember what got her the one time?
Probably tit size or big pussies or something.
No, you had a hotel room, and you were making content, and you had made the comment the bed wasn't made. So you had made a comment that it looked like you had been rolling around with a couple of ladies or something.
Oh, she didn't like that?
Oh no, she just took it as like we're pigs. That's it. But I make a pass at her and I'm a pig, so it's all good to me. So I already know.
Awesome.
Tell
her God bless.
Exactly. I try to.
For you, yes, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not a yes man. I'm a yeah man.
I mean, yeah, man.
So here's my question. So what year is your truck?
2012.
2012.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, you were talking about the 2021 with the seats that go flat.
Yeah.
That's
They
what I
quit
was
doing
curious.
that. They quit doing that.
Yeah, that was only offered in Lariats.
They couldn't get the parts anymore, and they just said, "Fuck it."
Yeah, those seats were only offered in the Lariat and the Platinum,
Yeah, right.
and it made it. Yeah, here was my question.
I don't think it really matters, though.
Did you ever sit in one of those seats?
No, because that's why I said it might not matter, because you can, these seats in mine, it's like an XLT.
Yeah,
You can sleep fine. I mean, I don't. Why would you want to go all the way back if everything else sucked?
you have a
I mean-
super cab or a crew?
Crew.
4 doors.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's good enough. I mean, I like the idea of it, but it could be worse.
They sell a blow up mattress that's actually made to set in there on the seat, where it
On
goes
which one?
in your truck. So
In the back?
Yeah, in the back, not in the bed, in the back seat.
Yeah. See, but I went back there and measured it, and
Yeah.
I'd still have to curl up a little bit.
Well, yeah, but what they're doing is they're giving you like a single size bed, I guess, because it blows up and goes down where your feet is and then comes up and over onto the bench.
Who makes that mattress?
I'd have to look it up. It's probably on Amazon. You'd look it up under your truck.
Oh, cool. I always keep that back seats folded up too.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, they made that so them trucks are amazing. How much leg room is in the second
Oh man,
row?
I mean, it's like I never thought I wanted one. I just found out about it through accident.
Okay.
But I like it better than the Astrovan.
When I realized that's what you were driving, I don't care what year it is.
No.
That's steel, right? That's a steel
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
12,
steel.
yeah. I'm trying. Even
No,
though I
it's a
work here,
beast.
I'm
I mean,
trying.
you can go like 70 miles an hour down a bumpy dirt road like it's nothing.
Yep.
It's smooth on the highway. You
Yep.
can put shit. I got the short bed,
Yeah. 5.5.
but good enough.
Yeah.
And the only bitch I got about, I wish it got better gas mileage, but I got better shit that offsets that. And they're a motherfucker to parallel park.
So is that a what motor you have?
It's the EcoBoost 6.
Okay, so you have the what is it? That's not the 3.5, is it?
Yeah,
Okay, that's a good one.
it is
That-
good one, but I mean, I'm not big on turbocharging.
Yeah.
There's nowhere else you're going to accelerate with a 6 without it.
Well, they're giving you that to give you equivalent to a 5-liter V8.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
So,
But everything's like, plus it's got chrome bumpers.
it's a beautiful truck. I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bunch of plastic shit.
Nope.
You got room, big center console.
Yeah.
You got to you can't unlock the door from sitting in the driver's seat. It's too long. I mean,
Oh,
it's
to reach
big.
across. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
big.
Yeah.
You
It's
get
a-
these new cars, these SUVs and shit. You can't even it's you, another person. You're right next to each other.
Yeah.
Sucks. I mean, even you can't even these new cars. Most of them, you can't even put a camera bag and stuff. I got all my shit right in that hump where the transmission goes
Yeah.
underneath the radio.
Yeah.
I reach down there, grab. It's perfect for me.
Yep. I could see it. It's very nice.
No, I mean, and you know that it's the world's best-selling vehicle.
Yep.
And look at the crazy ass prices they hold their value.
Yeah. Well, that's like why I say for what the brand new ones cost and for the income, people don't realize Henry Ford always wanted to pay a salary to the
Yeah.
people so they could afford what he was giving them.
Yeah,
And now the company's gotten so far away from that, it's ridiculous.
it is. They have.
I mean, our company is literally being run by Chris Farley's cousin, for Christ's sakes.
Yeah.
You know,
And not only that, you look at all the. At least they got rid of his stupid son,
yes,
grandson.
yes, Bill Ford.
Yeah.
Is Melissa coming back or?
I don't know what she does. She takes off like that, comes and goes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trying. I've been trying for the longest, and I have a friend of mine who is very. Why am I drawing a blank on his name? I'm trying to get to interview one of the Fords.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
And,
Hey, how long does it take to build a 150? From beginning to end? 6 weeks?
What, one time through?
Yeah.
2.5 days, not even.
Oh, from everything, nothing to end?
Well, I mean, for final assembly in our plant, if you want to look at it that way.
So where do you start?
Damn.
Where do you start with the 150 there? What do you got?
That's all?
Beginning of the beginning of the line.
Well, like in the body shop where I'm at, everything comes in racks, and everything gets totally framed out for the vehicle, for the cab and for the box.
But you get all the parts, right?
Yes.
The frame.
Yes.
Are you putting
putting
in the engine?
Right on the property at the Rouge, the frames are built. Right on the property at the Rouge. Next time you're up here, Tom, you and I need to go and do the Ford factory tour together.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Because
Tom, I can't believe you lived in around Detroit and your father worked at didn't he work at
Yeah, we worked at that same plant he's talking about.
Father
and
worked
he never took you to see how
They didn't have this stuff back then.
No.
The
it wasn't allowed probably.
No,
and
no.
totally different way of assembly also.
Well, it was different vehicles back then, and when Tom's father worked there, he may have worked in steel.
He did.
And there you go. My buddy.
That's what I'm saying. Different aspects of assembly.
So now, well, the difference is now that Tom even agreed with me, his father worked in steel. So they were working down the far end closer to the Rouge River, and he was making rolls of metal, right?
That got sold
to Russia.
Right.
And that's where
But he was. That's what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, where are you? Who's making your frames now? Your steel frames?
We make them right there at the Rouge.
But your own steel.
That's the way I'm understanding it.
Dang.
But where would they have been able to come up with a new steel mill?
Yeah. Where's the steel mill?
Then could possibly be happening because I understand it. I mean, the frames. We actually have a frame. We have an engine plant. We have a frame plant. We got the stamping plant right next to our body shop, which actually stamps.
Where's the painting going on?
Paint goes on right after the body shop. So when you would buy Eagle Pass,
yeah,
and you would come up Eagle Pass to Miller Road, and you'd look straight out in front of you, and you'd see all those stacks.
Yeah,
that was the paint department, and that was the paint department from the Mustang. That was built before the Mustang went to Flat Rock.
Gotcha.
So the Mustang left and went to Flat Rock, which was built in a multi-story assembly plant. That thing was like 5 stories tall, and you worked on different floors. The car would come up an elevator and go through your floor. So back in 2002, when I went to Norfolk for 5 years, about 2.5 about a year and a half after I got there, a buddy of mine that was working in the Mustang plant called me up and he goes, "Hey, you ain't gonna believe this. Right next door, they're building an F-150 plant." So I'm working in Norfolk building F-150s in Virginia. So 5 years later, they tell us all, "We're taking your product to the Rouge." So every single person in that assembly plant was given the option to move to Michigan with the vehicle. And
Ah,
the way that worked out, though, was we all moved to Michigan in 07. And then in 08 is when they jacked us with the reopening the contract and all of that. And we were laid off for like 6-7 weeks that summer, which was equivalent to the layoffs and the whole situation the auto industry went through back in the 80s, early 80s.
mhm.
So that's how that all went down. So we actually had people that relocated with hardly any seniority that actually never lived in Michigan before, came to Michigan, moved their whole family, and then were laid off without a job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
and then those people eventually got absorbed throughout,
Yeah.
the Ford plants. in
How would
Michigan.
you how would you grade your move now over 15 years into it?
In what way? What do you mean?
Overall,
Was it
good,
worth
bad,
it?
wish you would have never left New Jersey.
Had no choice but to leave because the plant was being closed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Did
and
it
I
work
went
out?
and I went from plant to plant to plant. See, I worked in Edison closed. Went to Norfolk closed. Now I'm where I am.
How do you like it living there in Michigan?
I don't have a problem with it. It's like New Jersey. I'm originally from Jersey, so
Yeah, I can see where Jersey and
I got the Four Seasons
Michigan,
back. Yep.
yeah, would
Do you
be.
go, do you go back and visit much?
My mom and dad live in Kentucky now, so everybody else, like I tell
Well, that's
people, in
nothing.
Jersey
Yeah,
they're
right
dead.
down the road.
Yeah. So my family actually lives in Kentucky. So I'm a Michigander now. I'm
What
from
part of
Michigan.
Kentucky?
Shepherdsville.
Where's that near?
Basically about 20 miles out of the loop from Louisville.
Oh,
So does that make sense to you?
Okay.
yeah.
64.
How have they acclimated to Kentucky
Well, my
from
dad.
coming from
Keith-
New
Keith
Jersey?
is
Do they
retired.
like it or hate it?
Keith is retired.
Yeah, my dad's retired now, but what my dad did was,
Well, I know, but just living there in general from
oh,
New
they love
Jersey.
it. They love it.
Better. It's
They
better.
love it. Cost of living's
I
lower.
bet they
Yeah,
do. I bet they do. Yeah.
My father bought his
Slow, just chilling.
My father bought his first home when I was an infant, which he went on to live in that house for 37 years.
That's
Which
wonderful.
he sold.
Yeah.
And then he moved to, because he was going to Kentucky. And what he did was he took my mother from a 1,200 square foot, 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house to a 3,600 square foot home with 3 bathrooms.
Yeah. For
Little bit.
probably the cost of what he
Well-
sold his home for or less.
Let's just put it like this. My dad had the house paid off in Jersey before he sold it.
Mhm.
And before he retired, the house that he bought in Kentucky was paid for. Along
Well,
with a
no
motorhome.
doubt.
Along with a motorhome that he bought when he was probably around 45 years old.
Well, of course, going from New Jersey to Kentucky, money's
Well, it
worth
had nothing
more.
to do with, yeah, but
It'll buy you a whole lot more.
like I just said, plus my father took care of himself and, he wasn't a person living check to check.
Well, great. That's wonderful. That's a nice life. That's a life well done.
Yep.
Cool.
But I was just thinking about the culture. Going
Oh,
from.
absolutely. I mean,
It can be it can be shocking for Northerners to go into areas like Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee.
I think that has to do with your upbringing, how you handled it.
But a lot of people from the northern states have, I find, connections to the South, and they just migrated north for better opportunities at times, like during the Civil War. I mean, after, and a variety of reasons.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah. We're getting freezing tomorrow.
Down where you
In
are?
Georgia,
Yeah.
Oh,
dang,
Yeah. 30 degrees.
that's right up your alley, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
You got where you get cold now.
no, we keep the windows open. We just got these extra windows. I plan on doing
I
them
see
my
those
house.
windows.
But I shut them all tonight and turn on the heat just to get rid of the dampness
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
turn it off again.
Hey,
Biggest
are-
problem when I lived in Virginia.
No, I'm just saying you're going to enjoy the cold. You haven't.
Yeah.
It's been a while since you've been in the cold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Tom, I'll make sure I send you links to my snowblowing videos when it hits up here.
Yeah, I like that shit. But you guys, your snow up there is not. You haven't lived there like when it used to be like good.
Right. But I remember the blizzard of '78 when I was in Jersey.
Oh yeah, those are the good ones.
Yeah,
I was in Chicago for the second and third worst storms, which really weren't like crazy, 23 inches. But I mean, I've been out west before where it wasn't even hardly on the news, and it was 30 inches.
Wow.
So Tom, are you gonna smoke a turkey this year for Thanksgiving?
No, I don't. Usually on the holidays, my whole life, I'm just kind of like,
Tom don't like turkey.
No, when you're like this, like me, people ask you over and then they eventually don't because you never go. And like here, that's kind of happened here. No, I'm just usually just out fucking around, truck stop or something like that. And the holidays never really meant much to me. Any of them, birthday, Christmas.
You're a loner.
Yeah, loner.
Yep, I know it.
But I don't know which caused which. But I'm not like sad about it or anything.
Hell, I used to hate the holidays when I was little.
Yeah,
sometimes
I
because
hated them for a long time, but it was for everything. I had no access to anything else. They were all closed. I didn't have anything to do.
yeah.
But now with like the internet and
So
new
Right.
places.
I agree.
yes, it was snowing in Detroit today. Yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, I'll always have a part in my heart of Detroit, and like I got lucky, man, there during those days where I made those videos where I got on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well, it was a great, unique. It's like anything in life, man. Doors opening and closing, and you say, "Well, how?"
That's exactly right.
That's exactly right. It opened
A whole different time.
whole different time.
Just like we can say back what we remembered as children, and take even Halloween for some of us older folks on here.
I actually work with people.
Remember going trick or treating, being able to go out without parents and just go up and down the neighborhood, and everybody knew. You know what I'm saying? I mean, pretty much. I even lived in a rural area, but we'd go to my grandmother's house that lived more in the city. But kids were all over the street. There weren't too many parents out even. With the kids, it's like, well, you come back at this time, but you don't hear kids don't trick or treat anymore unless they just go to family members' homes. They're mostly doing it at their church or their school, have fall festivals and things of that nature. Can you imagine letting your children just run loose on the street at Halloween? I'm just saying, memories.
It's
memories. These are things that we will never get back. We lived in a time.
Yep.
I don't know how old you are. Man.
I'm 50.
Okay, well, you
I
should
know
be.
what you mean to get on my bike and just go ride around.
You
my
could,
town,
right?
You knew everybody, and you didn't have to worry about being kidnapped.
It's a whole nother time, is what I'm saying. And people that experience that, hey, do you know? I remember before the internet, I didn't have a cell phone until I was 40 fucking years old, probably. How did we live? Oh my God. You know, you tell your parents you're going over to Betty Sue's house and, uh, you know, you staying over there overnight and meeting up with your other friends. Hell, you'd be drunk in a cornfield somewhere. They didn't even know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But people were, you could even do that. And nobody got hurt and nobody bothered anybody. And you drop you off downtown at the movies.
Yep.
Stay for 2 or 3 hours. Parents come pick you
the
back
best
up.
one, bringing up movies and different.
That'll never happen again, I'm afraid. That
Mm-mm.
freedom that children used to have.
Tom, you remember?
And that's what breaks my heart.
Mm-hmm.
Remember back in the 80s when First Blood came out?
Yeah.
Movie?
Yeah.
So it was in selective theaters. So my dad sticks me and my brother in his pickup truck, and we drive a couple towns away to go see this movie. So we're standing out in front of the theater to get our tickets, and this station wagon pulls up. It's a lady driving, and she drops off like 5 teenagers.
Mm.
And the kids go up to the window, and they're like, yeah, we need 5 tickets for First Blood. The lady says, I can't sell you these tickets. You're underage. There's literally a guy standing behind him. He looked at those kids and he took it to the lady and he goes, I need 6 tickets for me and my nephews.
Right.
You see where this is going, right?
Yeah.
A random stranger's just like, what do you mean these kids can't get tickets? Here, want them the tickets. You try that.
Tom, you remember drive-in movies?
You try that today, though, and it won't fly.
No. Nope.
Tom, do you remember drive-in theaters?
Yeah, we sneak in the trunk and all that. I took a girl to a drive-in theater one time. We were both working like long hours at jobs, and her parents were like super strict, and she had to like beg him to let her go to a drive-in with me. So we go to this drive-in, we're just not drinking or anything, watching this fucking movie, man. We both got up, man. The birds were chirping. It was like fucking daylight.
Asleep.
God damn. But you'd have thought they'd have come over and tapped on the window or some shit.
You think?
No, we just drove out and she got her ass chewed and couldn't go out for a month. And
we had one in my little small town. That was the thing, the drive-in.
They had that
our
like
parents
heater.
would take us.
They had that metal heater that was part of the speaker.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. These people don't know about putting that speaker on your window and having to drive up between those poles and but my parents used to take us when we were younger, to see movies and all that stuff. And they used to charge by the person. I can remember it now. This is what we did as a teenager. They charge you by how many people were in the car.
Oh, yeah.
And people would get in the trunk and shit. And then when you'd get out, you'd go and park. Everybody pile out.
You said earlier, like, the G-spot thing that some people don't even know they hit it. I remember going to a drive-in one time. I finger fucked her so goddamn long. My wrist hurt so much the next day. I had to skip a softball tournament.
That's awesome.
I was looking for that G-spot read and didn't even know it.
Well, honey, you gave it the old college try if your damn wrist hurt. If I'd been her, I'd have had to said a long time, just stop.
Wait.
Let me show you where it is.
Right on.
Shit, it felt
you
like
make me raw.
This isn't some bullshit like just soft muscle. I mean, my goddamn wrist, man. There's no way I was batting.
You were killing her.
Good old days. She never said anything about it.
Well, she is probably too shy or too stupid.
Good old days. Joanne Chapo was her name. Yeah.
Here's to you, Joanne.
And I can remember going home, believe it or not, it's weird how you think this shit. Kashmir had come out. Led Zeppelin. I remember cranking that up and listening to it.
I remember my brother came home with a Led Zeppelin album back in the day, Black Dog.
I'm not.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, go ahead.
You said Zeppelin.
Yeah.
I saw a thing today that said Zeppelin came out 53 years ago
Mhm.
with, what was it? What was the song?
Well, I know
Well,
Stairway
they
to
came out
Heaven.
with an album. I'm not sure what the
Good morning. Stairway to Heaven.
50
That was my high school.
fucking 3 years ago. Can you believe it?
I think they're the best band ever. And I'm not like a
Oh.
huge fan of theirs either. But I think
I
they're-
got to find this out. I'll be back because, 50, Tom, we couldn't remember 53 years ago.
No, I know. It's the best time ever.
The best time. No, but we live. Oh, let me go. I'll be back.
I was looking for that G spot.
That's
that's
the
what I
way
mean,
you
we
plumb
laugh
them
about
to
it.
death, ain't it?
Hey,
Never
We
hear the
love
end
you,
of it.
Rita.
no, we laugh about that shit now, but back then that was like everything, man.
Zeppelin was the best.
No, my life had arrived.
Physical graffiti.
Fucking A, man. My life had, it was so like super fun.
Your life is super fun now. Like you're like reaping in your
Yeah, but this is like old man fun. This is like a hot chocolate with a bigger marshmallow than the one I got yesterday on the
It's not.
top.
We're having a fucking blast. What are you
No,
talking
this is
about?
good too. Yeah, it is good, but I'm talking about like the early innocent, like sexual fun.
Well,
I mean, these girls
baby,
I date now,
time
like
has
yesterday,
passed you by.
they pass me by. I mean, the women I date now, the managers of the dollar stores, I look for my car keys for 20 minutes. It's just things have changed. But like, I'm not saying it's all bad, but I got old. But I should be happy about that. That's why, in a fucked up, weird way, when I see young people at the top of their life get killed, they never experience the downside. You can say, well, they also lost out on 40 years, but they also never had to fuck with Social Security and Medicare and cost of living and cars being 150 grand and trailers being 300 grand. I mean, there's something to it. Would I trade it? I would not. But is it as bad as it seems?
But the thing is too is you don't know the background story on the young people that died young. They might have already been through worse,
Yeah.
So
But you read about this too. If you're an adult, like, if you make it in your older years, all the people I knew that got killed in plane crashes and fucking all sorts of crazy shit. And here I still am. And you wonder about that,
I watch what happens like to a lot of people around me, and you see the same thing.
Yeah, it's
Like
like,
their lifestyles cause issues, and
like my mom died at 62. And here I am 67. It seems like I can't imagine like dying at 62.
what did she die from?
Pulmonary embolism, smoker, drinker. I can't imagine like, that was like, it seems young now, but back then it's like.
Yeah, but right now that the average age of death is what, like 76. So I mean, really,
That high?
yeah, I think it's like 76. Yeah, 76.
Well, I know both my grandparents lived into their mid 80s.
Well, yeah, my grandfather lived just short of 100. My dad lived to like 84. And then, of course, my sister just died, 83.
I never could understand, why my dad never retired, but there's a lot different offerings depending on how long you stay with a company. So, and in his predicament, it was worth it for him. So he did what he did.
But you wonder in the whole big scheme of things, like, what's the end game? Was this that great? Could it have been better? Of course, it could have been worse.
Don't look at it so negatively. Just look at it like, we got to.
But I wouldn't say it's negative as much as the yardstick is much shorter with regard to super fun like it was when you were younger. I think that's what I miss. I think the biggest thing I'd hang my hat on is that I'm not naive about anything anymore. which was that there was a lot of fun. You just went into it like a newly hatched chick, didn't know shit. And that's what made part of it fun. Where now, like with knowledge comes accountability, and I'm a lot smarter now than I was then. But how'd that bode on the happiness scale?
Someday Tom will hit the Powerball.
Yeah, and a whole new set of problems.
Yeah.
I know.
I
I give a lot of it away.
I saw a story about a guy that became a multimillionaire, and the way he handled his family when he won the money was, before he told any of them he won the money, he called every one of them up individually and asked, could he borrow $5,000? And
Yeah.
every single one of them told him no.
That's a good way of doing it.
And then the next day he came out that he was a multimillionaire.
Wow.
And you think they ever asked him for money?
Yeah.
They knew not to.
Yep. Exactly right.
Because I need.
I've already done. You fantasize and you think about this. What would you do with it? What would you buy? For a while there, it was like around 200 million the last few, and I kind of.
You know what I buy? I buy a nice pickup truck and a very expensive fifth wheel travel trailer.
See, I'm not dragging some bullshit around after winning that.
Well, I would just drive around and do
Yeah,
whatever
but
I
it's
wanted
like
with it.
it's nerve wracking pulling a trailer.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe a motorhome. Drive that sucker.
If you say 200 million, you end up, they cut it in half if
Yep.
you take the cash.
Yep.
Another half's in taxes. So that'd leave me.
Well, I figured that's what it would be when they cut it in half.
No,
That's what they're taking
no,
in taxes.
no, They're giving
So
you
there's,
half.
there's more to it then.
Yeah,
when you take the lump sum.
you're taking half and then another half for the taxes.
Okay.
So even if it was like $100,000, you got 50 now. You got half of that. You're down to 25.
Okay.
I've got my priorities in order, though. I've thought long and hard about this, and I've already earmarked $5 million for young pussy.
And another $1 million to figure out where the G spot is.
It's going to take at least that. I mean, I've blown, 50 some years, I guess. And really, I can't say looking for it, not knowing too much about it. That's our destiny, Michelle.
I've never.
I don't know where it's at, and you didn't think it existed.
It's not like I haven't had sex before, but I'm like, what is that? It's okay. Well,
Yeah. When you
Like,
get divorced,
please,
Michelle, and
overdose.
I show up in a scuba diving suit.
There it
It's not-
is.
Yeah.
With an umbrella.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on here. We're gonna try.
A mask.
What was it?
We're being geared up.
What the
Yeah.
hell was
I'm
this?
gonna Rita gets
Leslie
talking about. Hey,
Nielsen? Leslie Nielsen?
yeah.
What was the movie? The cop movie that they made. It was a joke movie though. What's his name was in it? OJ.
Oh, I think I know.
They had the scene where they're about to have sex.
Top
They're wearing like
Gun?
full body condoms.
Yeah, was it Top Gun or what?
Top something like not
Top
Top Gun, but
Gun?
you're close to it. It was like a ribbed movie on Police Academy or something.
Yeah, I think I saw it.
Yeah.
That's when they.
I
said
mean, I
OJ.
almost think in a lot of ways that I'm too old to win it. It should go to a younger person.
Car 52. Where are
I
you?
mean, I don't think if I won it, I'm at the point now where I don't think that my lifestyle would change at all. I really
I'm
don't.
back and I didn't find the information I was looking for because I have.
That's it. Police Academy. No, but that is an awesome movie though. Police Academy.
Hi, Rita.
Hey, Stephanie, how in the hell are you?
I'm good. I saw you were going to come back up, and I had to come up and say hi.
No.
I'm so glad you did. I just loved talking to you.
I know. I like talking to you too. We have a lot in common.
I love all the people here at Tom's, mostly.
Oh, I know. I know. Me too.
We had a
That's
good
it.
time over
Naked
there.
Gun. That's it. Naked Gun.
Yeah, Naked Gun.
Hey,
There's such a variety of people and thoughts and opinions and
Like tonight,
whatever, but we can all speak on them pretty
Yeah.
much
we can
without being.
it's tolerance.
Is that what it is?
I think a lot of it is. I mean, we can come on here, we can be in the heat of the moment. Like here's
Mhm.
a union against non-union. Everybody can be having a good time. And then when it's just starting to get a little lull in the action, when Chris comes on and says, "Do you like relish on your hot dog?"
And he also wanted to know if you prefer the foot long or the 9-inch.
It's true.
God.
It's a
And then
very
you hear
unique
Debbie from the back
gathering
saying
of
9 inch.
people, and I love it.
Yeah, me too. I do too.
No, but
I
it's
mean, that so many people of different opinions can talk and not want to kill each other, and
no, yeah.
you can agree and disagree,
Yeah.
and
Well, we'll be
agree to
talking about-
disagree.
yeah, we'll be talking about union wages, cost of living, and Chris wants to know why somebody just smoked 20 people.
And where the G spot is, and
I was curious with Tom. Now that you've been in Georgia,
Yeah.
how many people will like? Hey, you don't know what barbecue is?
Oh, I got this barbecue down, man.
oh,
totally.
Tom knows what a barbecue
I
is.
got this shit
now.
down. Really,
My
I
point
do
to
now.
that is when I first moved to Virginia from New Jersey,
Yeah, I know.
these guys were like, "Y'all think barbecue is throwing hamburgers and hot dogs on your grill? That ain't
And they were right,
barbecue."
wasn't they?
It took me
Well,
about a,
Yeah,
actually, it
it's
took me
not
about
a
a year.
barbecue.
necessarily, but yes, in a way.
It took me about a
You
year.
never had that kind of barbecue. Now, come on, be honest.
Well, what I was first actually introduced to was, chopped pig, Carolina style. And the guy
Well,
sold me
thank you. I'm from
little.
Carolina. I'll take that.
Well, what I'm trying to say is the guy sold me this little plastic tin with pork in it.
Oh, honey, you was took.
Well, I had never.
Somebody,
Yeah, but I
somebody
didn't know.
took you.
No. You're missing my point, though.
Okay, probably.
I'm working at the assembly plant, the Norfolk plant, and someone that is a Southerner works on the line that makes
Yeah,
barbecue.
Ron Jeremy.
He's selling barbecue.
All right.
So I bought like a pound of barbecue from him for like $5. You understand what I'm saying?
Garbage.
Okay.
No, it was fresh barbecue he made.
Yeah, but a pound.
It
for
was
$5.
already made.
Yeah,
It was
but what I'm
already
trying to- yeah, he's
processed and
selling-
made.
No, but he made it at home. It wasn't something.
I get it, but it was
store.
chopped up and already.
Yeah, it was done. It was ready to go.
Okay.
Put it on
in a container.
a roll. Put it on a roll with sour coleslaw and eat it. That's what it was.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. But what he was explaining was, this is barbecue. Your hamburgers and hot dogs that you're putting on the grill in New Jersey, that's not barbecue.
Boy, it's grilling.
That's my point.
Well, I'm just telling you the story. Is what I'm.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's grilling.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I get ahead of
They were
I
like
got it.
embarrassing us, is what they were doing.
Oh,
They were
yeah.
Yeah, I
saying,
know.
you think you know what barbecue is, but it's not.
No, exactly right.
And now,
No.
the reason I asked Tom about that is because I live in Michigan now, but I
Yeah.
know how to smoke chicken, smoke pork butts, smoke picnic shoulders. I do it all, and I know how to do it. And honestly, I learned it from somebody here in Michigan.
Yeah,
I didn't learn it from somebody down south.
right.
But I had somebody say to me,
Spiced.
hey, we're from this area of the South. So this is how we make
But
our
there are
barbecue.
differences, like Memphis.
Right,
Red,
and I
Memphis-
bet
like
you
the
most of
vinegar
the
barbecue.
Michiganders that showed you had people from the South.
Oh, well, yeah, they all transferred from the Norfolk
Thank
plant.
you.
But the guy that showed me how to actually smoke chicken and stuff was a Michigander.
I'm just pulling your chain. I'm just
Oh,
trying
I
to make
know,
conversation and
of
be
course,
funny.
Of course.
You know.
Of course.
Well, Rita, I'll tell you the best recipe I know for a barbecue is you put a hamburger on the barbecue and then you pour barbecue sauce on it.
I mean, see, I've seen the more I learned,
Okay, I get you.
the good guys,
I
like
feel
the
you,
guys
sister.
that really like national competitions and stuff.
Yeah.
Nobody's putting sauce on as it cooks.
Nope.
Right.
It's all about the marinade.
Yeah.
We did.
Marinade and dry rub.
Yep.
And And
Exactly.
it takes forever. And I learned now it's like, believe it or not, it's better to like, you're not going to get any more smoke in the meat or the smoke ring, which doesn't mean anything past 140. So now I just experiment. It's like I put it in there. You got to babysit like, good
Yes.
meats like
Yes.
brisket.
Yep.
I don't care what it does because I'm nowhere near cooking temperature. It's in there 2 hours. I go out, I get it, I inject it, I spray it. I use apple cider vinegar. I
Yep.
wrap it in tinfoil, put a temperature probe, put it in the oven for 9 hours after the 2 hours I smoked it.
Yep. After you get the smoke ring
That's
on
the
it.
way to go.
Yep.
That,
I've heard more
I'm
of that.
telling you.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at 11 hours fucking around with a piece of meat. But the trick I think is now is tons of moisture, injecting it with marinade,
That's right.
not killing it with spices, and just slow cooking it. I'll tell you, I think even the more expensive temperature gauges on smokers, I don't think are accurate. And I think that based on the last one that I uploaded that I did, because when you're really at an honest 225, it takes fucking forever.
Yep.
And even though you can be around there on a smoker outside, why is it so much less time if it's accurate?
Practice makes perfect, Tom.
Practice, it does. But you know, these hardcore guys, they act like you're a big pussy by not smoking it from beginning to
Fuck
end
them.
in a smoker outside.
Yep.
But if you want to perfect it and it's like kick ass, like great, you want to finish it off in an oven. And not only that, you don't need to babysit it.
That's what I was agreeing with. You get your smoke ring on it. You get it to that color you like.
But you know, at national competitions now, smoke ring, that's just myoglobin that reacts with the heat. It's done at 140. It doesn't get any better. They tell these judges in national smoking competitions now, they tell the judges to ignore the smoke ring. It doesn't mean a fucking thing. It looks
flavor.
cool. You know, it's like people on YouTube. They think like, because you got it's views, it's not subscribers, but everybody goes by subscribers on if
Yeah.
you're successful or not. And smoking's kind of a smoke ring does not mean a fucking thing on a piece of meat. Zero. It has nothing to do with taste, how good it's done, nothing. It's over at 140. Once you hit 140, it's not getting better, it's not getting worse. It's there and it's it. But everybody, you know, you can tell when people know what they're talking about or not. You slice and it's like, oh, what a beautiful smoke ring. This is going to be good. I don't say anything, but they don't know what the fuck they're talking about either.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's so myth, but I'm from now on, 2 hours in the smoker, keep it low. I don't want to go past 225, 250. Even if I
Right.
do, it doesn't matter. I'm nowhere near cooking temperature in 2 hours. Smoke the fuck out of it, pull it out, put it in an oven, put probes in it, set it at
Right.
225, 2 pans of water, inject it 2 more times, wrap it. It's fucking 9 hours later, everybody's like, that's the best I ever had. And this is fucking super. That's why. It's because it's all science.
Yep.
Tom,
Yeah,
in
and
Georgia, they have a lot of barbecue and these cook-offs. You ought to enter one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd have any problem with those, but I'm telling you, man, everywhere I go,
I mean, just for the fun of it.
here's another example. When I was out to Texas fucking around with that petrified wood, I went to 2 like famous places and I went in there and I looked in the thing and it's like, I don't see brisket on the menu, but it's like 44 pounds. Like, oh, okay. So you go in there, it's cool. They got like bacon, wrapped shrimp, all this kick-ass looking shit. You can buy it by the pound, quarter pound, half pound. So I said to the guy, it's like, where's the brisket? He said, we got brisket. I said, where it's at? He says, it's right here. It's like, well, give me a half pound of that and those, bacon rack shrimp. And I realized, by doing this for over the last year, the minute I cut into this fantastic meat, that wasn't brisket. It was chuck roast, which is a big upgrade, which is why they don't call it brisket on the outside sign. But when you're a customer, they want to sell it to you. And when you're in there and ask, they say that's the brisket, but it's not. But if you cook chuck roast, which is only about another $1 a pound,
Yeah.
1,000 times better. It's way better than like brisket. It's got a lot more fat. It renders. It's super soft.
I think I like chuck roast
Oh,
too.
it's like brisket, man. Why
Hot
would
roast, yep.
brisket until YouTube has killed the price of brisket. These barbecue shows, Franklin Barbecue. He's written a few books, which I recommend, by the way. I think he has the best one. And now it's like cooking shows, brisket. But 20 years ago, you couldn't fucking give away brisket.
Advertisers push. certain things too.
You couldn't give away brisket 20 years ago, and now it's $10 a pound.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
and
what I'm
chuck roast,
saying.
chuck
And
roast 11.
these people on cooking shows get paid, and they get
Yeah.
paid by advertisers,
Yep.
and they get paid to say brisket or whatever.
No, yeah, they're cooking chuck roast. It's not brisket. And I know why, because now
But
you
they're
can have,
saying brisket.
yeah, that's it. And who's going to like dispute it?
Thank you. That's my
should-
point.
You should catch it because they're charging about 15 more a pound than they get for brisket. But you go in there, it's like everybody loves it. And not only that, you can have the village idiot smoking it because you don't need to babysit it like you do brisket.
There you go.
Yeah. And sauces have a lot. Another thing, too,
Capitalism.
another thing I learned too is to keep the salt content as low as possible, and
Yep.
be careful on marinating stuff. You know, marinating
With
is a way of
salt.
curing meat. And
Yep.
these people that put it in overnight and stuff, plus cook it with a lot of salt. I try and stay away from all the salt and the spices and put it on in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, I only been fucking around with this for like a year, and I've already had like 2 places call me because of brisket I gave to people. Like the last 3 times I've cooked meat, I give it away. It's because I just haven't been in that mood, and I like to experiment with different. And they gave it to people that own these places that been down here forever and want to know how I do it. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I read a lot of books, watched a lot of YouTube videos. It's not rocket science.
Right.
In my opinion, you should put it on about midway through.
Yeah, that's
Start
it.
with the marinating and putting
Yeah.
some spices and stuff on it.
Yeah.
And then after it's cooked a while and it's close to being done,
Yep.
then do it on again. That's all. That's all.
And pork is super easy, chicken super easy, fish is even easier. The only tricky one that you can fuck up, I mean, the first brisket I did, you know, I'm excited. Smoking meat is more like baking a cake. Not
In a way, yeah.
And when you take a big, giant 10-pound raw piece of meat, cook it at 225, which is low,
Mhm.
you tend to rust things. You're hungry. You want to taste it. You're with everybody else. You're pit master. You're smoking. And the first one I did, you couldn't have cut in half the fucking chainsaw.
Every
No, I
time
let Mark, and I wasted a bunch of. And also use good
Well, that's
wood.
how you learn, Tom.
Yeah, good wood and lump charcoal. The good lump charcoal is way better. Way better.
Okay.
Yeah, it's fun. Ribeye, yeah, ribeye is good to smoke too, but it doesn't make sense. You know, it's a premium meat.
I can't see why you'd smoke a
Yeah,
ribeye.
you can. It is good for that smoky taste, but you know, you can get away with murder. They're high fat. You know, that kind of thing. I bought some tenderloins actually tonight. I'm gonna fuck with tomorrow. See how they turn out. But it's all
What
moisture.
tenderloins?
Yeah, no, these are beef tenderloins.
Oh,
You know, I'm
okay.
not a big pork guy for some reason. I just don't like
Yeah,
it much.
I was
And
just
pork buck's
asking.
cheap. You can get it all day long for $2.15 a pound.
Pork's not good for you. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe every now and again, and you know,
Yeah,
it's high
yeah.
salt and all that.
yeah, I'm not into it that much. You know, chicken's easy. Fish is super easy to smoke.
Chicken fish is
Yeah.
what my doctor says. Chicken
That's good.
fish, chicken fish, chicken fish.
And I don't think that smoking's good for you.
But I don't listen to him. So.
Yeah, I mean it is.
I don't either, Rita.
I mean, if
I
you,
like my red meat.
I mean, if you look at a smoker, even clean one out after a smoke, it was like fuck.
Yeah,
Even in the
yeah,
pan,
that's
like
right.
the water that I keep in there for moisture, which really doesn't do that much, but it's better than nothing. It looks like you just like ground up charcoal and put it in there, and that's just from shit floating in the air. I mean, I wouldn't recommend to eat it. I do, but
if I do racks of ribs, you know, I don't even put water underneath them.
Really?
Yeah,
are you doing pork or beef ribs?
pork.
Yeah, and pork's so damn. The problem with pork is like what you're doing. It's easy to overcook them because there's not much meat.
See, I've learned 2 different things. I've learned that if it's falling off the bone, you went too long, and then some say that you should be like a tug off the bone. You know.
I say
But-
falling off the bone's the way to go. It means it's not dried out.
Well, they're saying
Yeah,
that
pork ribs, all the meat is between the bones.
Yeah.
On the
They
beef
say
ribs,
when
it's
you get
more on
that,
top.
when you
Yeah.
for some, you
There's
know,
the pork and then there's the fat.
Yeah. Pork ribs are, I mean, you know, that's
I
where
mean,
the
don't get
money's.
me wrong. I like nothing better than a baby back rib.
oh yeah.
They're good too, but that's, again, it's pork, and pork's pretty cheap.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I fish, chicken, but
No,
uh,
it's good.
yeah, it's just good. I mean, I can't deny. I like a big bacon rib.
I mean, smoked anything's good.
Yep.
Vegetables. You
I've
know.
never like I don't even know about this whole smoking thing.
Oh,
Like
you'd really like
never
it. I think you'd
dabbled
really
in
like it.
it.
Are you much of a meat eater?
All I have is we have a grill.
Yeah, grilling's different.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
but with her grill, we could actually set her up to actually smoke something because
You could, but it wouldn't be smoking like brisket smoking.
oh no.
Yeah.
But
Well,
she could,
listen, dear hearts, I'm at 5%.
All right, Rita.
So
you have a
I
good day.
must
Thanks for
bid you
coming on.
adieu.
All
Alrighty.
right, Rita.
Good night.
Have a
Until
good night,
next
Rita.
time, be
it was
well.
nice meeting you, Rita.
You too,
You as
Rita.
well. Everybody, thanks for the great chat.
Thank you. Yeah, I
Bye,
like
Rita.
just messing around with like doing different things, but I'm telling you, this last bunch that I did, it's the way to go.
No, she could put chips in a small
Yeah,
tin
you can
thing,
do that, but
and
yeah,
they'll smolder over the hot on the with the heat.
yeah. No, I do that sometimes. I do it with hot dogs, sausage. Sometimes I don't feel like I like charred hot dogs.
Okay.
So if I'm doing that, I go out there and I, burn the fuck out of them, and put some chips on there. I mean, a monkey could do it.
I used to take brats and smoke them.
Yeah, brats too, smoke. But that's not like when you're getting into like skilled smoking, like chuck roast and brisket. Now you gotta like know a little. But
My
grilling is like easy.
biggest problem with a brisket is the girlfriend wants shoe leather.
That is a problem.
Yep.
And if it wasn't for digital probes, thermometers, fuck, I'd probably have poisoned everybody by now.
When Tom first started smoking, he was like giving his meat away, like, here.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
still give
feel?
it away.
Listen.
But digital thermometers, there's no guesswork then.
I step in the kitchen of being accused of causing salmonella poisoning,
Yeah, no, exactly.
and it's all an opinion though.
Chicken's the big salmonella one.
I've never killed anybody or caused salmonella poisoning ever, but my significant other will critique and sit there the whole time like, "Oh my god, I can't believe you did that! You're going to kill me!
Yeah, no, if
You're
you get
going to kill us!"
if you got good digital thermometers, it won't happen.
I got one though. I got one with a
most
probe and
amateur
everything.
like smoker people overcook everything because of people like her.
Well, I know like with fish is a very like if you overdo fish, like it's almost like game over.
Yeah.
Like fish is
You know what
definitely
else is like that? You know what else is like that? A shrimp. Boiling them.
Yeah, shrimp.
No, when
Yeah.
if you want shrimp to taste their best, I mean, no bullshit. The best. Not frozen, room temperature, 90 seconds. That's it.
Yeah, they don't take long, Tom. I know.
No, and it's hard to, if you're like from Detroit,
Uh-huh.
like, I'm not getting sick over these. Before you know it, you're eating rubber.
Oh, I know. Yeah, people overcook shrimp all the time.
Overcooked shrimp all the time.
I at least know how to cook shrimp.
Order mushy. They get mushy.
Yeah, they get mushy or rubber, either one.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
And it kills all the flavor in them too.
Flavor. Oh, yeah.
No.
It kills it big time.
Yeah. But it's hard, like when you're coming from like traditional, like blue collar.
Oh, excuse me.
We want to make sure the meat's done.
Right.
Not that great.
Right.
Like they say, there are like high end steakhouses, really good ones, like Burn Steakhouse in Tampa, where they won't cook you a steak more than medium rare. Go somewhere else. Because that's where the taste starts to head south. Now you'd think if you're paying for it, it's up to you how you want it cooked.
Yep.
Not there, because they're not going to roll the dice on you not liking it. But the optimum taste of meat is medium rare.
Medium rare. Yep.
Medium rare. It just tastes so damn good. And you get like kibbe and stuff in Mediterranean restaurants. It's raw lamb that is just like delicious. Say, I'm not a big fan of smoked cheese, but I hardly even eat any cheese that isn't aged anymore.
I don't understand how you smoking it without it melting.
Smoked cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure
I mean,
how they do
I've
that.
eaten smoked cheese throughout my life, but I just can't understand how they make it without it melting.
But I'll tell you something. I don't know if you've learned this or not, but if you're like if you ever want to like, if you go into a commercial restaurant, let's say they're known for their not au gratin, French onion soup.
Okay.
Those browners that you get to brown that cheese on the top of that, they're like $25,000. And you're thinking, what the fuck? Why? It's like just hold it under. Doesn't work that way.
Right.
Sometimes
Broiler.
if you get good cheese, like a good cheese, like on a pizza, you'll find. I was talking to Michelle about this the other day. Grande cheese, they're out of Wisconsin. It's like really good cheese for like pizza. When you get quality cheese, it's not exactly easy to brown it in a short amount of time. A browner will do that, and they're expensive. And like I've taken good cheese before on pizzas I made them myself, put them in there. It's like you're looking in there and it's like it's bubbling. Why isn't this shit getting brown? Because you need some crazy temperatures to brown quality cheese. Yeah, I tend to like certain stuff like overdone. But if I was running like a restaurant or selling them on the streets, they'd be bitching that everything I did was overcooked. Yeah, it's all like the eye of the beholder. I smoke a lot of sweet corn. It's just like so good. Yeah, really good.
I had learned to take that and leave it in the husk, soak it in the water, and
No.
put it on the grill.
Nope.
Really?
No, that more or less steams it.
Right, steams it. Yep.
Yeah, everybody's afraid of singeing it too much. Actually, when I do my brats and sweet corn, you know how you're supposed to wait for the fire to calm down? I don't. I put it on a cheap grill, light it up. It hasn't even calmed down, and I cook it all right then.
Oh, you're burning. Are you burning it on the outside, or are you taking it out?
Well, some people say it's burning. It's like brown spots, like grill marks on the corn. It's like so damn crazy good. It's good. I like it, like not burned, but like you can tell it's grilled sweet corn. If I had a choice, I'd rather have grilled than steamed. It's good, man. Smoking really does wonders. It's good.
Yeah, I like my hot dogs with that charcoal on them.
That's how I am. Oh yeah, charcoal tastes good too. I like burning like my hot dogs. Like a couple weeks ago, I was talking to Marty. He likes them that too. And I said, I'm going to cook these brats like how you'd serve them in a restaurant or on a hot dog cart in a Disney place, a food truck. And I did. That's exactly how I cooked them. It's like, these fucking things suck. It's like, yeah, don't they though? But if we cooked them like we liked them, it's like, oh, I don't want burnt hot dogs, man. What the fuck you putting this on here for, But I like them like that. Now, burnt fish, forget it. Burnt meat, I don't like it. But if you look at if you go to really good like high-end steakhouses, those commercial broilers are super expensive. They're 1,650 degrees on each side of a clamshell grill.
Really?
That's why if you go into a nice hotel and they always have that book sitting on the coffee table of places to go in the town you're visiting, and you open it up and you see like Johnny's Steakhouse, and it's this like black and cool looking thing, and then they've cut it and it's like medium pink in the middle. Well, you're not going to be able to do that at home because you don't have the right equipment. And that's the optimum way to provide for top class steak is like super high charred, 1,650 degrees on each side. You put it in there for 4 minutes. It's medium rare. But a lot of people, if they're not steak connoisseurs, they're gonna articulate it to you that it was burnt on the outside and not cooked on the inside. Well, that's because you're not a big gourmet steak eater. But if you go to high-end good places, it's those commercial broilers that cause those photos that you see in these magazines. And if you like steak and you like good meat and you like good taste, I'll tell you another myth too. I've tried this every way possible. grass fed. Fuck grass fed. Sucks.
Oh yeah.
This
Oh
lean
God.
ass healthy shit. Look, if you're eating healthy, you're not eating steak to begin with.
Mm.
And that grass fed stuff sucks.
Haven't you found, Tom, that that's got a different taste?
Yeah, it's a different. Yeah,
Yeah, I
I've
didn't
had-
like it either.
it
I've
does.
had corn fed, and I could taste it in the meat.
Yeah, it's better.
Yep.
If you look at like if overall, I'm not saying there aren't exceptions, but if you look at like
Right.
places that are known for like killer steaks and people go there no matter what, they're grass fed because grass is free, and
Yep.
you know you're grazing them where the fuck ever. And then the last 7 weeks, and it's true, cattle's stomachs have not evolved to digest grain properly. I don't give a fuck if they have been or they haven't been. But in 7 weeks of eating it, that meat tastes 1,000 times better than if you didn't finish him off on corn. Yeah. But it's a marketing ploy. You go in there, it's like another one too. It's like hamburgers. These people crack me up. You know, there's different schools of thought on red meat, right? You go in there, it's like like that doctor buddy of mine in Michigan. They'll want hamburgers. It's like, do you mind? It's like, yeah, you know, I don't want to be rude, but yeah, I do mind. It's like, why? It's because, you know, you're a fucking doctor and you want, you know, this 10% lean hamburger, drier than fuck, sucks. I don't want lean fucking hamburgers. I want it to taste good, which is
Yeah,
why,
the best. Oh,
Yep.
excuse me, Tom.
yeah, that's
No,
okay.
but-
Which is why Five Guys gets high ratings. I mean, they are expensive. You know what that hamburger is? $75.25. The
Eight.
fattiest fucking hamburger you can buy.
That's right.
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
gonna say because Tom, I worked in a meat department for a couple years, and the best hamburger is the 80-20%.
Yep.
The ground chuck. That's the best burger
But for taste,
Um,
80
for taste.
taste 75.25 is even better.
Yeah.
You know, if you take a 10% fat lean hamburger and you put it in a broiler, you can't even hear the motherfucker cooking because there's not much fat in it. Is it healthier? Yeah, probably. But when you've got like 75-25 or 80-20, it sounds like you need to call the fucking fire department from beginning till end. It's crackling and smoking, and that's why it tastes good.
True.
Yeah.
We used to have people ask, they'd buy a chuck roast and then they'd want us to grind it up for burger for them.
Mhm.
We used to do that a lot, Tom.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
But I mean, the fat content in filet mignon, it's dispersed. You can't see it. In a ribeye, not so much. But
No.
it's the fat and how it's dispersed in the piece of meat on how it tastes to you. This lean
Yeah.
shit, man. You go into like a Save-A-Lot or an Aldi's and you look at their lean beef, you need a fucking chisel. You know?
Yeah.
But they'll say, well, my doctor told me try to eat lean beef. Yeah, fuck that. I mean, just eat less of it. Don't go lean. Lean sucks. It's going to be my mantra at my restaurant.
Well, yeah, you try to fry that burger and you're burning up your pan.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Oh
You see
my
the
God.
real cheap, lean, cheap fucking meat that you need to soak in tenderizer for a year. That's the meat that you get at Waffle House that curls up like an old shoe.
Oh, like round steak and shit like that. Yeah, bottom
curls up.
round.
Turns
You
into
can't
a-
even chew it.
I've
Yeah,
seen
that's
you
it.
down there at Waffle House.
Yeah, I go down there and get eggs and stuff. I mean, Waffle House is not good for you, but I go down there.
They use small eggs, though.
They do.
I noticed that just in general at Waffle House.
Yeah.
Now,
But you know,
there-
I don't think Waffle House gives a flying fuck about free range and all that bullshit.
there's a woman that works for Waffle House. She's got superpowers. She can catch a chair flying through the air as it comes at her face.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
Do you ever see the video?
No.
So it's one of those crazy Waffle House,
No,
where
no.
the customers went crazy.
Yeah.
Girls literally stand there as one of them whips a chair across the room
Oh, yeah.
over the counter, and the girl literally just puts her hand up and catches the chair.
It's Waffle House is worth going into. I mean, like right now, I could go down the Waffle House in Augusta. It'd take me about 40 minutes to get there. And it just sitting there is like,
Probably content at Waffle
yeah,
House.
yeah, it's worth the price of whatever they charge, which is cheap. Just the people, the interaction, somebody with 1,000 eggs on a grill making $14 an hour, smiling. I mean, it just blows my mind.
Dick's Coney Island, just before
That
Southfield.
kind of shit. Yeah.
You
That
know what
kind
I'm
of
talking
stuff.
about?
Yeah.
I had a buddy of mine I work with. Hey, don't worry. Any night, middle of the night, just go in there. There'll be something going on.
Yep.
I went in that particular Coney Island 3 different nights. Every single time. 2 people come in, half drunk. Next thing you know, they're fighting.
Yeah.
Every time. Every time, though.
But Waffle House, I mean, we didn't have them in Michigan. The closest one I knew was Bowling Green, Ohio, and I would stop on my way south. But it's a really, I think it's culturally relevant.
Oh, yeah. Somebody should open one up here in Michigan.
Yeah, we don't have any Waffle House in Washington.
No, and the waitresses always have these crazy fucking homemade tattoos on their arms and between their tits, and they're super polite.
It sounds like you guys have Denny's. That is,
Yeah. That's where you get tramp stamps at Denny's,
Yeah.
Yeah, Denny. We have Denny.
Denny's women, the tattoos are above their waist and their back.
Yeah.
Waffle House is in the front below
The
their
Waffle
chest.
House is good. I mean, you wait
Now,
five.
do
They
you
got the grand.
do you guys have that Whataburger? Whataburger?
They're opening 2 in Athens. I see up near where I go to that Barnes and Noble. They're not open yet.
Oh,
Here's the thing. I mean, I read a lot about meat and this. I mean, it's a fucking hamburger. I mean, I used to like Fuddruckers. Have you had any of those near you? And I like how you go and pick out the onions and stack them up and that kind of thing. But I mean, how many ways can you make a hamburger better than everybody else that's already making one?
20. Yeah, I used to go to Fuddruckers
I know.
out
It's
in Sterling
crazy.
Heights.
Usually it's the meat that you use, and if you use a rub, some dry rubs are really good on the hamburgers.
And
but-
it's a shtick too. Like if you go into Traverse City up near where Mary lives, that's like a high middle class, lower rich people. And you'll go into there's 20 places there that market their hamburgers mixed with filet mignon. And I know what that is. That's the filet mignon. And a day later it was going to be, you couldn't sell as fresh. So they're getting it for half, and they're taking 1 filet mignon, throwing it in 200 pounds of hamburger and grinding it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of, but people eat that shit up. And you got this filet mignon mixed with ground chuck, and the motherfucker's $19.95. It's good, but because it's got a lot of fat and a good bun. I mean, bun matters. It's just like salads. Salad is so much better with romaine lettuce that's chilled. Same with good blue cheese dressing. It's either just bullshit
even
or
different
good.
Even different lettuces taste different.
Big time. Yeah, and leaf lettuce is no nutrition.
Yeah, a lot of people don't. Yeah, a lot of people do. I used to have to inform people with the different lettuces because a lot of people would just go for iceberg lettuce, which is fine if you like
iceberg
the
lettuce
taste of
sucks.
water.
Yep.
If you're
Just
eating
water.
it,
That's exactly it. And they give you French dressing as your choice. No tomatoes on it, nothing.
yeah. I mean, it's the cheapest.
It is the cheapest. But if you go to places that put a little effort in salads, like California Pizza Kitchen, I mean, chopped salads, chilled, good quality meat or chicken, and mix the fuck out of it in a bowl is good.
So I know
I
this.
love salad.
I know this might sound stupid, right? But I guarantee you, you take a very unhealthy restaurant or Five Guys or something, right?
Yeah.
And you know how they have just stuff that's known for really even a barbecue place. But then if you also put a good salad on there, it'll attract more people. And I
Well, I think
guarantee
that's how the sushi places do well. You get the miso soup and the ginger dressing on a bullshit salad.
So my girlfriend gets that miso,
Yeah, it's good.
black
And,
pine.
there's people I'll upload a little video, on sushi I get. The place where I get sushi is good, not great. They always tell me about this, eating raw fish. That's true. There is more of a risk than eating raw fish than cooked. But, I'm willing to take the risk. I don't think it's that high. This place is like busy as hell. The last thing they need is some bad fish. Although, that good sushi restaurant out in Kalispell, Montana, it's not the sushi that killed the customers. It was, believe it or not, serving uncooked morel mushrooms. Killed 2 people and 2 were in intensive care.
Huh.
It's just fucking nuts, man. I mean, I don't even know this much about this shit. You can't fucking serve raw morel mushrooms. It's fucking insanity. I mean, can you imagine owning a restaurant? You got all this money tied up in this place.
Was it from botulism?
No, it was from a fucking spore that's in these morel mushrooms.
Right.
It wasn't botulism, though. No. Botulism, that's why you'll see unprocessed, non-sterilized honey. They'll have a warning on it. That's from botulism. But if you're a baby, a year and under, your immune system hasn't developed, that's the whole reason for that warning. But it comes up like every million years, a case of botulism in honey. But that's why they placard it, because of that one rare, stupid chance that some dumbass is going to give unprocessed honey to a baby.
Wow.
Yeah. And you look at the summertime, you'll hear of like a food outbreak, a salmonella. What gets a lot of them is Caesar salads with the egg white on a super hot day, and the refrigeration can't keep up with it. The number one foodborne illness in the world is chicken.
That's like when I cook and I get heckled by the significant other that I'm going to kill everybody with salmonella poisoning. I would look at her and tell her, I'm not over here carving a raw chicken and then preparing a salad for you that I'm going to then put in the fridge to keep cold.
Mm-hmm. You're covered. I don't. Are
You understand what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I do. Are you using digital thermometers?
I bought one. Yeah, I have.
On 165 and over, you're covered in salmonella.
Yep.
I'll tell you an interesting thing, though. You can take contaminated meat, get it, and freeze it, and it doesn't kill it. You still need to go over 165. You can have contaminated meat, take it home, freeze it, bring it down to like 28 or whatever. People are still going to get sick if you don't go past 165.
So I didn't understand what the sushi comment from ACB was. It says sushi.
Sushi's supposed to be frozen to -30 to kill bacteria. That may be true. I don't know if it's probably is true.
But I thought sushi's supposed to be fresh fish. How are they freezing?
No, I don't think it is fresh. I mean, I think it is in some places. There was a place I used to eat sushi in Chicago, right down from Oprah Studio, called Sushi Wabi. And a buddy of mine and I used to like get it on these MMA, when MMA, this was like 2000, 2002. We get like $200 worth of sushi, drink, fucking eat this sushi. It was great. Always busy. You could go down there at lunch, and they went out of business even pre-COVID. But that was their main advertising gimmick, is non-frozen sushi.
Huh.
So it's possible, but I don't doubt that there's something to that, flash frozen, because nobody can really take that kind of risk.
That's just interesting. I never knew.
It is interesting. Yeah, it sure is. But like when you go into the Chinese buffet, the sushi bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like good, cross your fingers.
Right.
I'll bet you money.
I get it.
I'll bet you money all that sushi has been cooked, not frozen.
Well, I always get crab imperial, so I'm getting cooked crab.
Yep.
Which I don't have a problem with.
Oh,
I'm gonna dip, Tom.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to Betty too, man. It's a good night tonight.
Yeah, I'm tired too.
You're tired too, Stephanie?
Yeah, it's been fun, you guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, man.
All right, no problem.
Michelle, are you going to Betty?
Yeah. Happy Halloween, everybody.
You gonna read up in
Yeah,
that
same to you, honey.
You gonna yeah, man, show her your finger, the angle.
My what?
The angle on the G spot.
Oh, well.
I think it'd be something like this, wouldn't it?
I mean, basically, it's up up and in. I mean,
Up and in, but like,
Yeah.
look at my finger. Look, you don't have to do it. How about
it
this?
looks like you're just going like this. Come
Hey,
to me.
How about this?
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
Michelle, look.
God.
Michelle, look.
Oh, I'm looking.
Yeah, Stephanie didn't think it happened either. So look, Stephanie.
Oh, God.
It reminds me of he's a dinosaur now, and he's like, like
Yeah.
with short arms.
Well, that's kind of yeah. All right,
Oh,
Drifter. See you, Chris.
God.
Thanks, Jabril.
Later, everybody.
Hey,
Oh,
Michelle.
see you guys.
Party on. All right, see you, Rob.
Okay.
Thanks,
Tom.
ACBA.
Yeah, it was fun, honey. You get some. Oh, it's really late for you.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do tomorrow. I'm going to sleep in.
Yeah, I'm up late tonight myself. All
That's it.
right. Well, it was fun. I'll see you next time, Tom.
All right, thanks a lot.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.